Good evening. Welcome to Election 2022, midterm election coverage by NTD Television and the Epoch Times. We have reporters on the ground across the country this evening. Right here in the studio, I'm Paul Greeny, and it's great to have you with us.
And I'm Cindy Drucker. We're also joined tonight by Joshua Phillips, senior investigative reporter of the Epoch Times, and Melina Weiskopf, our NTD congressional correspondent. We are 2 years into this president's term, and Americans are heading to the polls again to decide the balance of power in both the House and the Senate. Dozens of important gubernatorial seats are on the ballot as well tonight. What's at the top of voters' minds? Inflation, crime, abortion, and immigration.
Record numbers of voters have already turned out this election. More than 45 million votes cast before polls opened this morning. Early turnout across the country is now higher than the historic 2018 midterm elections. Stay with us all night, though, to get the latest results and what they mean for you.
Tonight, of course, all 435 seats in the U.S. House of Representatives are up for grabs. Democrats currently have an 8-seat advantage in the chamber, and 3 seats are currently vacant. So Republicans only need a net gain of 5 seats to control the House, but of course they're hoping to win a whole lot more than that.
The U.S. Senate. Nowhere is the partisan divide more obvious than in the upper chamber. The Democrats currently hold the power, but barely. The Republicans only need to gain 1 seat to claim the majority. There are 36 Senate seats up for grabs, and the polls show the GOP with the momentum.
There are 36 governors who will also be voted on tonight. Republicans are defending 20 of those states and the Democrats 16. But at least 13 of those races are in battleground states, so we will be watching those very closely all night.
Joshua Phillip, Melina Weiskopf, it's great to have both of you with us.
Yeah, pleasure.
Great to be here.
Melina, you've been following some voter irregularities or election irregularities in Arizona and Georgia so far. Can you give us an update?
Right, so Maricopa County is one of the big ones that's on everybody's mind right now. So it's one of the key counties that will determine the outcome for the governor's race, the Senate race, some House-up seats for the congressional races there. And you know, we know today that 20% of polling locations, the voting machines were actually malfunctioning, and voters were told to cast their ballot in a secure box where they would be counted later. Now, the Secretary of State says that this issue has been resolved, but that's definitely something to keep an eye on for this.
We should probably note that the Secretary of State is Katie Hobbs, who is running for governor against Kari Lake, worth mentioning.
Something in Georgia as well, I believe.
Yeah, in Georgia. So Cobb County is the 3rd most populous county in Georgia. And this, you know, we know Georgia is this, they have the governor's race, the Senate race, also toss-up races. And in this county, for some reason, they forgot to send out mail-in ballots to voters. So they sent out 1,000 mail-in ballots to voters and told them they actually changed the rule to extend the time they'd accept mail-in ballots until November 14th, which is a change from Georgia's regular law.
I think it's one of the key themes of this election so far is how few races we could actually know tonight. Georgia is one example. I believe this could go on right on through to December, and this is going to be perhaps another delay.
Right, definitely. And I mean, in Pennsylvania, there's also a lot of drama in Pennsylvania right now. We know Fetterman, the Democrat candidate, he asked for them to count ballots who may have been marked incorrectly. So that's also something to keep in mind. And then Texas as well, because Texas is, you know, historically it's a red state, but they do have some toss-up races for congressional seats, which are very important. We know there's only a 5-seat net gain that Republicans need there. And in Harris County, that's the most populous county, and they also had issues with their voting machines in that county as well.
Josh, you did a documentary on the irregularities in the 2020 election. Are you surprised that we still have the problems now?
I'm not surprised at all. I mean, they didn't really fix any of the problems. And it was a toss-up. People do talk about, yeah, they filed lawsuits, they did make some changes, but really for everything they changed in a lot of the states, there was also things that were unchanged or were even weakened even further. And by that I mean that mostly Republicans were trying to tighten the laws, make it so there were no universal mail-in ballots, making it so there has to be signature validation, that signatures have to match. In other words, if you're going to count the votes. Democrats were doing the opposite. They were making it so you do have universal mail-in ballots, making it so you can count votes even if the signatures don't match. Fetterman, for example, in Pennsylvania is trying to push for that. He's actually suing for it right now, trying to make it so they count these ballots that don't really line up. They call them fraudulent ballots. So yeah, it's unfortunately what we expected. And even the issues of the machines, it's the same thing as last time, really.
We've got about a minute, Melina, but I want to check. You're in D.C. We see the Democrats with control of the House and the Senate and the presidency. But how is the sentiment leaving D.C. for the Democrats?
Yeah, definitely. Actually, I wanted to add on to something. You mentioned the absentee ballots as well. In Detroit, there's also an issue with the mail-in ballots. Some people, when they showed up to the polls, they were told that they had already cast a ballot, or they had already been given an absentee ballot. So that's also an area of concern. But just to get to your question, Paul, so the way lawmakers were acting before they left D.C. ahead of these elections, their rhetoric was very intense. They were trying to cast Republicans as this extremist group. Every single press conference that I attended, not one time did they mention Republicans without also attaching extreme MAGA Republicans. So they're definitely using this as a way to paint Republicans as this evil group, and you can tell that they're very vulnerable by this, by resorting to this kind of name-calling scenario here. And they're also focusing on issues that they know is crucial for them right now. So they're focusing on crime. They've passed a couple of bills to address inflation, crime. They tried to message with abortion for a while, but they realized that voters actually care a lot more about these issues such as crime and inflation. So they were trying to do things to tackle those issues.
When you speak to Republicans, though, do they have concrete ways that they're going to fix it if they do get power?
Yeah, that's also an interesting question. So I actually, so in every single press conference, like we have regular press conferences with Whip Scalise and the leadership, and also on the Democrat side with Speaker Pelosi and the Democrat caucus chairman. So Republicans' message has always been, you know, they have a plan to tackle inflation. It's the Biden administration's fault, the reason why inflation is so bad. We have a plan to tackle this. But funny enough, when you ask them, okay, so what is the first thing that you're going to do? They, you know, it's very vague. They just say we have a plan and just trust us. We'll be able to deal with it. So that's most information that I have on that issue.
Great. So we're going to move on. I believe we have Don Ma.
You know, one of the most exciting or certainly surprise gubernatorial races is happening in the deep blue state of New York. Nobody expected that, but that's how it's been running down on the last, as we're getting to the end of this campaign. NTD's Don Ma is on the ground in New York, and here's what New Yorkers told him earlier.
I'm here in Manhattan, New York, in front of the Cipriani, where later tonight, Lee Zeldin's watch party will take place. Polling staff have told me that voter turnout is expected to be similar to previous years. Also earlier today, I spoke to voters and I asked them how they felt about this year's governor's race and what are their top concerns. Here's what they told me.
I just want affordable housing, things like that. Generally socialist measures. I vote anyway on on party lines, and I think most people do that. So I don't see her being unseated, and I really don't see Lee Zeldin, prevailing in this election.
I'm not happy with either candidate. I don't like her corporate connections. I don't like I despise what she's doing to Penn Station, wanting to demolish all of those blocks.
This is a pretty liberal state, and people are disappointed because of the prices, so she's not getting the support she might otherwise get.
Lee Zeldin's campaign has really doubled down on sending a message that crime is on the rise. New York State's majority Democratic electorate has not chosen a Republican governor since 2002, 20 years ago. It could be a historic moment tonight.
So quite a few issues for New Yorkers there, but are we seeing the same problems play out across the country? What's motivating Americans to get out and vote this year? We asked them.
Certainly my family.
Illegal immigration.
Education. The chip building here in the States. Incarceration rate.
I'm really for healthcare because I'm in nursing.
Economy.
Maybe the weather.
Change the age for the president-elect.
The environmental issues. To make the world a better place. Do what they say they're going to do.
As James Carville said to Bill Clinton many times, it's the economy, stupid.
Honesty.
How do we charge about electric car? When they win, they forget to help the people, help them.
The respect to the Constitution.
I want everybody to be treated equally.
Are they going to cater to people my age?
Like, are they focusing on like the previously dealt with issues, or is it like something new?
The honesty of the people who
who is the candidate.
Whose COVID policies align more.
Get us out the war.
The protection and the safety of people at risk.
Roe versus Wade being overturned.
Just the person who can do the best job.
I'm on a DACA program, which isn't really widely talked about in the Midwest.
All right, taxes probably. Democracy.
Preservation of democracy.
Democracy. Inflation.
The cost of everything is up.
Too many kids getting killed by a lot of police chases. My son was killed in a police chase in 2018, and I still haven't heard from the sheriff department.
Top election issue is the economy.
To return to one country.
Inflation, it's very unsettling.
Women's rights and abortion rights.
Ukraine and Russia.
Education's critical.
Inflation, education.
Positive good locally, just not bad nationally.
Definitely abortion rights.
A big one would be Roe v. Wade.
Yeah, I'm writing myself in.
So the economy, we've had a big problem just through COVID, the war.
Probably just reproductive care.
Social security.
Border control.
Our rights as women.
Gas shouldn't be where it's at.
The same DNA that makes me black is the same DNA that says I'm a man.
Well, the people have spoken. There's a lot of issues on voters' minds tonight, as we just saw. And all through the night, we are going to get the latest on key race analysis and results from Epoch Times' Roman Balmakov and NTD's Melina Weiskamp. We are going right now. And Roman, what can you tell us?
All right, Cindy, that's right. Welcome to the most exciting night in a constitutional republic like we have here in the United States. It's election night. It's the night we find out who's going to be representing us in government for the next 2 years. However, just as I'm excited to figure out who's won, I'm sure you are in the studio, you are at home. It's right now a little bit past 6:30. And the only polls that have closed is a few congressional races in Indiana and I believe Kentucky. So we still have to wait about at least another 20 minutes for some polls on the East Coast to close for us to get some real results. However, let me give you an overview of what we can expect tonight. So like you guys mentioned, there's 34 Class 3 seats that are open, and there's 2 additional seats that are open as well. You have one in Oklahoma with a retiring Republican senator. He's actually been in service since 1994, so that's a deep Republican seat. And you have, of course, a seat over in California. That's Kamala Harris, who was whisked away 2 years to become vice president. And so her seat has been kind of tentatively filled, so that's up for grabs as well. However, of course, out of these 36 races, a lot of them are sort of already leaning heavily left or heavily right. And so these right here are the 8 states that will really determine who's in charge of the Senate for the next 2 years. You have Nevada, Arizona, Wisconsin, Ohio, Pennsylvania, Georgia, Florida, and the most surprising addition is New Hampshire. If you asked me maybe even 4 weeks ago, hey, Roman, what are those states? I would not put New Hampshire on this list. But the polling maybe just shows the kinds of headwinds that Democrats have and the tailwinds that Republicans have, that even New Hampshire is up for grabs. New Hampshire, by the way, has not had a Republican elected since 2010 to the Senate. So this is and it's kind of an interesting bellwether because, first of all, it's on the East Coast, so the polls will be closing there soon. And also, they don't have any mail-in voting. So everything is done in person. Likely it'll be counted fast. And also, in-person voting tends to favor Republicans versus Democrats. So this will be an interesting race to look out for. However, in terms of what we can actually expect to see tonight, I sort of want to preface and manage your expectations. There's been a lot of changes in the mail-in laws in terms of several different states. For instance, you have Pennsylvania. They've changed their laws such that a lot of ballots have to be put aside and counted later. They have to chase down people who haven't been verified yet. Of course, Arizona has mail-in balloting provisions, and like you mentioned, a lot of problems with machines. Georgia will have a runoff race most likely, so this won't be decided until December. So tonight we'll give you the best analysis and best conclusion we can to the evening. But just to manage expectations, we might not know all these races until maybe even later in the week. And then if you come back to me in about 30 minutes, I'll have more updates. Back to you in the studio.
All right, Roman, thank you. We promise that we will get back to you in about 30 minutes. Pennsylvania is home to one of the most closely watched Senate races of the year. Republican Mehmet Oz is facing off against former Lieutenant Governor John Fetterman. Everyone probably knows by now, Fetterman suffered a stroke a few months back, and he used special captioning technology to help him through the recent debate. NTD's Stefania Cox is on the ground there, and she told us that Fetterman's health is not among the top issues of the voters, at least the ones that she talked to.
We're here in Bucks County, Pennsylvania, speaking with voters about the issues that are most important to them this election. For some, it's the economy.
It starts at the pump, it continues into the supermarkets, and then
we can line up a lot of things that are thereafter. So, things are not good.
For others, abortion access.
I really voted based on the overturning of Roe versus Wade. I really feel women's right to choose is an important issue, and I really wanted to cast my vote that way.
Many we spoke with said they felt democracy is at stake in this election.
There's people coming out who haven't voted for years.
And what do you think is causing that?
The fear of democracy, as we know, it's going to change.
And some were wary of people questioning the results.
The trust in the election is the most fundamental thing, about an election. If we don't have that, we don't have any democracy, that goes, that's where it starts going downhill. So
polls here close at 8 p.m. and residents will be watching closely to see the results as they come out, especially in the key Senate race between Dr. Mehmet Oz and John Fetterman. We'll keep you posted as those results come out. I'm Stephanie Cox here in Newtown, Pennsylvania. Back to you in New York.
All right, well, we'll be checking back with Steph as the evening goes on. And now we have Epoch Times reporter Beth Bralia, who is covering the Pennsylvania governor's race for us. Beth, what can you tell us?
Hey, hi there. Well, we're here in Camp Hill, Pennsylvania, just a stone's throw away from the governor's mansion and the State House, where all the action will happen for the new governor. We're at the Doug Mastriano watch party. There isn't a lot to watch quite yet because the polls close at 8 o'clock, and about an hour after the polls close, we can expect to start see those first electronic results trickling in. And of course, the big question here in Pennsylvania tonight is, will we see results? As you've heard, there's been so much controversy about the write-in ballots. There's been numerous lawsuits, including John Fetterman himself suing to count these write-in ballots that don't have proper dates or signatures on them. That's in opposition of a Supreme Court decision on that, but it is in agreement with the Department of State. So there's been just a lot of controversy about that, and counties are a little confused about do they or don't they count. So there's probably going to be some after election activity, regarding that. We have a lot of excitement here in Pennsylvania in that, this has been a pretty exciting race between Josh Shapiro, Democrat, and Republican Doug Mastriano. They are very different candidates, and we're going to talk a little bit more about that later on tonight. So for now, back to New York.
All right, Beth, thanks a lot. We look forward to coming back to you later. As we keep talking about after the 2020 race, making sure elections in America are safe and secure has become a major issue for voters and a major issue that we have to keep talking about, particularly for Republican voters, but not exclusively. Since 2020, many states, as Josh mentioned earlier, have changed some of their election laws. And here's a summary of what has been happening across the country.
New laws could have an impact on how people vote in the November midterms. Democrat-controlled states have generally kept voting changes that took place amid the pandemic in 2020. Several Republican-controlled states have reformed their pandemic-era election rules, mainly surrounding the mail-in voting system. But both parties have generally expanded early voting. In Arizona, voters are removed from the active early voting list if they don't vote consistently. Those on the list receive a mail-in ballot every election. The state also passed a new law this year that requires proof of citizenship to vote, but the law is facing several challenges in court and won't be in effect for this year's midterms. In Florida, officials have restricted the use of drop boxes to certain hours and with supervision. Absentee ballots can now only be requested by mail, in person, or by phone, and they require ID card numbers along with signature matching for written requests. In Georgia, an election law in 2021 banned mobile polling places, reduced the number of drop boxes, and limited their hours. The state did away with signature matching in favor of verifying voter identities using ID card numbers. Meanwhile, officials expanded the hours and days of early voting. In Texas, drive-through and overnight voting are now banned. The state now requires voters' ID card numbers for mail-in ballot applications. Ballot harvesting is illegal, and early voting was expanded. In Wisconsin, a lawsuit this year overturned the use of ballot drop boxes. The state's Supreme Court ruled in July that unstaffed drop boxes are illegal and that voters must return their own ballots. In Pennsylvania, voters can still vote by mail in the midterm elections for any reason. The state adopted no-excuse mail-in voting in 2019, and it remains in place despite several lawsuits challenging it over the past couple of years. Meanwhile, Nevada is loosening its election rules. The state became a permanent all-mail state in 2021. This means every registered voter will automatically receive a mail-in ballot in every election from this year on.
Much of the story tonight has been on which seats, Senate seats in the Senate, that the Democrats are under pressure to defend. But in Wisconsin, it is sitting Republican Senator Ron Johnson who has a challenger in Mandela Barnes. Some other interesting races are up there too, and NTD reporter Angela Moy is in Wisconsin for us. We're going to go to her now.
Hello, New York. We are in the town of Neenah in Wisconsin, speaking with last-minute voters. So what are the top issues in mind when you cast your vote this morning?
Well, obviously, the economics of not only here in the state of Wisconsin, but the entire United States is something of high concern.
What is your prediction on the race, the Senate race, as well as the governor's race?
I think the ones that they're going to win are going to be the winners. It's pretty easy. I believe that it's going to be a turnaround in some areas and a consistency in others.
Can you list top accomplishments for Senator Johnson?
To continue.
Accomplishments.
Well, to continue what he's doing. I think that he's in a good spot, that he's concerned about the citizens here in the state.
What are the top accomplishments for Governor Evers?
You know, there's a number of things that we should be considering. You know, if his accomplishments are what he said he did, okay, but I don't know if everything he said he did were accomplished.
Stay tuned. We'll keep you posted throughout the day. Back to you, New York.
Okay, Angela, thank you. And now we're going to check in with our Epoch Times reporter, Jeff Louderback, who is in Ohio tonight, watching the races there. Jeff, what can you tell us?
We're here in Columbus, Ohio, where Republicans are gathered to hear election night results. Ohio U.S. Senate candidate J.D. Vance, a Republican who's endorsed by former President Donald Trump, is ahead 12.1% in the most recent polls. He's expected to deliver a victory speech later tonight. He's running against Democrat Tim Ryan, and we'll keep you updated throughout the night. Back to the anchor desk in New York.
All right, thank you, Jeff. And now we are turning to some of our key races. Polls have now closed in Indiana, Kentucky, Florida, Georgia, and South Carolina. I guess they're about to close in about 7 more minutes. They close at 7 o'clock.
So in Indiana, we have incumbent Todd Young, who seems to be up about, what are we looking, about 2% of the vote in, up about 5,000 votes, but still very early in Indiana.
And in Kentucky, in the U.S. Senate race also, we'd only have 1% of the vote in. So we have Rand Paul up by a sizable margin with that 1% over his challenger, Charles Booker.
In Florida, we have Val Demings. Republican Senator Marco Rubio is seeking his third term against Demings. Demings currently represents parts of Orlando in Congress. She was also the Orlando police chief until 2011. 0% of the vote in so far.
And Republican Governor Ron DeSantis is also defending his seat against Democrat Charles Crist. Crist was the governor of Florida back in 2007 to 2011, and he served as a Republican at the time. He then joined the Democrat Party in 2012. We have no results there yet.
And closely watched race in Georgia for the U.S. Senate. Herschel Walker up against Raphael Warnock. No % of the vote in just yet.
And finally, in Georgia, the governor's race, we don't have any results yet, but Brian Kemp is defending his seat against Stacey Abrams again.
And finally, in South Carolina, we have Crystal Matthews up against Tim Scott. No % of the vote in just yet there.
We will also be watching the South Carolina governor's race, where Henry McMaster is defending his seat against Joe Cunningham. And no results there yet. Abortion is also a key issue, as we heard from a lot of our voters that we spoke to on the ground for this year's midterm elections. Since the Supreme Court overturned Roe v. Wade and handed those decisions back to the states, what have states been doing since? What decisions have they made? Let's take a look.
This year, the Supreme Court made a controversial decision to overturn Roe v. Wade.
Today, the Supreme Court of the United States expressly took away a constitutional right from the American people.
Roe v. Wade is the 1973 decision that said the U.S. Constitution protects abortion. In June, the Supreme Court ruled in Dobbs v. Jackson that the U.S. Constitution doesn't confer a right to abortion. The decision catapulted abortion to a leading issue in the midterm elections. James Burling of the Pacific Legal Foundation told NTD that the 1973 court found a right to abortion, even though it wasn't expressly written in the Constitution.
And now with the Dobbs case, the court said, no, they should not have found that because that right never really existed at all at any time in traditional common law, the history of statutory law.
And without Roe, it's up to the states to decide how to regulate abortion. The ruling triggered strict abortion laws in several states, but challenges from Planned Parenthood and other abortion rights activists put many laws on hold. Democratic candidates mostly agree with abortion activists, who emphasize that low-income women and women of color disproportionately seek abortions and often tout reproductive freedom. They say many women can't afford the expense of traveling to a pro-abortion state. Republicans more often side with the pro-life stance and believe a fetus is a human life with individual rights that begin at conception. Republican candidates tout laws that protect life and limit when a woman can seek an abortion. The issue of abortion is directly on the ballot in 5 states. In California, Michigan, and Vermont, voters will decide whether or not abortion should be protected by the state's constitution. While in Kentucky and Montana, they're voting on measures that limit abortion access. In most other states, voters will decide which party controls the state House and Senate, the people who write the state laws.
And of course, abortion was a big talking point in the hotly contested Georgia Senate race. NTD's Jason Perry is over in Georgia, and he's going to tell us what he's found over there. Jason.
We're here in Atlanta, Georgia, right outside of Herschel Walker's election night event. And standing next to me is Epoch Times reporter Jackson Elliott. This Georgia Senate race appears to be a close one. Walker is going up against incumbent Senator Raphael Warnock. Warnock has stood for things such as capping the cost of insulin. He also wants to put pressure on banks to try to stop overdraft fees. Jackson, is there anything about this race that we haven't seen in other races?
Yes, there is, and it's the scandals. Herschel Walker has been accused of paying for an abortion by his former girlfriend, and Raphael Warnock's church has been accused of throwing low-income tenants out of housing after they fell short on rent by less than $30, and that's just the beginning.
Wow, very interesting. The two also squared off in a debate recently, and many people were surprised by how well Herschel Walker did, given that he's not a career politician. One of the points Walker brought up during the debate was that Warnock has voted with President Biden 96% of the time. Walker said that means that Raphael Warnock is for Biden and that Walker is for the people of Georgia. Jackson, so who do you think will win this election?
It's going to be close, but I think Walker has a good chance of winning. After the debate you mentioned, his ratings in the polls have gone up, and he also has a secret weapon. 4 days ago, the Georgia Bulldogs beat the Tennessee Volunteers in one of the biggest games of the season, and when Georgia voters think of football, they will be thinking of Heisman Trophy winner Herschel Walker, and that may just push him over the edge.
And if neither of the two candidates get more than 50% of the vote, the two will likely face off in a runoff election on December 6th. And that's all we have for now. Back to you in New York.
All right, Jason, and a good little football tidbit there. Staying in Georgia, we also have Epoch Times' Dan Berger. He is covering the governor's race down there. Dan comes to us live. Dan, what is going on where you are?
Hi, Grace. I'm at the Coca-Cola Roxy Theater, not far from where Walker is having his election night gathering. This one is Brian Kemp's election night gathering, as Kemp seeks his re-election as Georgia governor. So far, the crowd here is just beginning to arrive, and Georgia are just closing now. We have not received any numbers or any returns yet. Brian Kemp is hoping to win a victory tonight, and not only to win a victory, but to avoid a runoff with Stacey Abrams. This is a rematch of their 2018 election, which Kemp won by 50,000 votes. Polls show him doing a little better than that this year, but polls are just polls, and we won't know until the votes start to come in. Georgia, so far we have not had any reports of voting problems. Nothing significant, small things. People in Georgia are hoping for a smooth election, not like the last one that was so controversial. And everybody would be happy if somebody on either side won tonight and finished it so that there were no runoffs in either race. And we'll have more news as the evening develops.
Dan, thank you so much. We'll check in with you later. And like we mentioned a little earlier, a record number of voters turned out this election season. So we asked people across America just how motivated they are to vote this year. Here's what they said.
I think this is the most important election that we face.
You're giving states more rights, your vote in the state matters more.
I've been motivated since 2016.
There's so much corruption, I don't think that my vote would matter.
I've already did that. I was very motivated on it. So.
If you're my friend, you coming with me to vote.
I'm beginning to be more motivated.
Moderately. Pick the right person and just have this thing going smooth.
Every election, it's really, really important to us.
You can't complain if you don't vote.
Fairly motivated.
Now more than ever.
If I could vote, yeah, we definitely would. Yeah.
I'm not motivated, but I will go vote.
I always vote.
Make sure your voice is heard.
I'm very motivated.
On the day of and rendering my ultimate decisions.
It's really important that people in my age group are motivated to vote.
Kind of motivated.
I'm not very pumped up to go out and vote.
That's exactly what is going to let authoritarianism in, is apathy.
40%, unfortunately. I'll probably vote early.
Very motivated. My dog is too.
I am going to do whatever I have to do to vote.
I'm proud to have this right to vote.
Extremely motivated. I'm tired of seeing all the lies.
I know how important it is a vote to cast. I just told my wife you got to vote in the early voting.
I'll be there. I'll vote.
100%.
My vote counts.
I'll certainly vote. My kids will vote. My wife will vote.
My son doesn't vote. Drives me nuts.
Voting is one of the most important things you can do as America.
This country is amazing because everybody gets that shot. 10. 10 being the highest.
10.
10, always a 10.
I'm at an 8.
I've already done it. Midterm elections are very important. Tremendously motivated.
I would like to have a new mayor.
Applied to vote and registered.
Motivated or not, I would vote anyway.
I don't take it lightly. I never do.
I really go by the debates.
Loaded pockets will always be in charge.
We vote every year at the church.
I wouldn't miss it this year.
I'm going this week.
Actually do not vote.
My parents came here from Hitler's Germany in 38 and 39. Voting has always been key for me.
That is quite remarkable. Pretty much everybody out there that they spoke to is motivated to vote, even a dog. Not sure if they can vote. Now we are going to head to Florida, a very key state. We have Jan Kellett there, host of American Thought Leaders, and he is at the Ron DeSantis Governor Watch Party tonight. What does Jan have to say? Let's find out.
Thanks, HQ. I'm taking a break from American Thought Leaders for an evening while here in beautiful and tonight windy Tampa, Florida. And sucking up a lot of national attention is the state's gubernatorial race. I've spent time with Florida Governor Ron DeSantis over the past 2 years, having done a documentary on his decision to reject lockdowns and other COVID-19 measures, decisions that many found controversial. He's campaigning on a platform of liberty and personal responsibility. His opponent, Democrat Charlie Crist, is seeking to protect abortion access, fight what he calls fascism, and support other Democratic Party policies. Now, their ideas and reputations are being put to the test. Here's what some voters have to say about the 2022 midterms and the issues behind them.
We just need someone that's parties that are in there that's fighting for us all.
The last thing I want to mention basically is how do we bring this country back to, from an economic perspective, where we're not so reliant on other countries. During the pandemic or whatever, you couldn't even get gloves, you couldn't even get Q-tips, you couldn't even get masks or what have you. So a lot of the things this country doesn't manufacture anymore, the pandemic should have allowed us to rethink how do we want to position ourselves, you know, for the future or whatever. This is the pandemic, COVID-19 or whatever. There's going to be another one at some point or whatever. So how do we become self-reliant?
What would you say is the most important thing for you personally to be voting on?
Personally, I want to vote for like someone who's like nice. Like, I feel like if we have mean people in office, it's going to create bad stuff to happen for the world and like for future worldness in the world. But if we have a nice person, like, I feel like we won't have to like deal with that type of bad.
We looked at a recent poll. The top two issues for voters that we found were, number one was inflation. Number two was, in quotes, threats to democracy. Do you think there are threats to democracy? And if so, what are they?
You know, I wouldn't say that there's necessarily threats to democracy. I think that America as a whole has maintained its foundation in democracy, but I think that it goes back to the educational reform that we were talking about, and that voters are not educated enough to be making these decisions, and that they need to be better prepared when they go to these voting areas and these polls. They need to know what they're actually speaking about, and that we're not doing a good enough job at educating them on that.
And there you have it. I'll be bringing you more updates as the evening progresses. Back to you, New York.
Thanks, Jan. Jan Ukelik, host of American Thought Leaders down in Florida. We're going to give you some key race alerts. Now, these are races that are leaning red, Senate races in particular, ones Republicans are really hopeful to pick up. So we see Marco Rubio down in Florida up against Val Demings, former police officer, 0% of the vote in, zero difference.
And in Iowa, the U.S. Senate race between Michael Franklin and Chuck Grassley, the incumbent, no results yet.
In North Carolina, Ted Bund up against Sherry Beasley, neither an incumbent, both trying to grab hold of that seat though.
And we're going to be watching Ohio Senate race between Tim Ryan and J.D. Vance. That has been big in the news. We're going to see what happens there, and we've got our reporter on the ground to tell us, give us updates throughout the evening.
And in Wisconsin, we have Ron Johnson hoping to hold on to his seat against Mandela Barnes. Key race there.
All right, and now we will... Sorry, Melina, I wanted to ask you, it seems like some of the Republican or some of the Democrat candidates want to distance themselves from Democrat leadership. Obviously, a lot of the issues that are on voters' minds are not doing well for the Democrats. What have you seen in D.C.?
Yeah, definitely. So many congressional Democrats are trying to distance themselves from congressional leadership. So I'll give you a quick example. In Virginia's 7th district, you have Abigail Spanberger, who's up for re-election this year. That's a very tight race. And she, just before lawmakers left D.C., put out a press release pretty much bashing congressional leadership over their decision to not put a bill on the floor to ban stock trading. So she was, saying that leadership was not trying to make a genuine effort to give more transparency into the transactions of those other lawmakers, and this was a method that she was using. Also, you see this with Michigan 7. Alyssa Slotkin is in a super tight race there, and she was endorsed by Liz Cheney, hopeful to appeal to some moderate voters. And she also has repeatedly called for new blood in the leadership ranks.
On Liz
Congress.
Cheney, you think this is something similar playing out with the Republicans, Josh, trying to distance themselves from President Trump?
I think after the 2020 elections, they tried. You did see some of the more establishment Republicans really try to push Trump out, actually. And Trump basically told them, no, you get behind me. If you remember what happened, the RNC, the Republican National Committee, did have kind of a fight with Trump for a little bit. Trump surprised all of them and started his own super PAC. And pretty much Trump's become the kingmaker of the Republican Party. And I think it's actually had the opposite effect, where it's not Trump getting pushed out, it's the rhinos, what he calls them, the Republicans in name only. They're the ones getting pushed out, and they're going to the Democrats.
Well, I think it's interesting. Ted Cruz, he was complaining that President Trump hasn't spent any money propping up candidates, but he spent a lot of effort, particularly recently, rallying for these candidates.
Well, even more than that. So Trump is, again, his endorsement is like, the golden ticket, basically. His endorsement is what every Republican wants right now. If they get Trump's endorsement, that means they have a real shot at getting elected. And even people who don't have big names have won, for example, in the early voting and so on. We did see a lot of that. The other thing Trump has been doing that hasn't gotten a lot of attention is actually a big voting integrity initiative, where they have about 50,000 people out on the ground all across the United States. And what they're doing is they're watching every part of the elections. They're watching the Postal Service, they're watching the polls, they're watching everything. And these people on the ground, these 50,000, they're directly in touch with lawyers. And if they see something, anything odd happening, they're calling the lawyers up, and they're going to be filing lawsuits, which is another reason why we're probably not going to see the end or the final results of the elections, even aside from what happens tonight. The lawsuits are going to drag out.
Retrospectively, you've got about 30 seconds. Is lawyering up enough? It didn't seem to be enough in 2020.
Well, here's what happened in 2020. In 2020, they had really between, I think it caught them by surprise. They had to follow all the different leads in 2020. They had to chase down every lead they had a voter fraud. A lot of it were false leads. They didn't know what was happening. Now they have people on site watching, collecting evidence, and providing that evidence directly to lawyers. And so it's a very different system this year. They took a very strong lesson, I think, from 2020.
But how difficult is it? It's a complicated system. We learned that in 2020. We all learned about that in 2020. It is complex. It's a sophisticated system.
It's complex, but I think we've learned enough about how the elections are fortified at this point to have a good understanding of the basic methods they use for it.
Wait and see. Thank you, guys.
We should also note that the Department of Justice also has a lot of poll watchers on the ground. They deployed them out to the swing states. I don't know if that's going to increase or decrease voter confidence in what's happening there. But now we are going to go back to, as we promised, Roman Balmakov to give us the latest in some of those key races. Roman, what can you tell us?
All right, thank you, Cindy. Welcome back to, again, the most exciting night in American politics. But this are sort of the awkward hours where you turn the camera to me and not enough of the polls have closed for me to really report anything. Right now, we're seeing the balance of power. So some of the races have begun to have enough data to show us a bit of what's going to be happening. We have so far 1 Dem, 5 Republicans. In terms of the balance of power, still a ton of races to go. Then if we turn to the Senate, these are the races that are not happening. These are the seats that are already in place. These are the Class 2 and Class 1 seats that are not being voted on this year, not the Class 3 seats. So 29 Republicans, 36 Democrats. The Republicans, of course, need to pick up at least this many seats in order to get to the 50-plus mark. However, we do have some polls that have been closed long enough for us to get some results. So let's go over to Kentucky, where several of the districts have been closed for long enough. So we're looking at the Senate results here so far with about it's pretty small, but I'll report it to you anyway. With about 3,600 votes, Rand Paul is pulling ahead with 70% of the vote against his opponent, Mr. Charles Booker, at 23%. Likewise, over in Indiana, they have a few of their districts that have been closed, I believe, since 6:30. So about, 45 minutes. So I think we might have actually skipped the Indiana slide. We'll get back to it in a second. So right now, this is the gubernatorial race, because besides the federal elections, we of course have the state houses and the gubernatorial races. Now, these have come into a lot more focus recently, especially since the pandemic, because a lot of people have woken up to the fact that, hey, actually my governor determines a lot of the state policy, and people have realized, like, wow, the governor actually has a lot of control over my life, as opposed to the federal government. So this is the current map as it stands as of yesterday. However, if we go to the races that are happening this year, that's going to be in the next slide. These are all the races. So the ones in dark, that are colored dark, are not having gubernatorial races. Everyone else is. And so there are some interesting dynamics happening in these races as compared to, let's say, the Senate races. I want to show you the example of New York, because New York is kind of an interesting case that applies not only to this state, but to other states as well. So obviously, we don't have any data for New York. The polls have not yet closed. But you have Kathy Hochul, the incumbent, the Democrat incumbent. She, of course, took over last year this year, right, when Andrew Cuomo stepped down. She was the lieutenant governor. And then you have Lee Zeldin, the Republican challenger. Now, what's interesting here is that this is a real tight race. This is a total toss-up, which is shocking in a state like New York, which hasn't seen a Republican win a statewide race in 20 years now. However, if you look at the Senate race in New York, if you look at what's happening with Chuck Schumer versus I forgot his name, Joe Pinion in the Senate race, Chuck Schumer is about 11 points ahead in all the polls. So there's almost no toss-up status in the Senate poll, but here in the governor poll, there is a toss-up. So what does that mean? This is the same constituency. People who vote for the Senate, people who vote for the governor, it's the exact same people because it's a statewide race. So what this means is that people in New York are interested in sending a Democrat to the federal level. They want to see a Democrat represent them at the federal level. But here in the state, they want, well, more so at least, they want a Republican because, again, it's that same constituency. So that is quite interesting because if you think about it, a governor controls things like mandates, like vaccine mandates, mask mandates. They control things related to crime, things related to school closures. Those are things controlled by the governor versus a federal senator who controls more kind of broad things and represents the state in the Senate at the federal level. So that's kind of an interesting dynamic. We see it playing out, of course, in New York. We see the same thing playing out in Arizona. We also see a similar situation playing out in Oregon, where again, the Senate race there is like a 15-point spread with the Democrat ahead by I believe it's 53-38 at the Senate level. But on the gubernatorial level in Oregon, we're having a similar situation. No data has come in yet, but the polling shows them neck and neck. It's a real toss-up in Oregon in terms of the race there. And again, in Oregon, this would be a sweep. It would be the first time in 40 years that you would see a Republican governor in Oregon. So we'll see how it all plays out. Thus far, again, not enough polls have closed. Right now it's 7:15, so you have a few more polls closing here on the East Coast. So again, maybe in about 30 minutes, you'll be able to come back to me. I can give you some real concrete numbers. Until then, back to you, Paul, Cindy, and Josh in the studio.
Thank you, Roman. So could Republicans take control of the Senate? Well, most forecasts show a toss-up between the two parties. So let's take a look at the 10 Senate seats that are most likely to flip in this election.
Georgia, Nevada, Pennsylvania, and Wisconsin are all rated as toss-up seats, meaning either party could be victorious. In Georgia, Warnock versus Walker. Both are new to politics. Democrat incumbent Raphael Warnock was elected in 2021. Now the Georgia pastor must defend his seat against football legend Herschel Walker, a first-time candidate running on an America First campaign. Another TV star in Pennsylvania, Republican candidate Dr. Mehmet Oz faces Democrat John Fetterman. A heated campaign season for both candidates, vying to fill the seat of retiring Republican Senator Pat Toomey. Oz, new to politics, but endorsed by former President Trump. Fetterman, the state's lieutenant governor. Wisconsin's Democratic candidate, also a lieutenant governor. Mandela Barnes is trying to flip a red seat blue as incumbent Senator Republican Ron Johnson runs for a third term. And Nevada, a push to flip a blue seat red. First-term incumbent Senator Catherine Cortez Masto is in dangerous territory, according to polls. She's shared a slim margin with her Republican challenger Adam Laxalt in recent weeks. Trump-endorsed Laxalt is Nevada's former attorney general. Republicans could also flip 3 other Democrat-leaning states, Arizona, Colorado, and New Hampshire. In Arizona, have voters in the border state had enough? We'll soon find out. Democrat incumbent Mark Kelly is hoping to hold on to his seat, while Blake Masters fights to turn the purple state a bit more red. Colorado Senator Michael Bennet has served since 2009 and aims for another 6 years. He faces Republican candidate Joe O'Dea, a moderate who has rejected another 2024 Trump run for president. In New Hampshire, retired Army General and Republican Don Bolduc, trying to unseat incumbent Democrat Senator Maggie Hassan, the state's former governor. Lastly, there's 3 Republican-leaning races that could go the other way this year: Ohio, North Carolina, and Florida. Ohio's Republican Senator Rob Portman is retiring, leaving the door open to a neck-and-neck race between Democrat Congressman Tim Ryan and J.D. Vance, who's new to politics, but Trump's endorsement sent his ratings soaring in the polls. Another retiring Republican in North Carolina, Senator Richard Burr, is going home. Will the GOP hold on to the seat? Republican Congressman Ted Budd wants to move to the upper chamber in the U.S. Congress. while Sherry Beasley fights to be the first black senator to represent the state. And in Florida, could a former police chief oust well-known Republican Marco Rubio? Democrat Congresswoman Val Demings is taking up the challenge.
Good evening. Thanks for joining us.
There's reporting that can be trusted. There are programs that can inspire every generation. There is a television network worth watching and sharing. Our commitment is to bring you the facts and to show you the world. We won't be divided by politics, and we won't be swayed by the dollar. We believe in the strength of our nation and the hope in our shared humanity. We are NTD Television, and we are proud to bring you news you can trust and programs that make you smile. NTD Television, now available 24/7 on television and streaming platforms.
It's just clear as day. The media, whether it's broadcast, cable, or print media, has become extremely biased. And I started looking online for alternative ways to get information. And I saw an ad for a free trial. And I looked at it and I said, Epoch Times. I mean, come on, this is end of days type of stuff. I mean, what are they going to be talking about here? And I said, well, it's a free trial. Let me dig in. Is it giving me both sides? Is it giving me an objective point of view here? I have looked for opportunities to see where they might be biased, and I don't find it. It has given me a level of trust in media that I didn't think I'd ever get back. I love the Epoch Times because it has renewed my faith in the idea that a reliable, responsible, non-biased source of information is available. And I can say that I love it because of that.
NTD's Capitol Report. It's about getting answers, cutting through the fog of politics. It's about your questions and our chances to ask.
What is the net impact of the American? Congressman Graves, thank you for joining us.
We're speaking to those in power to find out what does this mean for the people. We're here so you are in the know.
Good morning. I'm Evelyn Lee.
And I'm Kevin Hogan.
In fiscal year 2020.
And welcome back to Election 2022 midterm coverage from the Epoch Times and NTD Television Network. And we are delighted to be joined by former Congressman Dave Bratt. Dave Bratt, former Congressman, is now currently the Dean of the Business School at Liberty University. But I want to make a quick note. He's here honoring us in his personal capacity, not representing any institution. Congressman, it's a great honor. Thanks for coming on.
It's great. I follow all you over the years. It's great to be here at NTD and Epoch Times. Great combo.
Thank you. Awesome. Thank you, Congressman. So we heard just now, Congressman, the possibility of the Republicans taking control of the Senate.
Yep.
Let's assume they take control of both the House and the Senate. It's a possibility. Let's touch on inflation, what Americans are most concerned about this election.
Yep.
What can Republicans effectively do in the next 2 years, considering they don't have the presidency?
Yeah, well, one thing you can do is the energy policy, right? Conservatives go with Milton Friedman. Inflation is always and everywhere a monetary phenomenon. So if you print too much money, you get inflation. So that's the answer. That's the Fed. So you can lean on the Fed through policy and appointments and that kind of thing. But short of that, energy, I think every American out there watching knows, right? Gasoline, diesel prices now are through the roof. And so you can have a pretty profound effect there. And drilling in the U.S., we were self-sufficient a few years ago, and now through policy we've lost our self-sufficiency. And you see disasters across Europe, Germany, Russia. Now it's a geopolitical variable that's creating risk across the globe, as well as just the inflation piece. So there's plenty you can do.
What we hear from producers is that it's almost the rhetoric or fear of what's coming down the line that is discouraging them from making these long-term 20, 30-year investments. How much positive rhetoric will it take to encourage these producers to start drilling again?
Oh, I mean, it's more than rhetoric. I mean, they won't give the permits needed for them to drill. You know, I mean, our funny favorite saying was, drill baby drill a few years ago, right? And it kind of is that simple. Natural gas is clean, nuclear is clean. France was going to it. We've gone down the path of kind of an irrational energy policy. Now the common sense people, even the kids I teach and everything, they all know the power it takes to generate the electricity to power up an electric car. Right? It's a kind of a, no one ever thought of that before. It actually, you got to do power generation to get the electricity to your car. They go, oh, really? They're not just electric? No, you got to generate the electricity.
Plug it in somewhere.
If you think about
PhD.
We were energy independent not long ago. It's been an incredible shift. Congressman, thank you. It's great to have you here. We'll come right back to you. Illegal immigration, another campaign focus for many Republicans. Here's why the border security is still a top voter issue this election.
In fiscal year 2022, a record-breaking 2 million people illegally crossed the U.S.-Mexico border. Some have attributed the increase in illegal immigration to President Biden ending former President Trump's Remain in Mexico policy. It required illegal immigrants to remain in Mexico for a court ruling on their asylum claims. Now, under the Biden administration, illegal border crossers are allowed into the United States and expected to show up for future court dates. The financial winners have been the Mexican cartels, who have reportedly made $13 billion in 2022. The cartels force illegal immigrants to pay thousands of dollars for passage to the U.S., and many female migrants are raped along the way. Customs and Border Protection agents are often relocated from their patrols to process the illegal immigrants, leaving parts of the border unsecure. Mexican cartels take advantage of the unpatrolled areas and send illegal drugs, including fentanyl, across the border undetected. In the last few years, fentanyl has become a major cause of death for Americans aged 18 to 45. One analysis suggests it's the leading cause in that age range. So far, Washington, D.C., New York City, and the state of Illinois have all declared states of emergency due to illegal immigrants bussed in from southern states. Some of the buses are from Republican governors and some from Democrat-run El Paso. The Biden administration has recently started returning Venezuelans to Mexico under Title 42, a policy that allows border agents to turn illegal crossers away for health reasons. Vice President Kamala Harris has vowed to fix what she calls the root cause by assisting the governments and economies of many illegal immigrants' home countries. She has also called for the U.S. immigration system to better provide a pathway to citizenship. Many Republicans support securing the southern border and finishing the border wall while reinstating the Remain in Mexico policy. Jason Perry, NTD News.
And we're back here joined by former Congressman Dave Bratt, currently the Dean of the Business School at Liberty University, but here in his personal capacity. Cindy, I think you had some questions to add if the Republicans do in fact take control of the Congress again.
Actually, Josh, I wanted to get your opinion. Of course, we've heard a lot from the Republicans about oversight, the role of oversight. They're going to hold, start up the committees, get them going, and hold some people accountable. The question is, can they actually accomplish anything real, or is that just going to get portrayed as a witch hunt now by the Republicans now that they have some control? What do you think?
I'd say it's mixed. You do have some Republicans who are saying they're going to go strong on it. You have others who are saying they don't want to be like the Democrats. They don't want to make shows, and they don't want to do the noise. The reality with this is 90% of it is in fact just the rhetoric, and 90% of it is just the ideological battle. 90% of it won't go anywhere, but that not going anywhere is important for the national discussion, the national debate, and informing voters of what's really going on behind the scenes. So for example, just getting the truth out, these investigative committees do that. You might not see people go to prison for it. You might see very few people go to prison for it, but it informs voters of what has been hidden from them, and that's a necessary process, I think, in terms of just letting people know what's been going on.
Let me ask you, what do you think the main priorities are going to be? Is there going to be a parallel J6 committee meeting where they get at some of the other issues that the current J6 committee hasn't looked at, like what was happening with Capitol Police that day and those kind of things? Are they going to go after, I've heard a lot of talk about going, wanting oversight on Anthony Fauci and the NIH, FDA, et cetera, et cetera. What do you think is going to be the priority?
Well, I think if Republicans are smart and they listen to their voters, they'll know what their voters care about. And their voters certainly do care about holding Anthony Fauci accountable, especially if he's doing gain-of-function research with Chinese laboratories and saying he didn't do it, and then it turns out he did, was financing it. If, for example, people were worried, being abused by these COVID policies, locked in their homes, kicked out of their jobs, fired, kicked out of the military, they want to see people held accountable. They're not going to be willing to sit back and say, hey, do it to me next time. They want to make sure it never happens again. And so they want to see that accountability. They need to see some action on it, or they're not going to vote for those people again. January 6th, there's a lot of questions that need to be answered. What was Nancy Pelosi's son-in-law doing filming right outside when she was in charge of security that day in terms of, denying the deployment of the National Guard? Why did that not happen? Who were these 100+ suspicious actors who were the main instigators who the FBI just has no interest in? I think people want to see justice on January 6th, and they're wondering why the people who did the real acts are not seeing any kind of justice. These kinds of things are what voters do care about, and I think they're very discouraged by really seeing nothing happening in these areas.
Congressman, we see trust, across party lines at an all-time low. Trust among the American people in institutions, in media, in all types of things. What happens if this continues?
Yeah, well, Lady Liberty and Lady Justice is supposed to be blind, right? And so we do all have to agree. There's no compromise when it comes to certain things like the rule of law, right? If you don't agree on that, that's kind of your consensus, right? That's what makes us a people and binds us together. And so the list you just went over, Jim Jordan on Judiciary's got a 1,000-page document just came out this week. So there's going to be all those issues going to be rolled up into that one. And then a lot of people are concerned about the Justice Department itself, right? They were locking up homeschool moms because of some actions they took in elections.
Called them terrorists.
And on paper, right? Domestic terrorists, stay-at-home mom, homeschool teachers, et cetera. And that's not a headline grabber. Right? That's not. We're just not making that up. It's a real deal. And then over the past few years, you also have the CIA has been deeply compromised, not just incidentally. The FBI has been deeply compromised. And so, the American people do want, and this matters, right? They're playing a key role in the Russia war right now. China's up and coming with Taiwan. If you can't trust these key institutions that control the top secrets and justice itself, that's why the American people are unsettled. They just want to see some solid leadership again.
Josh, what would it take for you to get your trust back in these institutions?
For me to get my trust back, I need to see a whole lot of people fired. Mm-hmm. I need to see a whole lot of people probably go to prison. Yep. I need to see a whole lot of laws change. I need to see, probably the cleaning out of the administrative state. I would need to see the rule of law restored where criminals go to prison and innocent people don't go to prison, which would be quite the thing to see these days, right? Yep. I'd need to see a whole lot of action take place to really restore fully my trust in the systems. And frankly, if you want to talk about threats to democracy, because that's a big narrative going around, rather than accusing people of not believing in the democratic process, right, the election process and so on, why not just fix the problems people are concerned about? Would that not then restore faith in the democratic system? Why not restore faith rather than criticize people for having problems with the things that do have problems? Rather than acknowledging, hey, maybe these concerns are justified and saying, okay, let's fix it. They're just accusing people for calling out the problems that they're seeing, and they're saying that itself is a threat to things, rather than things that are causing them to have those feelings.
How difficult is that to do in Washington, D.C., Congressman?
Yeah, it's very hard. I think the American people are fairly convinced 4 years ago some of these issues were considered a little out there. But now the role of the press has been called into question by, I think, 80% of the, especially on the Republican side. But the Democrats think there's an equal countervailing pressure from conservative sites, right? And so that's a big deal. And so making inroads on this in D.C. is hard. That's what's going to be unique. This is this election cycle is the first one I've ever seen in my lifetime with an equal role at the local level, the state level, the school board level. I mean, everyone's getting whooped up this time, right? They want oversight at every single level because those homeschool moms, they got worked up. There's crazy stuff, drag queen stuff going on. We got budget items going to Peru for drag queen education for Peru from the U.S. taxpayer. So this is fascinating to most American people. It's not funny, right? But it's got our attention.
I do wonder how much people think anything good is going to come out of Washington, D.C., and maybe that's why they're turning their attention more to these local races that affect their lives more directly. I was just looking at Pew Research has, their survey on trust in the federal government. Look at this. 9% of Republicans trust the federal government to do the right thing, and still only 29% of Democrats trust the federal government to do the right thing. I mean, those numbers are just embarrassingly low.
Well, that's the way the founding fathers meant it to be. They knew you'd be cynical.
That's true.
Of the you should be. Every centrally planned government in history of the world has failed. And empires, right? We've had nation states since Westphalia, 1650. Before that, you had empires. Now we got these globalists that want empires. Not one of those has ever succeeded. They put the people under the thumb every time. So that's the debate. People want to localize this stuff.
Why is it that even when someone like President Trump got to Washington, D.C., the government didn't get any smaller?
Yeah, well, that we deserve some reprimands there too. I, on the other hand, voted no against every budget I ever saw because they all had $1 trillion deficits, not because I was some rabble-rouser. But I'm from Virginia, James Madison, Presbyterian, wrote the Constitution, right? All these nice things that go together. And they knew better. And when we came in, Paul Ryan, he was the budget expert. His whole life trained in Heritage, everything. But then we just could not muster the discipline or the courage to get the numbers straight, and it's on us. That was our bad. Everybody knows it's our bad. So now it's incumbent on us to get it right.
And what is it? Is it institutions? Is it agencies coming and say, don't cut our budget, yada, yada? Where does the influence lie here behind the scenes?
It's Santa Claus. It's just free money. But it is hard to compete. The left, I don't think there's any debate, right? I mean, on the inflation part, I ducked money supply with federal spending puts the money on steroids. Right, so that really jacks up inflation, and so the left, it's the New Deal and the FDR and everything. Everybody knows this, right? They want bigger government. The government, the Republicans supposedly want smaller government, but not lately. And when you're competing against Santa Claus, if you say eat your spinach, it's just not an attractive proposition these days. Even now, with $31 trillion in debt and 5% federal funds interest rate on $31 trillion, that's the New Deal in town. Even now, no one gets it.
Does inflation change anything, given that it's such a big issue for anyone? Will anyone be the ones to sacrifice? I doubt it, right?
Well, we're not there yet, but it's the new game in town because it's the forcing function right now. Right now, why does the Fed finally have to behave itself? Why does it have to create a recession and raise the federal funds from zero, which it held at zero for 10 years? Why does it have to do that? Because of inflation. So before, you could just keep spending money, printing money, and Santa Claus time, right? $9 trillion on the federal funds balance sheet, $31 trillion on the federal government balance sheet, negative in debt, and that's a sugar high. So we don't have a real economy right now. And so inflation is forcing all of us finally to take a good hard look at the real economy, right? Economic growth, not just the stock markets.
Excellent. Congressman, thank you.
Thank you.
So we're going to take another round of states that have closed their polls from results from Florida, Georgia, among the most anticipated. Details on those races are trickling in. We'll take a closer look at those key races. In Florida, voter turnout is painting the state red. As of less than an hour ago, 11% more registered Republicans than Democrats had cast their ballots. In the state's governor's race, Congressman Charlie Crist of the state's 13th district. He's, of course, challenging Republican Ron DeSantis. He's currently leading, just over 51% of the vote, with Crist taking 48%. GOP Senator Marco Rubio is taking a similar lead now with 51%. That's versus 48.5%. It's for Orlando Police Chief Val Demings. Down in Georgia, incumbent Governor Brian Kemp is looking to defend his seat against Stacey Abrams. The two ran against each other in 2018, you'll remember, with Abrams suing before conceding defeat there. She wanted two counties to count absentee ballots with minor mistakes. But 8% of the votes in, Abrams leads, about 64%. Another tight race in Georgia, Senate seat up for grabs. Democrat Raphael Warnock leading with about 67%. Again, only about 8% of the vote reporting yet, though. A few projected winners have been called. Republican Rand Paul in the Kentucky Senate, GOP Marjorie Taylor Greene for Georgia's 14th House District, and a Democrat winner Peter Welch in the Vermont Senate.
A lot has been happening today in Maricopa County, Arizona, as we already touched upon. And Epoch Times' Katie Spence is in Arizona tonight. She's following the governor's race. We're going to go to Katie now in Arizona.
We're standing outside of the Chandler Unified School District today. As you can see behind me, there's a pretty long line. People saying they're waiting for about an hour, but they want to get out and vote in person today because they are concerned about their vote counting and election integrity. Some of the voters we talked to said that they wanted to see what the process was inside to make sure there wasn't any shenanigans going on.
Yeah, it's the only way I like to vote. I don't really trust. I have trust issues with the voting system since the last presidential election.
And what was voting like here? Was it a long wait? Did you get in pretty quickly?
Yes, it was a long wait. It was over an hour, but they kept coming out and giving other locations that were shorter. So, that was a choice. But I figured since I was already here, it would have taken just as long to go somewhere else and vote.
Great, okay. And did you experience any voting irregularities while you were in there?
Everything was pretty orderly, and the people that were working the booths and everything were quite knowledgeable and helpful.
Great, thank you. And how would you describe your overall voting experience today?
Okay, it was good. It was good, and I'm hopeful.
Thanks, Katie. Some positive news there in Maricopa County, at least. We'll check in later with you tonight. Thank you again, Katie. We'll turn to some key races. Polls have now closed in Ohio, North Carolina, and West Virginia. First up in North Carolina, we have Ted Budd against Sherry Beasley. A third of the vote in. Sherry Beasley up 60% of the vote to Ted Budd's 40%.
The sizable lead there. And in Ohio, the race for U.S. Senate, we still don't have any results from J.D. Vance versus Tim Ryan.
No results in yet for Mike DeWine or Nan Whaley down in Ohio.
And we're going to go next. We're going to have a look at the states that are leaning blue for their Senate races. We've got in Arizona, the big race that everyone's been watching is Blake Masters challenging incumbent Mark Kelly, but no results yet.
John Fetterman and Mehmet Oz, no results yet in Pennsylvania. We'll keep you updated.
Still no results in Washington for U.S. Senate. Patty Murray against Tiffany Smiley. There's some optimism Tiffany might win on the Republican side for her.
Colorado, Michael Bennett, the incumbent, looking to hold on to his seat there. Still no results in Colorado yet, though. We'll keep you updated.
And we have Maggie Hassan is the incumbent, and she's defending her seat against Don Bulldog. And with 8% of the votes in, she has a very sizable lead with just 8%. And now we're going to check in with Melina Weisskopf. She's moved upstairs, and now she's going to give us the latest on some of the key races that she is watching. Melina, what can you tell us?
Hi, Cindy. Thank you. Yes, I have moved upstairs, and we're going to take a look at some of the results that will be indicative of how Republicans are doing nationwide. We know we've all heard over the past couple of weeks that the red wave is coming. Well, these key races can kind of tell us if this red wave is actually here. So the first district I want to look at is Virginia District 2. Now, this is right here in the Virginia Beach area. We have incumbent Elaine Loria, who just flipped this seat in 2018, and she is trying to defend this seat against Republican Jen Kiggins. Both of these candidates have military backgrounds, which is a very important thing to have here in this area. And so right now, actually, we do have some results in. That's great, because just when I checked, we did not. So it looks like incumbent Elaine Loria is actually winning here, but of course, we only have 18% of the vote in. Now, this is very interesting because This is a race where we could really see how Republicans are doing nationwide. And she actually was a candidate that focused a lot on the January 6th. She actually sits on the January 6th committee, so she focused on this a lot in her campaign. So that message seems to be resonating, at least here. We're still early in the night. So we can move on to Virginia 7. This is also another indicative race of how Republicans will be doing nationwide. This race here is against incumbent Abigail Spanberger and Republican Yesli Vega. Wow, okay, so that's quite interesting, a flip there. We have a Republican candidate up here, only 25% of the vote is in. Now, Yesli Vega has been appealing to the more, to the Latino community. Obviously, she's from Latino descent here, and she had some big names coming to campaign with her. She had Senator Ted Cruz campaigning with her. That's resonating in that area. Abigail Spanberger, she actually tried to play the moderate card. So just before lawmakers left, she was trying to separate herself from Democrat leadership, really trying to appeal to some moderate voters there in Virginia 7. Doesn't seem to be working though. So we'll move on to Virginia 10. This is also a very important race. Wow, this is also very interesting. So analysts have said that Virginia 10 could be an area where we could really look if Republicans are up. This could indicate a strong red wave. And why do I say this? Because Virginia 10 is located in the suburbs of the Washington, D.C. area, which is an area that tends to lean more Democratic in past elections. So that's very notable that he is up right now. Again, it's still early in the night right now. So, 14% of the vote. We'll see how this unfolds later in the night. But their polls closed at 7 p.m. So we should get those results within the next hour or so, I guess. So now we'll move on to another area that we really want to look at, how Republicans are appealing to Latino voters, how they're appealing to people who may not really appreciate President Biden's border policies, and this is in Texas. So there's 3 districts here I want to point out. There's District 15, District 34, and District 28. In District 34, Democrats got a little bit nervous because Representative Mayra Flores actually flipped that seat in a special election recently. So she took that seat from the Democrat incumbent Vincent Gonzalez. That's in Texas 34. And then we're also, Texas 15. This is also right here on the border. So all 3 of these districts are right here on the border. 2 of them are held by Democrats right now. So Texas 15 is currently being the 2 candidates in this race, Monica De La Cruz and Michelle Vallejo. Monica De La Cruz actually won this seat, or she didn't win the seat, she almost won this seat by about 3% of the vote last midterm cycle. So this is definitely one we want to keep an eye on. And then you have District 28, which I'm not sure if you can see, but it's just right here, also along the border. This is held by Democrat incumbent Henry Cuellar. He's a moderate Democrat. He's been in office a long time. It will be difficult for Republicans to unseat him. So if they're able to pull that off, that definitely indicates a good night for Republicans. So with that, this is some of the things we are watching as the night unfolds. We'll send it back over to you, Cindy, Paul, Josh, and Congressman Bratt.
All right. Thank you, Melina. So some very interesting things going on in Virginia, where, of course, you're from, Congressman.
Yep.
What do you take? What's your takeaway right now? What do you think? Are these a bellwether districts?
Yeah. Virginia has always been kind of a classic bellwether, which way the waves are moving, if they're blue or red. And so if we pick up the 3 there, it's going to be a very red evening. But it doesn't tell you everything. Then you come up to New York, and there's some folks that think there's enough seats in just New York to push the Republicans in the lead over the Democrats. And then if it's a super duper bellwether, keep going up north, Connecticut, New Hampshire, et cetera. And there are polling outcomes in place up there that they've been traditionally down -10, -15 blue that are now in play, and they're throwing money at. They've never thrown money at those seats. So you got kind of Virginia, first wave, see how it goes. Then if that's going, then New York, and then upper northeast, and that'll be the evening's tale, probably.
Usually the party that doesn't control the presidency, they have a pretty good night on midterm, right?
Yeah.
Do you feel that going into this election night, Republicans were in a particularly strong position?
Yeah. Well, the issue set. I've never seen an election where the issue set of the main issues that are top in the polls are not disputed by the opposing party. And so if you just go down the top the inflation is by far and away the number one polling. It's plus 40, plus 50, depending on who you look at. And then crime is in double digits, and then the border's in double digits, and then the money on wars and et cetera is a little bit down, and those are not being contested. So you have the power of the incumbency, the president in news, so there's a little pressure on him if anything goes wrong, and so policy's not gone great. And then you have uncontested issues, and those two together, that's why we're looking at maybe a historic evening. We'll see.
Josh, what are you seeing? What do you think is going to happen?
Well, I'd agree on most of this. I do think Republicans do really have a lot going for them. Democrats, as you mentioned, they weren't really talking about the economy. Biden started to, a little too late. Yep. CNN started fact-checking him. New York Times started fact-checking him. Washington Post came out and asked Biden and Harris to not run again for president. I'm not even joking. And so the interesting thing was that everything they were fact-checked on was all things Biden was saying about inflation and about the economy. And of course, polling data recently was showing that that's what voters cared about. And the Democrat Party didn't really realize that, hey, we should be talking about this until almost the last minute. Biden starts, they basically take Biden and they throw him under the bus. They say, hey, that's your problem. You die with the, sink with the ship captain, essentially, is what they did to him. And they're trying to distance themselves from him. And I think that's really pretty smart strategically if you think about it, because they're saying this is Biden's policy. The candidates at play are not responsible for this. It's different. This is not Biden. This is not the Democratic Party. This is Bidenism or something like that. And that's the way they're basically framing it.
So how do you think that's going to play out? If the Republicans take control of, the House and the Senate, do you think that thinking is going to create an atmosphere where there might be more compromise? Or do you think they're just going to, double down and make sure nothing gets done for the next 2 years while they reposition and figure out what's next?
I haven't seen the Democrats compromise much. Part of me would think that it would be smart to. I haven't seen them do it, but what are your thoughts?
Yeah, well, some of these issues, like inflation, there's no compromise. I mean, everyone's against 8% inflation and 30% higher eggs.
But what's causing it is how to stop it.
Right, and the spending, right? So that will we compromise on that? I'm afraid we'll compromise the wrong way, more spending. But on the other issues, I think it's tough sledding too. On the border, there's a few million illegals crossing the border. One party, and even the Republicans have some pushback within their own caucus on that issue. So we'll see when they come to town whether they get serious. Crime, that one I think the Democrats may compromise on. Because as the election came up and closed in the last few weeks, leaders in the Democrat Party said, we got a problem, Houston. And so on that one, I think we may see some compromise.
Congressman, why did it take them so long to realize this problem? This has been months, weeks. I just can't understand it. Were they burying their head in the sand? Is it ideological? What's happening?
Yeah, well, the hard left, right, came in ascendant with power in the Democrat Party, and they were leading the charge, and we had riots in the streets. No one wants to talk about these unpleasantries, but it was quite a long time. It was a year or two. And then we had a year or two of defund the police campaigns nationally, and some of the Einsteins on the left thought that was a winner. I do not get how crime in the streets is a winner.
We see Mandela Barnes up against Ron Johnson in Wisconsin. He's living to regret some of those comments about defunding the police now.
And so that's why I think that they're going to have to flip and compromise on that.
Josh, we've got 30 seconds. Anything to add on the crime?
Yeah, well, what you're watching is basically them testing out their theories. Just like socialism always fails once you put it into practice, they're watching their socialist ideas fail once they put them into practice. It sounds great on paper, it sounds great maybe with their extreme base. When they put it into practice, it fails. And I think they're seeing that.
It's been incredible to watch of all the things. We're going to look at a few more key races for you. In Georgia, 0% of the vote in so far, but a key race there, Herschel Walker and Raphael Warnock. We'll keep you updated on it.
And the governor's race, we have some results in Georgia. Stacey Abrams is up 54% over incumbent Brian Kemp, 46%. That's with 21% of the vote in so far.
Tim Scott down in South Carolina up against Crystal Matthews. Looks like 2% of the vote in, about 3,000 votes in the difference. Tim Scott up slightly there.
And in Kentucky, the race for U.S. Senate, Paul Rand is up handily over his challenger, Charles Booker. There's only 16% of the votes counted so far, but 59% to 41 is a pretty sizable lead.
And in Vermont, 0% of the vote in between Jared Malloy and Peter Welch. Now we head over to the swing state of Nevada, where the NTD's David Lamb is in Las Vegas tonight. Lucky him. David?
At the Red Rock Resort, where right now local time in Nevada is 4:54. In a couple hours at 8 p.m. doors will open, and a lot of constituents and supporters of the Republican Party are expected to be here to support their candidates. Now, in the Nevada election, it's a key race. Mainly because the incumbent for senator position, Catherine Mastow, is facing off against Republican challenger Adam Laxalt, and it's said to be a close match. Even so that in October, former President Trump came by to endorse Adam Laxalt and Joe Lombardo for governor. And a month later, former President Obama came by to endorse the same candidates for the Democratic side. Now, earlier, at around noontime, there was technical difficulties with the state website. The Nevada Department of Administration said at 12 that they're experiencing an inbound network connectivity issue, which has caused state-hosted websites to be down. But 20 minutes later, they said services have been restored and websites are back up. So hopefully things run smoothly from here on out, because we will be keeping an eye on the election and the poll numbers, and giving you more updates for the rest of the night. Back to you in New York.
David, thank you so much. I always get the jitters when I hear about technical difficulties. We have echoes of 2020, Arizona, maybe in Las Vegas, but we've had these voting issues already this morning. Arizona, Georgia. The run-up to the election day, this isn't anything new, you can tell. We asked Americans across the country whether they're concerned about voter fraud. Here's what they told us.
Big motivation for me this year is all the election deniers.
Saying there was a stolen election, things like this, some of these blasphemous statements. The process is rigged sometimes. Small instances, of course.
Well, that's an issue.
Concerned about it? Yeah.
With some of the technology, maybe.
Yeah, I think Russia got us good on the last one.
I honestly wish that I could phone it in, text my vote.
Statistically, I don't think it's a big issue. That's overblown in large part.
Very much so, actually.
Yeah, there's a lot of fraud here.
60 court decisions.
I am a research scientist and I follow the evidence, and the evidence says there's not.
Numbers don't lie.
Yeah, I was very concerned about what happened with last elections.
I'm from India. We have one day to have an election and so many people, and they get it done. I'm sure the U.S. has equally competent systems.
I think it's a non-issue. It's been through several courts plenty of times.
False information, misinformation.
99.9% I would consider as a legal vote.
The bigger issue out of than fraud is getting people to vote.
I'm not a fan of mail-in voting.
One man, one vote. And if you can't count on that, our society is hurting.
I believe in those people that work in those offices.
All of that was blown way out of proportion.
I think Biden won. Concern about voter fraud is itself fraudulent.
The government takes care of that.
I don't have any confidence in our voting system anymore.
You just have to trust the process.
Now that COVID's kind of ending, I'm kind of hoping there's not as much mail-in voting.
Some states.
That's a little too difficult to do, in my opinion.
LA County District Attorney, he brought the charges against the CEO.
I'm concerned about intimidation.
I am concerned about gerrymandering.
I think it's really difficult. There's always going to be somebody that's not happy.
The system of mail-in votes leads a lot of openings.
There's plenty of evidence.
Corruption will always be exposed, and I just trust in God.
I'm concerned about people who are concerned.
I don't care if there's a fraud or not.
All right, and now we are going to turn to our DC studios for more updates from NTD's Steve Lance. Steve, are you there? Oh, got some audio issues perhaps. Steve, are we going to get that audio?
When the camera
When
Oh.
you dance, I need to just look at that camera. I looked at Zach.
I think we've got LA office coming in, not DC. We're going to get that sorted out.
Oh, I like that.
Yeah, I think we have a few technical difficulties there.
Congressman, on the voter fraud issue, was there anything while you were in office or trying to get into office that matched the level of what we're concerned about at the moment?
No, when I ran the first couple times, non-issue. So it just came out of the blue as an issue. And so now the good news is in like Virginia, Youngkin, right, is the new model. And I think they had 95% of all polls watched, covered, right? And so there weren't any issues. And so I think that's the new model. Just have both sides get eyeballs on every precinct, and then we'll be able to adjudicate whatever happens this time. It may take too long, like the man from India said. India, I think 1.3 billion people, and they can get it done in a day, and and it takes the USA, a technologically savvy country, a week. It doesn't make sense.
Yeah.
Right. So actually, I wanted to ask about this. Maybe Josh, you have an answer. I don't know. But what actually is the argument for using voting machines instead of hand counting?
Well, presumably it's more efficient. Presumably it's greater trust. Presumably it kind of takes the human element out of it. But I don't think people trust it. I don't think it speeds things up. And frankly, they have to adjudicate any of the issues that they have anyways, meaning a person has to be involved. And all these things are what are concerning voters. All of these factors are why people are having really trust issues, let's say, with the system at play.
It seems remarkable that here we are in America and things are getting worse. We introduce new technology and elections are taking longer and longer. People's trust is getting lower and lower. Do you think that there will be some sort of bigger movement to get rid of the voting machines, to streamline what's going on, Congressman?
I think so. It's kind of similar to the move toward local elections. The moms and the dads, I think they're just going to start to express just common sense Americana. And in a lot of terms, everything on the maps is red and blue tonight and all that kind of thing. But I think there's kind of an American realignment going on. It's not necessarily red, blue, partisan. There's going to be a realignment of what these parties mean. And whoever grabs the middle class and average wage rate, it's going to be the winner for the next 30 years. And so we'll see how that.
If there's a middle class left, Congress.
You got that very good.
Interesting point. Well, we'll be continuing this discussion for sure. But now we are going to turn to our DC office where Steve Lance is standing by to give us some updates from DC. Steve, take it away.
Yes, hi Cindy. Washington, D.C., at least Capitol Hill, is a bit of a ghost town since most members of Congress are back in their districts getting their final campaign messages out throughout the day to their constituents. The president is at the White House and has been relatively quiet on election day with one pre-recorded interview that was aired earlier in the day where the president touted his accomplishments for the black community. Biden did not have any scheduled public appearances throughout the day. He was asked yesterday about how he felt about his party's prospects tonight, to which he replied that he's optimistic and followed up by saying he's always optimistic. Throughout the day, the president's Twitter account was active, encouraging people to get out the vote and taking some swipes at the Republican agenda. In a privately circulated memo, it's been reported that the White House is distancing themselves from a potential red wave, being a referendum on the Biden administration's policies, saying that this is a vote for the House and Senate. Following the elections, President Biden is scheduled to travel to Egypt, Cambodia, and Indonesia, where he will attend multiple summits with those world leaders. As of now, there's still no day after press conference scheduled following the elections. And it's not too uncommon for the sitting president to take, or the president's party to take a shellacking in the midterms from what history tells us. And if the polling is accurate, that's what might happen here for the Democrats. Historically, it's happened to President Bush and Obama, both of whom did hold uncomfortable pressers with the media the following day to account. As to if the Democrats lose the majority and if President Biden will face the press tomorrow, we'll just have to wait and see how the rest of the night plays out. Cindy?
Thank you. It's great to see you as always. We'll come back to you. So we touched on it already, but how did the cost of living become the #1 issue for voters in 2022? We'll take a look, and today as voters head to the polls, it remains to be seen if that edge is big enough to flip control of Congress.
You don't need me to tell you that prices are going up. Soon after the world was locked down at the beginning of the COVID pandemic, inflation became a major concern for voters. Broken supply chains, a shortage of workers, and unprecedented government spending started a chain reaction that left Americans facing the highest inflation in 40 years.
It's way more expensive. I mean, even the cheapest food is more expensive.
I wouldn't go far to go to a store because it wouldn't be worth it.
For the midterm elections, inflation has become the #1 issue for American voters. 82% of them say inflation is an extremely or very important issue, according to an October poll by Monmouth University. And as the races heat up, Republicans have been capitalizing on that, blaming inflation on Democrats' massive government spending.
They've borrowed and spent trillions of dollars that we just don't have, and that's thrown fuel on the fire of the inflation problem.
And their hostility against fossil fuel.
They took gas from $2 to $6. Now they want a prize because it's back in the $5.
With even some Democrat candidates in key Senate races distancing themselves from the party's energy policy.
When the Biden administration refused to increase oil and gas production, I told him he was wrong.
I've been a natural gas proponent since I've been in Congress.
Democrats criticize big businesses for taking too much profit and keeping prices high.
While we are paying record prices, a lot of our corporate actors are seeing record profits.
Or blame supply chain issues.
The problem we're having now with inflation is our supply chains all went to China.
President Biden has blamed Russia's war in Ukraine for the high prices we're seeing at the pump. He calls it Putin's price hike.
Putin's price hike is hitting America hard.
That's despite the fact gas prices were rising long before the war. Biden also said inflation would get worse if Republicans win control of Congress in the midterms, although he didn't elaborate on why.
If Republican wins, inflation is going to get worse. It's that simple.
So which party do voters trust more to fix high prices? Multiple polls show Republicans have a big edge over Democrats on this issue. And today, as voters head for the polls, it remains to be seen if that edge is big enough to flip control of Congress.
So looking at what people were saying about Biden and putting this distance between the president and himself, we touched a little bit on this with Josh and Melina. I'd like to get your thoughts, Congressman, of the kind of divisions we're seeing in both parties, perhaps between the more progressive people on the left and the more moderates, and perhaps the MAGA Republicans, as they've been branded, the America First Republicans versus the more establishment. Is this something that's just common to politics, or is this something new?
That's a good. I wish I was a better historian on that one, but I think it's something new. On the conservative side, what's kind of interesting, I was in the Freedom Caucus, for example, right? And I didn't think there was anything more boring than coming to Congress being a Presbyterian economist, right? But for some reason, this is now called MAGA. Right, so if you like Adam Smith, the father of free markets, and James Madison wrote the Constitution, and the Judeo-Christian tradition, which has proven to be fairly successful over the last few thousand years, this, if you actually believe these things, right, this is considered dangerous now. This has been mainstream, the Judeo-Christian and Greek reason together for, it's been a very successful combo. On the left, however, they cannot frame the far left issues with any philosopher of note or theologian, et cetera, or foundation in thought or any ethical base that I can see.
By Marx.
Right, and that's all that's left, right? And so in the history of thought, so that is the new piece. The old Dems, JFK, he was a liberal, right? Kind of like a Jeffersonian liberal, right? Believed in human rights, believed in foreign policy, taking care of the poor around the world, Africa, China, he have concerns there. The new left, it doesn't, and the Marxist thing has morphed into this neo-Marxist stuff. Before it was just, the workers versus the capitalists. It's put them into buckets. But now they got infinite buckets, right? So they're sticking it based on gender and all this newfangled stuff and whatever. And so that's new. There's never been in the history of thought any of the drag queen stuff, the kids' sexual stuff. In the history of thought, I've read most countries over millennia.
It's been incredible.
That's new. And so that and the parents are, it finally hit the parents at home. And that's a big change.
Josh, I know you have a lot to add on that, I can tell. Hold the thought, because we have two great guests on the show. We're going to bring in Congressman Dave Brat as well. I believe with us, two great guests that aren't afraid to speak truth to power to either party. We have Jeffrey Tucker, economist and founder of the Brownstone Institute, and Carol Roth, former investment banker. She likes to say recovering investment banker, and also the author of The War on Small Business. Both of you, and we have Congressman Dave Brat here as well. It's great to have you all here. Thanks for coming on.
Thanks for hosting us.
Carol, I'll give you first shout. We had our senior congressional reporter, Mark Tapscott, very experienced guy with all these elections. He's predicting somewhat of a red wave. But when I asked him what went wrong for the Democrats, he said three things: gas, gas, gas. You think it's really that simple when it comes to the inflation?
I mean, I think it's a complete economic tsunami. There was nothing on the economic front that went right. So he could say simply gas, but it's food, it's housing, it's labor, it's everything across the board.
Mm-hmm. Jeffrey, I think the Republicans' message has been pretty simple in this. The Democrats are to blame. The Democrats are responsible. The Democrats, though, they've blamed supply chains, greedy businesses, Vladimir Putin. Even at one point, I'm sure you remember, they said, it's just a sign of a growing economy. Don't worry about it.
And also just it's just transitory, which we never really understood what that meant.
Well, talk to us about this, Jeffrey. The messaging, has it hurt the Democrats more than perhaps the inflation itself?
It has, and the other thing is I think the Republicans have successfully connected the economic consequences of the lockdowns and the mandates and the restrictions and the controls and the draconian regulations that the Democrats are all behind, with the decline in American living standards, the decline in real income, the inflation that people are experiencing every day. So that relationship there between the policies that have been pushed by the Democrats since they took total power in January 2021, and the outcomes have been, pretty apparent to people. Now, it's true, and Carol would be the first one to tell you this, that the problems are more deeply rooted in that. They go all the way back down to the pandemic response, of the spring of 2020, and especially with the Federal Reserve's accommodating the outrageous spending by the Congress, But that was, it's the problem we have in this country is one of political cowardice and administrative overreach and bureaucratic creep and the rule by experts, and that I think is going down tonight. At least that's the first indications I'm seeing. What we're seeing in Florida tonight is actually beyond belief. You think about it, DeSantis was one of the few brave politicians in this country who just stood up, not only to the consensus in Washington, but to the World Economic Forum, to the CCP. I mean, he went his own way and stood by, talk about standing up truth to power. And look how he's being rewarded tonight. And he's sweeping all these House races with him. This is an extraordinary statement. It's a statement of opposition to where this country has gone over the last 31 months.
And I think on DeSantis, DeSantis, I think his messaging is always very clear, like we said about the Republicans. Congressman, how did the Democrats miss the boat on the messaging about inflation?
I don't know. It's a great question. I think they just didn't want to deal with it because it was tied to their huge budget proposals. So it's linked, right? So if you're going to get into a conversation about spending and then inflation, which is connected to spending, they didn't want to go there, right? And you had Manchin and Sinema and a couple holdouts, but you remember there were $1 trillion bills and then $2 trillion and then a $5 trillion thing. That's just federal spending, and then, like you just said, accommodated by monetary policy, right? And so they didn't want to go there on the spending piece. They wanted to go there on the benefit piece. Hey, look what we're providing for you. Look what we're giving you, the traditional Democrat stance. But this time, the new thing was 9% inflation, as you teach a kid in finance class, it compounds, right? Over time, your money grows exponentially. Well, inflation makes you lose your purchasing power exponentially.
I almost think the Democrats are addicted to spending. That's almost how it seems to me. They can't avoid it. Carol, like Jeffrey touched on, the lockdowns, I think, were a big no-no and a big problem for so many Americans. You wrote a great book on the war on small business. How do you think small business owners are voting this time around?
Yeah, we saw actually a poll that came out of Alignable. 35% of the respondents said that they had identified as Republicans, but 60, I think it was 2 or 63% said that a Republican Congress would be the best for their business. And I think that it is all about accountability, whether you're talking about small business or otherwise. They were told that their businesses were non-essential. The financing that was supposed to be relief for them to help them mostly helped big businesses. It was rampant with fraud. There was all of these, picking of winners and losers, and it wasn't based on data and science. It was based on political clout and connection. And so, back to your earlier point about messaging, I don't think this is about messaging. I think this is about reality. This is about holding people to account. And even if you don't like the other option, this is the only way that people have right now, unless perhaps down the road we get COVID trials to hold people account for the egregious violations of their rights that have happened over the last couple of years.
I think Joshua Phillips likes that idea. I can see him nodding here. Jeffrey, you're a great economist. If you were given a magic wand, you could make all the changes in the current environment, we're in the current situation. How long would it take to fix the inflation and to fix the effect of the lockdowns?
Well, I mean, inflation is a little bit like a virus. It it has to become endemic before it goes away. And I'm afraid that that's really where we're headed. I mean, we've got Powell right now has got a problem because he's trying to raise rates. He's trying to get real rates in a positive direction, which means he's going to have to raise federal funds rate another 75 basis points, probably 3 or maybe 4 or 5 more times to achieve his goal of what he calls, what did he call it? The terminal rate, which is a funny phrase. So that's grim, right? And it's going to kill the housing market if it's not dead already, and bond market and much more else with it. And even then, it's not going to fix the problem with inflation because you've got $6.5 trillion as measured by M2 that has been created just in the last 30 months, which is unbelievable.
Incredible.
So that has to become endemic, like a virus, and it's tragic, but that's what's true. So how do you deal with it? Well, you deregulate, you de-administrate. If I were in the Republican Congress right now, I'd start going through the list of 443 administrative agencies and putting a red line right through them. And do like what Musk did to Twitter. We need to do that to the administrative state. That would be a good start.
Jeffrey,
Amen.
thank you. Very quickly, Carol, about 15 seconds, please. Thank you.
Yeah, no, I just wanted to jump in and say it's also, a supply side issue which can be solved with fiscal policy. So we need more Republicans jumping in on that side.
And keep the businesses open, right, Carol? Carol
Absolutely.
Roth, Jeffrey Tucker, guys, we really appreciate it. Thank you so much. We'll talk again soon.
Pleasure. Thank you. Nice to see you, Carol.
We're going to go to Roman Balmakov with some key race updates. Roman?
All righty. Thank you so much, Paul. Great. I enjoyed watching that interview quite a bit. So yeah, let's begin kind of with a broad overview and then dig down into the states on the East Coast to see what's going on there because they're good bellwethers. So this is the balance of power for the Senate. Thus far, not too much movement. There are a few races that have been called. As you can see, the Republican side is inching closer to that 51% mark, 51 seat mark rather. But we'll get to some of those races in a moment. If we go on over to the House, it's kind of more easier to see who's in control of the House because all the race, it was 0-0 beforehand, right? As you can see, the Republicans are 94, Dems are 53. A lot of these races have been called in some of the earlier states, like Indiana, Kentucky, you had some in Alabama, and you recently had Florida close their polls and races are beginning to be called. So if we head on over to Florida, let's take a look at the gubernatorial race there. Actually, I guess we'll start with the Senate. So Marco Rubio has officially, well, we're calling him here on this program, the winner. With about 86% of the vote in, he has captured 56% of the vote statewide. So then if we go to the gubernatorial race, this was the one that many people were watching. Governor Ron DeSantis has sort of catapulted himself onto the national stage with sort of his policies with COVID and his stance against the Biden administration. And as you can see, looks like it worked out in his favor. He actually has already been called as the winner. Again, 86% of the votes are in. He has gotten 58% of that vote against Mr. Charlie Crist. So Ron DeSantis will once again be the governor of Florida. Now, a few interesting key takeaways here. One of the kind of frustrating things for me is when I look at the data on election night, it's hard to drill down and see what's happening because the data doesn't come in that way. It's only in the post-election analysis that we can look at. For instance, how did suburban women vote? How did the inner city vote compared to, let's say, last year? Those kind of things usually take another week to look at. However, in the case of Florida, there's kind of an interesting caveat to that because we can look at Miami-Dade County. Now, Miami-Dade County is kind of a special place because it's over 70% Hispanic. And traditionally, it's voted Democrat by a wide margin. I believe in 2016, they voted 29 points in favor of Hillary Clinton. So you can see very, very blue. However, if we look at it this year, Miami-Dade County, 83% of the vote in, 63% for the GOP candidate. That is Miami-Dade, right? Yeah, I believe so. 28. If I'm wrong, I'm sure at home you will correct me. But if we look at the results for the governor's race in Miami-Dade as well, you'd see the same thing. Overwhelmingly, they voted for Governor Ron DeSantis. So that's one interesting aside. The second one is Charlie Crist, who is running for governor in Florida. He actually left this year his Congress seat. It was Florida 13, and it just got flipped. Florida 13 got called. Anna Luna won that seat, 53% of the vote. This is the seat that the attempted Governor Crist gave up in order to run for the gubernatorial race. That seat has now been flipped. Anna Luna is the winner with about 99% of the votes in. So that seat has been flipped. Florida 15 has been held on as a Republican. It was a Republican seat before. It's been held on as well. Also another flip, Florida 7. Corey Mills has just been called as the winner in that race. So we have two flips thus far in Florida. We have Marco Rubio called as the winner in the Senate, and we have the gubernatorial race having been called for Ron DeSantis, with Miami-Dade overwhelmingly voting for him, which is a big change from before. So this is kind of an interesting bellwether because, again, the polls closed in Florida. It's on the East Coast. They're very fast at counting. They've reformed their election procedures a lot since the year 2000, if you can remember what happened there in the presidential race. So this is a great bellwether. And we'll see if it actually sort of predicts what's going to happen nationally. But a lot of data is coming in. If you come back to me in about 30 minutes, the chart is going to be filled out a lot more, and I can give you a lot more updates. Until then, Paul and Cindy, back to you.
All right, thank you, Roman. It is remarkable how quickly they can count the votes in Florida, because we're not going to be seeing results like that come in so quickly in other states, including New York. New York might be one that we have to wait for, but we've got Don Ma. He is on the ground in Manhattan tonight and going to tell us what he sees going on. Don, what can you tell us?
So, Cindy, I'm here in the Cipriani in Midtown Manhattan, where Lee Zeldin's watch party is taking place, but as you can see here right now, not much happening. The venue hasn't opened up to the public. They'll be doing so in about 30 minutes. That's when the real party will start, so be sure to come back to me for that. But earlier, I had a chance to speak to a number of voters, and they're all telling me the same thing. They're excited, they're hopeful, they're optimistic. They feel after tonight, Lee Zeldin will become the new governor of New York. But whatever happens, it's going to be a historic moment. Some of their top concerns are the economy, COVID, and crime. They think Lee Zeldin is the person that can bring about real change here in New York. But whatever happens, it's going to be a historic moment. I'll keep you guys updated as the night progresses, but for now, back to you, Cindy.
All right, thank you. Thank you so much, Don. We will be checking back with you. And now we're going to turn to some of those key races. Let's see what's going on in South Carolina. We're going to get our graphics up here. All right, well.
Come back. So, Congressman, you've been checking out the data. You're looking at Virginia. Well, what can you tell us?
Yeah, Virginia is looking interesting. You don't want to wait too far because you don't know about the mail-in ballots and all that. But in the 3 Virginia districts in VA2, Luria is 41, Kiggins is 58% with 60% of the vote in. That's a significant number of votes in. Spanberger's at 45, Vega's at 54, 9% lead with 77% of the vote in. And in Virginia 10, Wexton 51, Cow 48. So that just changed a little bit. Prior to that's with 71% of the vote in. Prior to that, 1 minute ago, all three, the Republicans were winning all three, but now it's mixed again. So that's going to be fun to watch, the Virginia outcomes tonight.
What was your prediction going into Virginia?
I think the wave, I think it's all red in Virginia.
Incredible.
Yeah.
We're looking here, red up and down Florida, not so much of a surprise either. Are you surprised by the size of the lead, Josh?
I'm not
DeSantis?
surprised, but it's a big deal.
Yeah.
I mean, Florida's usually a swing state. It's a purple state, and it's a lot of Latin American voters in particular. And, one of the big things Democrats are dealing with is they're losing a lot of the Latin American vote. I think Florida is really showing us where the Latin American voters are going.
That's interesting.
And you're going to watch like South Texas, you're going to watch maybe even parts of California even. You're going to be seeing similar patterns maybe in Arizona. Really, it's again, not surprising. I kind of expected it, but it's a big deal.
Yep.
Hispanic vote is interesting because you would consider Hispanics have more traditional values, right? A lot of Catholics, you know, strong faith, but yet they tend to vote Democrat.
Well, let's be clear. I mean, a lot of them voted with the Democrats more because they used to be the party of the little guy. That was how they framed themselves. They were the ones, well, not so much under Bill Clinton, but they switched later to under Obama mostly to be more in favor of illegal immigration and things like that. Yep. And people voted for them mainly on those lines. But yeah, they're Catholic. And look, under the Catholic Church, birth control was forbidden until very recently, let alone full-term abortions. This is unheard of for them. In Latin America, you can't do that. In Latin America, you will lose elections if you propose even a sliver of this stuff. Mm-hmm. And so for them coming here, really we're way further down the line of what they can possibly accept, not to mention everything else going on right now.
Well, another factor on the Hispanic vote, and I just did a recent show on this on The Nation Speaks, and I was talking to some people in that community, and basically what they were saying is that the GOP had kind of given up a lot of those areas for the Democrats. They just weren't doing the outreach. They weren't putting the message out to voters. Because I had the exact same question. How is it people that have traditionally conservative values have been voting Democrat so reliably? And that was a big part of the answer that I heard. So something is different in the ground game.
Yep. Yeah, well, and on the last panel, one of the guests was good on small business. And some people don't know the basic data, but these FANG stocks, the FANG firms, Facebook and Apple and Amazon and Microsoft and Google and Twitter, those 5 or 6 firms have a market cap greater than all of Europe combined. And they're all on the left, right? So I think the American people are starting to, as they see, right, it used to be, it was the country club Republicans and this kind of thing, big business, and IBM or Ford and GM, or they were Republican or something. I don't know if it's true or not. But now all the mega, and I mean mega firms, 6 firms with market cap worth more than all of Chinese firms all together. Incredible. Their entire stock market. And all these folks are on the left. The exception now is Twitter's getting on interesting.
Indeed.
So I'll try to be fair.
We'll talk more about that night. But we have our first speech that we're going to go to. It's the concession speech by Val Demings, who was opponent to Marco Rubio, who re-won his seat. We're going to go now to Florida to hear what she has to say.
You see, but they believed in the American dream. They believed that by working hard, playing by the rules, that we can achieve anything. They believe that our democracy is the greatest foundation on which all else depends. Our democracy, and we must protect it and defend it. You see, my parents, they did not have much. They didn't have a famous last name. They didn't have much money in the bank, but they were good, decent, honest people who taught us to be good, decent, and honest. They believed in the promise of America. I believe in the promise of America because I've seen the promise of America. That's why every election cycle, my parents pressed their way to the polls. If her car was broken down, they would pay someone to drive them. If they had to work at the end of their day, they would press their way to the polls. You see, they understood that their vote counted as much as the richest man and woman in town. That's what living in a democracy is supposed to be about. They knew, my parents, that the safety or prosperity or future depends on our democracy. Today, you all know that our constitutional rights are under attack. Costs are way too high, and working families are wondering if they can still believe in the American dream, wondering if our democracy can still deliver the safety and prosperity on which we all depend. In the coming years, American democracy, it will be tested. This is going to be the great challenge of our lives, possibly one of the greatest challenges our nation has ever faced. But I am here tonight to tell you that yes, even tonight, I still believe in America. And I still believe in our democracy.
All right, that was Val Demings in Florida, where she just lost her Senate bid to unseat Marco Rubio. So he's won again. And now we are going to Pennsylvania, where NTD reporter Stephanie Cox is standing by to tell us what she's seeing there. She's at Dr. Oz's watch party. Steph, go ahead. What have we got for us?
Yeah, we're here at the Dr. Oz Watch Party in Bucks County, Pennsylvania, and people are just starting to filter in now, but it looks like the feel here is celebratory, but also somewhat uncertain, I'd say, because Pennsylvanians know that there are a few things that have happened recently that mean the votes just won't all be counted tonight. They won't get their results tonight.
Yes, yesterday, Fetterman's campaign filed a federal lawsuit to try to get a judge to make sure that those mail-in ballots are all counted, even those that have problems with dates being wrong or missing altogether.
And there was a controversy in Philadelphia just this morning that also means there will be more delays to the vote counts.
Yes, actually what happened this morning, the city commissioners had an emergency meeting to address a dispute over the way they handle making sure that double votes don't happen, i.e. people who actually go to the polls and vote after casting an absentee ballot. So they're going to make sure that doesn't happen.
And in Luzerne County, a judge ordered just this evening that polling places there must stay open another 2 hours. And so they'll be open until 10 p.m. tonight. That's because polling places there just didn't have enough paper for all the people that were coming in to vote. So that's going to extend the count time as well.
And you know, this is on top of what we already knew 2 weeks ago when the Secretary of State came out and said, you know, it's going to be a few days after the election before we do get those final unofficial tallies together. And the reason for that is here in Pennsylvania, the way the law is set up, they're not even allowed to open those mail-in ballots until 7 a.m. on Election Day.
So all these things coming together mean there could be quite a wait for the results in Pennsylvania. I'm sure Pennsylvanians are watching closely, but also the country and perhaps the world for this very important race here in Pennsylvania. We'll keep you posted, though, as the night progresses. Back to you in New York.
Thank you, Steph. And that was with Julie Heiss, also from the Epoch Times, joining her there. And we've got some news alerts for you.
In New Hampshire, Chris Sununu is the state's new projected governor. Just over 15% of the state's votes in. It's been called, though.
Wow.
More polls just closed in a whopping 21 states this hour, plus Washington, D.C. That's the biggest group in the nation. We'll also be seeing more numbers from those states very soon. Stay with us. The largest county in Texas, Harris County, is keeping polls open an extra hour till 9 p.m. The reason? Widespread issues with voting machines and delayed openings. But for now, the latest race projections are in. Democrats have won a projected 53 House seats. Republicans have projected 94 House seats. That includes 2 flips from blue to red. One of those is in Florida's 13th district, where Republican Ana Paulina Luna has been projected to win. Also in Florida, a 25-year-old Democrat, Maxwell Frost, is projected in the 10th district. What about that? In Indiana, Republican Rep. Jim Banks is projected to keep his House seat. And in Virginia, Morgan Griffith also wins re-election to the U.S. House. In the Senate, Alabama, Oklahoma, Florida, and Indiana are the newest projected wins for the GOP, and Maryland projected blue. As for governors, Republicans in Alabama, Tennessee join Florida's Ron DeSantis in projected victory, while Illinois and Massachusetts look like they will keep their Democratic governors. I want to bring up another hot-button issue that's been making headlines, education. Before we get into a discussion, here's why education has taken center stage in this election and the states that are impacted the most.
K-12 education is center stage in many parts of the country this election. Some of the more heated debates fueling political campaigns are schools' roles in teaching students about gender, sexuality, and race, parents' rights, and school choice. For example, an increasing number of states have passed legislation that requires public schools to teach LGBTQ history. In Ohio, voters will elect new members of the state's Board of Education. Meanwhile, current board members have debated changes to Title IX, which could give transgender students access to bathrooms and locker rooms that meet their sexual identities. Not making the change jeopardizes federal funding. Parents' rights is another hot topic. In Virginia's Loudoun County, school board members, administrators, and teachers formed a private Facebook group called the Anti-Racist Parents of Loudoun County. The group was exposed for plotting against parents who were speaking up at school board meetings. And in many states, families and public schools clash over government funding for private schools. Specific contests to watch are races for superintendent, the leader of a state education department, especially in Arizona, Idaho, and South Carolina. How are these candidates handling the controversial issues on voters' minds? Republican candidates emphasize curriculum transparency, parent choice, and restrictions on how controversial topics are taught. Democratic candidates are pushing for higher teacher salaries, greater mental health support, and LGBTQ students' rights. Sarah Hill, a political professor and education policy expert at California State University, Fullerton, told Education Week the political party that dominates at the congressional and state level often can find more success with elections like the school board. She cautioned that if local leaders don't agree with state lawmakers, it can lead to divisions on school issues.
And joining us now to discuss this critical topic of inflation is Dr. Carol Swain, retired professor of political science and law at Vanderbilt University, and Corey DeAngelis, senior fellow at the American Federation for Children. Welcome to both of you. We're also joined by Congressman Dave Bratton, educator as well. Corey, I want to go to you first. Of course, Governor Youngkin had a big win in Virginia last year after backing school choice. What's standing out to you this year as the results come in?
I mean, I was just looking at what's happening in Florida with Ron DeSantis. The race has been called for Ron DeSantis by the Associated Press. And in Miami-Dade County, where the election went to Biden by about 7 points in 2020, Ron DeSantis is up with over 90% reporting by 11 points in Miami-Dade County, a place that has a lot of school choice. His opponent, Charlie Crist, came out against parental rights in education. He had a teachers union president running as his lieutenant governor running mate, and he didn't learn anything from Terry McAuliffe in Virginia. I'm also looking at other states that the results aren't coming in yet, but in Wisconsin, Tony Evers, he vetoed school choice earlier this year, and his opponent, Tim Mickles, is a staunch supporter of educational freedom. All eyes on Michigan with Tudor Dixon would be the Terry McAuliffe upset of the year, with Gretchen Whitmer, the Democratic incumbent, who is against parental rights in education and school choice, who also vetoed school choice bills just last year. Kerry Lake in Arizona would be a huge victory for education freedom as well.
Well, Dr. Swain, obviously we're still early in the night. If we took Florida as an example, perhaps a bellwether, Do you feel Democrats, if it's as good a night for Republicans as we think it may be, do you feel that Democrats may be forced to adopt a more Republican-like education policy? Is education that critical to people?
Yes, I believe education is that critical, and I would say that it would be one of the primary factors that's driving suburban white women towards Republicans, because they care about the indoctrination of their children, the transgenderism, the biological males competing against their daughters. And the education issue is very much a national issue, and it cuts across partisan lines. And that's one reason why it should be a good night for Republicans. Education is on the ballot, as well as all those other issues that we know voters care about. What the Republicans have done is to let the far left extreme part of their party control the ideological agenda. And the American people, they share a lot in common. Most Americans have common sense. They know that the ideas are extreme. They care about their families. They care about their future. They're not on board with the extremism. And I think that if Republicans do as well tonight as has been predicted, the Democrats may be in the wilderness for a number of decades.
And Dr. Swain, since it does poll as such an important topic in these extreme policies, they don't seem to be popular. Why did the Democrats pursue them for so long?
Well, the Democrats are afraid of the Democrats. If I were in the Democratic Party, I think I would have to be looking over my shoulder every time I expressed an opinion. And so I think that the members of Congress, that many of them may share the same values as Republicans, but they're not bold enough to stand up because they know that there will be hell to pay if they deviate. And so they have no freedom. And that's why I believe you see them operating lockstep. I don't believe that the overwhelming majority of Republican lawmakers actually believe in the agenda that's being pushed by that party.
Congressman, you're here in your own capacity, obviously, but you are the dean of the business school at Liberty University. When you were in office and running for office, was education even an issue?
No, but I worked in the Virginia General Assembly on education and choice for about 7 years. And I want to get optimistic about it. But boy, when you see and hear the footsteps of those teacher unions coming at you on the votes, you don't have to have just a majority. You got to have a super majority. We had folks on the Democrat side that wanted it to happen. And like we just heard, they couldn't vote for it because they heard the footsteps. We had moderate Republicans, and so that takes super majorities. But this may be producing a wave big enough to pull off, like everything else we're talking about is federalism, right? Going down to the local level, to the state level, pushing things down, and so giving that money to the kid instead of to the institution is just federalism proper.
Let me ask Corey DeAngelis something on this. Corey, you've been following the kind of the influence the teachers' unions have. If this is a good night for Republicans, what does that mean for this tight relationship between the Democrats and the teachers' unions?
Well, for far too long in K-12 education, you only essentially had one special interest group. It happened to be the employee unions. But now there's a new special interest group in town, parents, and they're going to fight for the right to educate their kids as they see fit, harder than anyone will ever fight to take that right away from them. The kids have their own union now, and they're called parents, and they've woken up. They're never going back to sleep. And Democrats are going to have to make a decision going forward. If they lose so big tonight, that political pressure from the bottom up, from the parents on the ground, will force the Democrats to have to make a decision between the employee unions and the kids unions, the parents going forward. And I think that is the way to true bipartisanship on educational freedom in the long run. You got to make it, as Milton Friedman once famously said, politically profitable for the wrong people to do the right things. Right. And the way to do that is from the bottom up at the ballot box and making it hurt for the politicians who want to hurt families.
Corey, I've got maybe 30 seconds or a minute. Just give us the key races, again, that you're watching.
All eyes on Michigan tonight. It would be the Terry McAuliffe upset of the year. Tudor Dixon was projected to lose for a while in the polls. Now it's more neck and neck with a Trafalgar poll coming out yesterday with her up, the Republican, against Gretchen Whitmer. Tony Evers in Wisconsin is a Democrat opposed to school choice. If he lost, Wisconsin will have universal school choice next year if the Republican wins. Tim Mickles. Kerry Lake in Arizona, huge supporter of educational freedom. That's a tight race to watch. Oregon has a Republican governor who has been neck and neck in the polls, who's a supporter of school choice with a close race. And in New York State, you have Lee Zeldin, the Republican, a supporter of education freedom against Kathy Hochul. So those are some races that I'm looking at in particular. And then Congress as well. If the Republicans can control Congress, they can send some bills to Joe Biden's desk.
Dr. Swain, I actually have another 30 seconds. I'd like to give you the last word. If you could see one change in education over the next year or two, what would you like to see?
I would like to see parental choice taken seriously at the national level. And I think that 37 states have passed laws prohibiting certain concepts from being taught in the classroom. These are concepts that run counter to our Constitution and our civil rights laws. I would like to see those laws being enforced, whether it's at the state level or whatever it takes to make sure that people's rights are protected. That's not happening right now.
Dr. Carol Swain, Corey DeAngelis, Congressman Dave Bratt, we appreciate it. Thank you all.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, now we are going to check in with Epoch Times reporter Joe Henneman, who is in Wisconsin for us tonight. Joe spoke to a senior advisor with Senator Johnson's campaign, the Republican hoping to keep his seat. Let's go to Joe.
We're here in Neenah, Wisconsin at the campaign headquarters for incumbent Republican Senator Ron Johnson. We're here with Ben Vogel, the senior campaign advisor. Do you have any sense of voter turnout today across the state?
You know, Wisconsin's a very engaged, very politically active state, so it's not unusual for us to see some pretty high numbers. People are concerned about the future of this country. They're concerned about the direction the state's headed. And we got a governor's race on the ballot too, so we think we're going to have some pretty good turnout today. But we feel good about the work that's been done, not only by Senator Johnson working his tail off, going around the state. Just got done with a 10-day bus tour where he did 60 stops, hitting big cities, small towns, and everywhere in between. But also by the grassroots supporters that we have, the volunteers, the door knockers, people making phone calls, sending text messages, wrangling their friends and family to go vote, whether it's early or today. So we feel good about all the work that's been done there, and we think we've got a really good operation in place to help make sure that we got the votes to deliver a victory here tonight.
What issues did the voters identify when the senator is out visiting the communities? What's uppermost on people's minds when they went to vote today?
Yeah, I think you look at it, and there are issues that I wouldn't even consider to be political issues. Issues like inflation, rising gas prices, crime. Those are issues that people feel in their day-to-day lives that, a campaign ad doesn't have to convince them is important. They're issues that they feel very, very personally. And so, those are issues that the contrast is really stark. You have somebody like Mandela Barnes who votes for higher taxes just about at every opportunity he has, supports the Biden massive spending bills that have just spiked inflation through the roof, who wants to end pipelines and raise gas prices even higher. On the other side, you got Ron Johnson, who's fighting for lower taxes for families, for small businesses. He's fighting to bring down inflation, reduce government spending. And, he wants to get crime under control so that people can go about their lives, feel safe and secure in their own homes, their own communities. The difference is stark, and it's the same thing wherever you go in the state, whether you're in Milwaukee, whether in western Wisconsin, northern Wisconsin. People have the same sort of concerns, and there are issues that need to be addressed.
Why has this race taken on such a national importance? Both parties have poured a lot of money, a lot of outside money coming in. Why has this become such a national spotlight?
Because right now you have Democrats in full control in Washington, D.C. You have Democrats in control of the White House, Democrats in control of the House of Representatives, Democrats in control of the Senate. And the Senate right now it's a tie, essentially. So each and every Senate seat's important. And in this case, you have Lieutenant Governor Barnes, who's brought in people like Bernie Sanders, people like Elizabeth Warren, people like Cory Booker, some of the most far-left people in the Democrat Party, national Democrats, to campaign for him, because he would just be another rubber stamp vote for that national Democrat agenda. Meanwhile, Senator Johnson's been out there campaigning one-on-one with voters all across the state. And so what you're seeing is, a real opportunity for Wisconsin to help chart a new course for our country and bring some more sanity back to, back to our governing.
Well, that's the latest with Senior Campaign Advisor Ben Vogel with the Ron Johnson headquarters here in Neenah, Wisconsin. Back to you in New York.
All right, thank you, Joe, so much. And now we are going to go upstairs with Melina Wieskamp to get the latest on some of the races that she's been watching. Melina, give it to us.
Hello, guys. Good to see you guys again. So yeah, we're going to talk a little bit about some of the Senate seats that Republicans are now trying to defend that are looking like they're leaning in Democrats' favor. But again, it's earlier in the night right now. So we'll first start with the Senate in Georgia. Of course, this is a very, very highly contested race. As we can see, only 38% of the vote is in, but Senator Raphael Warnock is looking like he's leading here. So that's, leaning in Democrats' favor right now. But the interesting thing about Georgia is if neither senator gets 50% of the vote, once they reach the full vote count, that means they have to go into a runoff. Then we won't know until December before we know the results for Georgia. Now moving on to North Carolina, this is historically a purple state. And the reason why I'm pointing this out is because Republican Senator Richard Burr is retiring, leaving the seat up for grabs. Republicans need to defend it. And this is historically a close race. As you can see from last election, the Republican only won by a really small margin here. So this race really could go either way. And this year we do have Congressman Ted Budd, who left his seat to take on that race. So we're going to show you the Senate race up here and give you the latest results for this one. So it looks like, once again, the Democrat is up with 52% of the vote. That's there's over half of the votes that have been counted, 54%. The margin is getting bigger here. Of course, we'll have to see how the night goes on here. And this is the results we're really going to look at for the city that we need to look at is Riley, because this is District 13. This has Riley has a large population. So that's why we want to look at this. And speaking of Riley and District 13, District 13 is a newly created seat. If Democrats take this seat, it could give them the upper hand in the House. Riley is a city that's included in District 13. Once again, Democrats are up. With 60% of the vote, it looks like they have a good chance of taking the seat and giving them more of a stronghold in there in Congress. Now we'll move on to Ohio, which is once again another Senate seat where Republicans are having to defend this seat because Senator Rob Portman is retiring from office. It's looking once again in favor of Democrats. However, only 19% of the vote is in for Ohio. This J.D. Vance, actually, he was endorsed by Trump, of course. And Trump was this race is important, you can tell, because Trump went to Ohio over the weekend. So this is definitely an area where Republicans may be afraid of losing their Senate seat here. So this is the results that we have so far. Republicans are trying to defend their seats. It's not looking like it's going well for them, but once again, it's very early in the night. So we'll keep you updated in about half an hour. Cindy and Paul.
All right, thank you, Melina. The pandemic and how different lawmakers handle it is really a big part of the story of the last 2 years and probably what's motivating a lot of voters. So what impact is it having? We are going to discuss that right now. We're joined once again by Jeffrey Tucker, founder and president of the Brownstone Institute, and Robert Patillo, a Democrat strategist and civil rights attorney. Jeff, Robert, welcome.
Thanks so much.
Nice to see you.
And we have with us, of course, Josh Phillip. Robert, I'm going to start with you. In retrospect, do you think that the Democrats have any regrets about how they handled the pandemic? I'm thinking particularly about Democrat governors.
No, I don't think so. And I think that what we're seeing now is from the strong cases that we're seeing from many of the governors, even though it's very early, the Democrats are standing by what they did. They followed the science. I think many of the American people understand that you're dealing with a novel coronavirus. You're dealing with something that we've never seen in American history before. And because of that, the strong leadership we saw following the science, ensuring that we could reopen safely as soon as possible, helping get more people vaccinated than at any point in American history, so that we could reopen our country. I think that's been a benefit for many Democrats running nationwide.
Okay, Jeffrey, I'm going to guess that you might have some different thoughts on that question. What do you think about the performance of the various governors and how voters might be responding to that right tonight?
I've felt for about 31 months that everything had gone really wrong in this country, and the American people really didn't agree with these lockdowns, closing the churches, closing the gyms, closing childcare, restricting hospitals to only COVID's patients, causing people to miss cancer screenings and diagnostics, restricting travel between states. You know, this is supposed to be a country of liberty and law and rights, and so many governments just completely ignored that at the state level, at the federal level. It was really a disaster. So I really I think what we're seeing tonight, and finally I think the truth is coming out. The voters didn't like it, and we're seeing the politicians that opened up sooner being rewarded, and the politicians that kept the schools closed for a very long time and kept their states locked down being punished for what is in fact bad science. You know, during all those months, there were scientists, even from the very beginning, saying this is not the right way to deal with a pandemic, now or ever. And some governors in North Dakota and South Dakota, Kristi Noem, and then later Ron DeSantis and Kemp in Georgia, they listened to the traditional scientists and traditional public health, and opened up their states and cared for their old people. And what we're seeing tonight, as far as I can see from the return so far, is that these people are being rewarded by the voters for adhering to the Constitution and giving people their freedom and their rights.
All right, well, we've got two kind of different takes on what voters are responding to. Josh, do you think there's the appetite to reopen and examine all of this once this election is said and done, or do you think people just want to move ahead with what's next?
I think there's definitely an appetite to have a look at what happened, and I think it needs to happen lest, we repeat some of the same mistakes. The Atlantic actually had an article on this that got a lot of flack. The Atlantic called for kind of an amnesty on people who made policies around the pandemic. And I mean, overwhelmingly, you see all over Twitter, all over social media, people just railing on it, saying, no, we don't need amnesty, we need accountability. Without accountability, you're going to see these things repeat. The COVID pandemic was used by the military to violate religious exemptions. It was used by really governors across the whole country to undermine basic policies of bodily autonomy. It's from the same party sometimes that talks about women's rights and your body, your choice. Well, your body, your choice until it comes to injecting experimental drugs into your body. It destroyed a lot of the fundamental narratives. The science kept changing. Fauci himself talked about early on how these masks don't stop viruses. Then he mandated the mask or pushed for it. And now they're admitting that the masks actually do not prevent viruses. The CDC, in fact, actually said that. And so they keep changing the facts. They keep changing it, and then say you can't question it at each stage when they change it.
All right. Well, I'm going to stop you there. I want to let Robert jump back into this discussion because I know he sees things a bit differently. Do you think that voters have an appetite to revisit all of this?
Well, I do think you want to learn from where the benefits were, where the shortcomings were. But I do think that also this is a place where we have to give the Trump administration a lot of credit. It was the Trump administration that developed the vaccine. It was President Trump that spearheaded Operation Warp Speed when we're talking about the shutdowns. That was President Trump who put those in place, responding to the science, ensuring that we were indeed sheltering in place until we found out exactly what was going on, sending the hospital ship to New York in order to treat patients. So I think Republicans are in a strange place where you both want to take credit for the good things that were done during the early parts of the pandemic, but also want to condemn those things when Democrats do the same thing. And when we talk about much of the stimulus programs and the $1,400 checks that went out, that was initially under the Trump administration. So I think Republicans have to figure out if they want to take credit for the good things that they did or condemn the entirety of the corona response.
All right, and Jeffrey Tucker, what do you think about that? Where do you think the Republicans have to claim victory or admit some mistakes they made? Where do you think they lie?
Well, I think that actually is a tremendously insightful comment, and I congratulate our guests for that, because that is precisely right. The Republicans deserve a lot, I would say, blame, actually, for what they did in the early days. That hospital ship never had any patients, by the way. And the ventilators that the Trump administration sent around the country killed thousands of people, maybe even tens of thousands of people. And even if the vaccines had worked, which they don't, at least in terms of stopping infection and spread, mandating them, now that was not a Republican thing, right? Those began in January after the inauguration. Suddenly the mask mandates on transportation and the vaccine mandates began. And that was really too far for a lot of people. Millions lost their jobs. By the way, labor participation in this country is down some 8.3 million people from what it was in what it would have been, but for the lockdowns, from pre-pandemic, pre-lockdown times. So we've seen so many lives shattered through the combination of the Republicans and the Democrats, both of whom followed the CCP policy on dealing with COVID, which didn't work for the CCP, and it didn't work for the Republicans, and it didn't work for the Democrats. So thank goodness for the American people tonight for seeing through this and saying that human rights come first. Science, good science comes first. Not Fauci science, but good science comes first. I think we're going to see all these policies go down in repudiation. I don't care who does it, a Republican or a Democrat, and that's exactly right. That was Trump who acquiesced to his very tight-knit, close circle of advisors. And we're going to get to the bottom of exactly why that happened. But he definitely needs to take responsibility for this.
Okay, I'm going to cut us off there. Just one note, I was earlier mentioning a Pew Research poll that was talking about, how there's a lack of trust in the federal government. But an interesting thing is that same poll said that people still support the government having a major role in things like strengthening the economy and handling public health threats. So it seems to be some strange inconsistency there. But now we are going to check in with Epoch Times reporter, Epoch Times reporter Jeff Louderback, who is in Ohio tonight. And Jeff, what can you tell us about what's going on down there?
Welcome back to Columbus, Ohio, where the Republican Party is having its watch party. Election results are unfolding. Polls closed in Ohio at 7:30 Eastern Time. 5 minutes later, 7:35, Governor Mike DeWine was declared the winner for re-election. Moments after that, Rob Portman, who's the retiring Republican senator J.D. Vance and Tim Ryan are vying to replace, he took the stage and predicted a J.D. Vance victory. Early returns has Tim Ryan in the lead, but the mood here is still optimistic, and there's plenty of the night remaining. We'll keep you posted throughout the night. Back to the anchor desk in New York.
Thanks so much, Jeff. And now we are going to go live to our DC office to see what Steve Lance has to tell us. Steve, are you there?
Yes, hi guys. Republicans are still predicting a big win in the House, a victory that, if it does materialize, would give them the power to rein in President Joe Biden's domestic agenda. The Senate is, meanwhile, on a razor-thin edge with a handful of races likely to decide who will win the majority. President Biden says it's going to be tough for Democrats, but he's expecting his party to win the Senate. And Speaker of the House Nancy Pelosi seems cautiously optimistic. In an interview with CNN, she acknowledged that at least 50 Democratic candidates are in tight races, but said she's confident that people will get out and vote. Commenting on the election, Pelosi said a vote tomorrow is a vote to defend our democracy. Now, on the other side of the aisle, Congresswoman Marjorie Taylor Greene has her own take on democracy, saying in a social media post, and I quote, "Defending democracy is not having elections where mail-in ballots are still counted weeks after Election Day." After the 2020 election, about 200,000 ballots in Georgia were counted after Election Day. Meanwhile, some Republican members of Congress are already checking off their to-do lists of things that need to be done. House GOP leader Kevin McCarthy, potentially soon to be Speaker, told CNN he plans to secure the border, cut back on government spending, and launch vigorous investigations into the Biden administration. Potential probes include the U.S. pullout from Afghanistan and the origins of the COVID-19 pandemic. And Florida Representative John Rutherford agrees that the current administration needs increased oversight. In a Twitter post on Friday, he said Republicans were ready to follow through with their commitment to America and end the Democrats' one-party rule in Washington. And over in the Senate, Wisconsin Senator Ron Johnson is in a tight race for re-election. And if he can squeak out a win, Johnson also plans to turn up the heat on Washington. Senator Johnson says he's in line to be chairman of the Permanent Subcommittee on Investigations if he wins re-election and Republicans take the Senate. And a final comment on the election, soon-to-be potential Speaker McCarthy tweeted one word: vote. Back to you.
All right, thank you, Steve. Earlier, we were talking about the Hispanic vote. It's becoming increasingly important. In this election, compared to 2018, of the increase in the voter rolls since then, 62% of it were Hispanic voters. So that's a huge deal, and they could be a deciding factor in several battleground states. We're going to find out a little bit more why.
In the 2022 midterm elections, Hispanic voters could be a deciding factor in many races. It's the fastest growing voting bloc in the country, with about 34.5 million eligible voters this November. This means Hispanics represent 14.3% of all eligible voters, the second largest demographic behind white non-Hispanics. Hispanic voters grew by almost 5 million since the last midterm in 2018, accounting for 16% of the increase in the voter population. The Latino vote is especially important in 3 battleground states: Florida, Texas, and Arizona. Hispanics make up close to a third of all eligible voters in Texas, a quarter of eligible voters in Arizona, and 1/5 in Florida. Latinos have traditionally been a reliable base for the Democratic Party. According to the Pew Research Center in September, 53% of registered Latino voters say they would vote Democrat in their local House race this year. That's compared to 28% for Republicans. But in recent years, many are shifting to the GOP. In the 2020 presidential election, then-President Trump made significant gains. 38% of Hispanics voted for him, compared to 28% in 2016 and 26% who voted Republican in the 2018 midterms. The trend appears to be continuing this year. In a special congressional race this June, Republican Mayra Flores made a surprise victory by flipping a seat in South Texas. The district is predominantly Latino and traditionally voted blue. And spewing more trouble for the Democratic Party this year is the current state of the economy. According to an August poll by the Pew Research Center, 80% of Latino registered voters say the economy is very important in deciding who to vote for. And when it comes to the economy, the gap in Hispanic support for the two parties is narrowing. According to a New York Times poll in September, 43% of Latino voters said they agree more with the Democratic Party on the economy, while 41% of them agree more with the GOP.
All right, and as we've been saying, Hispanic voters are a growing segment of the electorate. They now represent 34.5 million potential voters. That's a lot. And pollsters tell us to expect a big shift from being reliable Democrat voters to supporting Republicans tonight. We've got the 3 Latinas in South Texas who are a really big deal. We have 2 guests joining us right now to discuss all of this. We have Abraham Enriquez. He's the founder and president of Bienvenido, and Javier Palomares, who is the founder and CEO of the U.S. Hispanic Business Council. Gentlemen, welcome.
Thank you. Thanks for having us.
Abraham, tell us, which Hispanics, who is voting Republican, and how did the Democrats lose them?
Well, happy election day. It is such an amazing day to be a conservative Hispanic in America. Look, the answer is very simple. The Republican Party and Republican candidates stood very faithful to the issues that really matter to the Hispanic community. New York Times poll showed that Hispanics care about the economic issues 2 times more than any other issue down ballot. And so when you look at how Republicans and Democrats prioritize the economy, well, Hispanics found a home with Republican candidates. Democrats spent, I think, close to $30 million in Spanish language ads targeting the economy, and over $100 million targeting the abortion stance. And yes, Hispanics are swing voters, very centrist voters. We do care about things like education, healthcare, and some even abortion. But as the New York Times poll showed, economy trumps any of those issues in a midterm election like we're seeing today. And so when Republican candidates really embraced the idea that the American dream was on the line, it encouraged voters to get out and vote. And more specifically, that same poll shows that Latinos under the age of 30 actually align more with the GOP on economic issues, which is a huge game changer when you're talking about the fact that the average age of the Hispanic voter is 27 years old.
That's really interesting, especially from the younger Hispanic voters. Javier, you represent the business community, is the Hispanic business community. Is that what you're seeing as well? And do you think that this shift is durable?
First of all, thanks for having me, Cindy. And yes, I do see that shift even more pronounced. I absolutely agree with Abraham being a Democrat. Hard to do that, but I have to say that the United States Hispanic Business Council did a survey of Hispanic business owners in the 6 swing states of Colorado, Georgia, Florida, North Carolina, Nevada, and Pennsylvania.
Javier, I'm sorry, I'm going to have to cut you off because Governor Ron DeSantis is giving his victory speech, and we're just going to cut over to that. Sorry about that.
And so today, after 4 years, the people have delivered their verdict. Freedom is here to stay. Thank you very much. Thank you. Now, thanks to the overwhelming support of the people of Florida, we not only won election, we have rewritten the political map. Thank you for honoring us with a win for the ages. I want to thank all of our campaign staff, from campaign manager Janera Peck down. This was the best run campaign in the history of Florida politics. I want to thank all of our wonderful volunteers who worked so hard to get out the vote. Your support means the world to Casey and I. God bless you and thank you. Now, it's a lot easier to run a good campaign when you got a great record to run on. And I would not have been able to see the level of accomplishments that we saw unless I had outstanding personnel working in the executive office of the governor, as well as heading state agencies. These folks worked hard to implement our agenda. They believed in our agenda, and the results have been historic. Thank you for your support and work. Thank you to Miami-Dade County. Thank you to Palm Beach County. Now, we're still tallying the votes, but it's clearly apparent that this election, we will have garnered a significant number of votes from people who may not have voted for me 4 years ago. And I just want to let you know, I am honored to have earned your trust and your support over these 4 years. And most important of all, thank you to the greatest First Lady in all 50 states, for being a great wife, giving unwavering support, being a tremendous mother to our 3 young children, and serving as an example for women throughout this state, especially going through the battle of cancer. She is remarkable. Now, today, is the culmination of the 2022 fall elections, but in reality, Americans have been voting for many years now. They've been voting with their feet, and the results of that behavior has been just as stark as our landslide victory today. States and cities governed by leftist politicians have seen crime skyrocket. They've seen their taxpayers abused. They've seen medical authoritarianism imposed, and they've seen American principles discarded. The woke agenda has caused millions of Americans to leave these jurisdictions for greener pastures. Now, this great exodus of Americans, for those folks, Florida, for so many of them, has served as the promised land. We have embraced freedom. We have maintained law and order. We have protected the rights of parents. We have respected our taxpayers, and we reject woke ideology. We fight the woke in the legislature. We fight the woke in the schools. We fight the woke in the corporations. We will never, ever surrender to the woke mob. Florida is where woke goes to die. People have come here because our policies work. Leadership matters. We refuse to use polls and put our finger in the wind. Leaders don't follow, they lead. We set out a vision, we executed on that vision, and we produced historic results. And the people of this state have responded in record fashion. Now, while our country flounders due to failed leadership in Washington, Florida is on the right track. I believe the survival of the American experiment requires a revival of true American principles. Florida has proved that it can be done. We offer a ray of hope that better days still lie ahead. I am proud of our achievements in this state. I am honored by your support, and I look forward to the road ahead. I have fought the good fight. I have finished the race in this first term, and I have kept the faith.
We just saw the governor there. Javier, I cut you off earlier, so I'm going to give you the first chance here. What do you think of what's going on in Florida? We just got word that Miami-Dade did go for the governor, so it flipped red. What's your reaction? What do you think about the voters?
I mean, I think that says it all. I mean, who would have thought Miami-Dade, historically, for time immemorial, has been the one blue spot. It is red. We are seeing that throughout the nation. As I mentioned earlier, the United States Hispanic Business Council did a poll of Hispanic business owners in key swing states. And to Abraham's point earlier, we asked them to rank in order of importance when going to the voting booth. Abortion, immigration, healthcare, and the economy, and a resounding response. It was absolutely the economy ranked number one, healthcare number two, immigration number three, abortion number four. And of those that responded, in fact, 95% of the respondents cited the economy as either important all the way to very important. So clearly, that tug of war between the ideological views of the Hispanic community and the economic realities that the Hispanic community is facing right now, the tug of war has been decided. This is going red because of the fact that, Hispanic households, Hispanic businesses, like all Americans, we're dealing with inflation, interest rates that are rising, a looming recession, supply chain challenges, energy costs that have gone through the roof. And this is the reality. This is what you get when you don't pay attention to things of that nature.
And they're basically reflecting what voters across the country are telling their representatives as well. Abraham, let me ask you, have you seen in the constituencies that you've been watching, has there been more Republican outreach there to send their message? We were talking about that a little bit earlier, that's why the Republicans haven't done as well with Hispanics as they might have, because they've been ignoring them. Have you seen a lot more outreach?
I think two things are happening at the same time. One, Democrats have pretty much relied on the idea that Hispanics will always vote Democrat because of their ethnic background without realizing that the Hispanic vote has always been and will always be a swing vote, meaning that they're loyal to values and not party. And at the same time, the Republican Party is finally investing into candidates that aren't robotic and actually look and sound like the community. And we're seeing that with Juan Cisco Mani in Arizona, Yesli Vega in Virginia, Maria Elvira Salazar in South Florida, Mayra Flores in South Texas, and the list goes on and on and on. But when you're knocking doors in Clark County, Nevada, Maricopa County, Arizona, Miami-Dade or Hidalgo County in Texas, lifelong Democrats are saying that they aren't leaving the party. The party left them, meaning that there was a time where the Democrat Party did run on the ideas of hope and change and now have adopted rhetoric of fear and victimhood. And when 70% of Hispanics in America don't resonate with victimhood and believe that America is a good country and opportunity is still alive, it forces them to leave a party that doesn't recognize those values and embrace candidates that are preserving that American dream that is instilled in our cultural DNA.
Okay, I want to ask both of you a question and get about 30 seconds or a little bit less each. The way the open border gamble has been characterized, that these are going to be future Democrat voters, do you think that's true with people who are coming over now who are legal, who might one day become legal? Javier, what do you think?
Absolutely not. I wouldn't bank on that at all. They're coming here looking for opportunity. They're going to vote with the party that represents opportunity. And sadly, the Democratic Party spent more time worrying about pronouns than about people. And this is what you get when you don't pay attention to my community.
Abraham?
I don't believe we should politicize what's going on at the border. One, because the fact that someone comes to our border is already a miracle within itself. But it does cause some concern when our borders are. Vice President Kamala Harris says that our border is secure when it's not. And her immediate response is for the U.S. House and Senate to pass immediate citizenship for the undocumented immigrants coming into our border. So I think she puts a statement out there that makes millions of people in America a little uncomfortable.
All right. Thank you both so much for joining us tonight. I'm sure you'll be watching the rest of the results all night along with the rest of us. Thank you.
Thanks for having me.
Good night.
Good night. All right. We're going to turn now to see some of our key races. Michigan, we've got Gretchen Whitmer, who is the defending incumbent, the defending governor, and she seems well ahead of Tudor Dixon. Only 8% of that vote is still in, however.
Tom Barrett up against Alyssa Slotkin, 9% of the vote in. Tom Barrett up by about 8,000 votes there at the moment.
And some of the U.S. House races in Michigan, we have John James. He is up over Carl Malinga, but again, only 4% of that vote is in.
And these are some of the races where Trump has endorsed Senate candidates, just to give you an idea of how they're performing so far. Of Herschel Walker, 48% to Raphael Warnock's 52%, 62% of the vote in. One thing I will note on that is more of the votes around the urban areas have been counted. Still a lot of rural areas to count there, and Herschel Walker has closed that gap somewhat, even in the past 10 or 15 minutes.
All right, and now we are going to go to Jan Jekielek, who is standing by in Florida after Governor DeSantis' speech. Jan, he's the host of American Thought Leaders. What is going on at that party tonight? It must be pretty wild, I guess. What have you got to tell us?
So I'm here with Helen Ferre, the executive director of the Republican Party of Florida. And she is a proud Hispanic, and we're going to talk about the Hispanic vote. I think that's what we need to talk about here.
Well, the Hispanic vote definitely was significant in flipping Miami-Dade County, which is the largest county in Florida. We have seen that Miami-Dade County, for the first time in decades, has voted red, and that's a direct result of Governor Ron DeSantis. Why do Hispanics like and support Governor DeSantis? Because they have lived through socialism and will not relive that story again. Governor DeSantis has been a fierce defender of individual liberties, and the wokeism that the left has brought to our country is totally unacceptable. Governor DeSantis, without being Hispanic, has really reached out and spoken to the Hispanic community in a way that raises enthusiasm. It's the difference between this election and other elections elections is that you are voting enthusiastically for a leader. Governor DeSantis has redefined Republican leadership, and that makes all the difference in the world.
And, one thing that the governor has been very strong on, frankly, the Florida legislature has been very strong on, is, basically putting parents first in education, hence the parental rights in education bill. Now, where do Hispanics land on this? It's a bit of a loaded question, but tell me.
Hispanics are 100% in favor of family and being the ones who have that universal right that's been always accepted, that they should have the final decision on what is best for their kids. How can government come in and say government knows what's best for your kids? That's absolutely preposterous. They didn't give birth to them. They aren't the ones who take care of them every day. Teachers unions like Charlie Crist's running mate think that they're the ones who are in charge of children, that the children are theirs. We're the ones who are reminding them that as parents, we are responsible for our kids. No one's going to love them more than we, and no one's going to fight for them more than we. And that's why we have had a landslide election in Florida.
Well, Helen Perry, it's such a pleasure to have you on.
Thank you so much. It's such a pleasure to be here with Epoch Times.
All right, thank you, Jan. Clearly that's the place to be tonight. A lot of energy in that room, that's for sure. We are now going to go back to Roman Baumakov to give us the latest on the races that he's watching. Roman.
All right, Cindy, thank you so much, and welcome back to the 2022 reality check, as I like to call it, because, if you think about it, the left-wing media says one thing about the country, the right-wing media says another, but the beautiful thing about Election Day is that the truth is revealed and we find out exactly what the American people think. And so let's begin kind of with a broad overview of what we know thus far, the balance of power, starting with the Senate. So thus far, looking like it's tied. The last time I checked in with you, the Republicans were at about 33. Now they're up to 39. Right now it's a split with enough seats still in the toss-up category that it can go either way. Then if we go on over to the House, things are also beginning to kind of make themselves clear. The Republicans have taken 128, while the Dems have taken 86. Still enough to kind of determine the balance of power. From my understanding, based on the races that have come in thus far, it's still kind of leaning more towards the Republican, more likely to take control of the Congress. But again, anything can happen. Now, it's one of these kind of unique situations where 8% of the vote, 10% of the vote is in, and you look at the race, you're thinking it's going one way, but it can shift on a dime because maybe they've only called the races in the urban areas versus the rural areas. So kind of take it with a grain of salt. Going to the Pennsylvania governor's race, Pennsylvania is a state that I really want to highlight in this segment. The governor race thus far, with 15% of the vote in, it's looking like the incumbent, Josh Shapiro, has about 70% of the vote compared to Doug Mastriano. Again, these things can shift on a dime. You never know. But this is what the polls were sort of showing the direction of this particular race going in. However, if we flip on over to the Senate race, so this is interesting. So notice in the previous slide, Josh Shapiro had 70% of the vote. We go to the Senate race, John Fetterman has 66% of the vote, with Mick Manaz having 34%. So it's, again, because of the vote tally is still so small, you can't really make too many conclusions, but it is kind of interesting that on the same ticket, it is looking like a bit of a split ticket between the gubernatorial and the Senate races. Now, in terms of this particular race, there's a few things I wanted to highlight. If you actually go back to the previous slide, the gubernatorial slide, Fetterman, he took Allegheny County, which includes Pittsburgh, which is his own area. He took it by about 79%, with 33% of the vote in. And Philly County, it looks like Fetterman is 92% up, which is more than the polls had showed. Then there are two toss-up races within Pennsylvania. We have a House District 8. So this is an interesting race. It's interesting because for the last 3 years, there's been a Democrat incumbent, even though this particular county voted for President Trump in 2016 and then again in 2020. But in 2016, 2018 during the midterms, and 2020, a Democrat actually won this seat. Matt Cartwright, he's been the incumbent up and from then. Kind of interesting. You had the split ticket where Trump was winning this county, but Cartwright was holding it. So his opponent, James Bognet, he's actually endorsed by Trump. And so we'll see kind of what happens here, whether Cartwright will hold on to this county or not. Now, what's interesting in terms of the funds raised, the Democrat in this race has raised about $5 million of funding, which is double the Republican. But generally the super PACs see this as a really important race, and they have dumped about $9 million in advertising across both parties. So we'll see what happens. Very key race. Another key race in Pennsylvania 17. If we show that ticket as well, looks like the Democrat with only 38% of the vote in is holding a solid lead there. However, there's something I want to mention about Pennsylvania, which has to do with the mail-in ballots. So this is something I've been following relatively closely. So the Secretary of State's office said a few weeks ago, I believe 2 weeks ago, that 1.1 million ballots were sent out, right, to the different voters in the state. And at that point, about 2 weeks ago, she said close to 600,000 ballots were returned. However, according to Pennsylvania state law, they had to have basically been holding on to those ballots until today. They were not allowed to even begin counting them until today. Okay, one thing, I still have another minute. One thing is that they sent, among those 1.1 million, they sent them out to about 250,000 unverified voters. So this was kind of a long backstory here, but about 250,000 of those ballots went to voters who were unverified when they registered. And if they come back, basically they have to be set aside, and the election officials have to reach out to those voters, get them verified, get their driver's license number or their social security number. That process can take weeks. Furthermore, there's another judgment that was recently ruled by another judge saying that if a date wasn't written on that ballot, it also has to be set aside. So this race might take another few weeks to decide, and it might actually be decided in the courts. So anyway, that's the update in Pennsylvania. Cindy and Paul, back to you in the studio.
Roman, thanks as always. We talked a lot about the Hispanic vote and the influence it had in Florida. We're going to talk a little bit about the black vote. We're delighted to be joined by Barrington Martin II. He's a former Democratic congressional candidate and host of the Barrington Report. And Star Parker, president and founder of the Center for Urban Renewal and Education, or CURE. To both of you, it's great to have you here. Thank you so much. Star, I want to go to you first. President Trump, he seemed to strike a chord with the black community. Has the wider Republican Party been able to perhaps take advantage of that momentum?
I think the Republican Party was already starting that momentum to say that we cannot split as a country. We've tried that before and it didn't work. So the challenge is trying to bring people into the concept of freedom. But you have other interests involved, in particular the Democrat Party, who's very invested in secularism, in big government. And unfortunately for the black community, after the Civil Rights Act was signed into law, many African Americans began to work for government. So now we have a disproportionate number that like big government. So yes, that momentum started. Trump put it on the table again to say, come on, what do you have to lose? And then began to reshape what the Republican Party messaging would be in this community. The RNC then got involved. The next thing you know, we have offices in a variety of African American heavy communities across the country. And now it looks like about 17% are rethinking if the Democrat interests are also their interest.
Barrington, do you agree with that, and what do you think is behind it?
To be honest, I didn't hear anything that she said. I could not hear Star at all, to be honest.
Let me just ask you the question. So, again, President Trump, he seemed to have a lot of momentum and struck a chord with the black community. Do you feel that the Republicans this time around have been able to build on that momentum?
Absolutely. But honestly, I think that Black Americans everywhere have seen that the Democrats have not necessarily been the best as far as the decision making. So I don't want to say that the Black Americans are choosing the Republican Party, but they've been seeing that the Democratic Party has been the party with the issues, not delivering on promises, having a lot of absurd ideologies and policies that don't necessarily fit in to what Black Americans expect the government to do for them. So I think that going forward, whichever party can deliver on their promises, but more so look to fix a lot of the issues that have been caused by systemic bureaucracy, within our government. I think that that party will be the party that Black Americans will tend to lean towards, so to speak.
So I'll stay with you, Barrington, because I think like the Hispanics, the black community, many of them tend to have a strong faith, Christian values. It's perhaps unusual that so many tend to align with the Democrats.
Well,
I think
from
it's a
a
little bit
historical
more
standpoint, yes,
intense than
blacks
that.
were always known to be your more so conservative demographic within this country. And so what happened over the course of time, you start to see a lot of these racial issues take apart and why people choose the party that they've been choosing within our country. For example, we've seen throughout history, or even within these last couple of election periods, the Democrats constantly overstate how racist the Republican Party is, and due to the racial chaos that in the history that our country has had over this course of time, that is mainly stayed with a lot of Black Americans from a generational standpoint. However, I think that it's important that we start to actually have an honest conversation about the actual power of the Black vote, because, for example, we have an electorate of almost 200 million, and of course, only maybe 160, 170 million of that electorate votes. However, out of that number, 12.5% of that electorate is represented by Black Americans. So when you look at, the numbers, you actually get down to the nitty gritty of it, I think that we have to have an honest conversation with the power of the quote unquote Black voting bloc.
I want to ask Star Parker about this, what you've just mentioned, Barrington, the power of the Black vote. And I also want to give you a moment to answer the previous question as well, Star. Please go ahead.
It's a little bit more complex because we just at Urban Cure did a study on Black voting patterns and behaviors. And while, yes, there's a tendency that many pollsters will ask the question, are you conservative on these variety of issues, and especially on the social issues, you'll see Blacks very much in line with what white Republicans are saying that they believe. But when it comes to issues of fairness, is the country fair? This is where it gets a little complicated. Black people really believe that they're not getting a good deal. So the Republican Party has to now make the case for freedom in these communities. And I really think that their messaging is resonating, because we're not only seeing it in polls, we're seeing it in Black movement. Most of Black America now is in the middle class or above. During the Trump administration, we saw for the first time in the history of the country more African Americans making over $75,000 a year than under $25,000 a year. So this is about messaging now. What do we believe about ourselves? And so I think that when we as a nation keep saying, is there a Black community that's monolithic, it's not true anymore. And that's why you're starting to see various movements in various places. And what Democrats have traditionally been able to do is just, send this messaging out that if you're Black, you have to vote for Dems, that's fallen apart. Even when they put people like Barack Obama out in the forefront, it's fallen apart. People are starting to, in the Black community, vote their economic interests like the rest of the country. It is the economy, it is gas, it is groceries, it is inflation, and the rest of the things that are affecting every other American.
That statistic you mentioned about the incomes levels, that's incredible. Thank you for that. Do you feel, though, that Republicans, I spoke with an influencer in the Black community recently, and they said, the only time we see Democratic politicians is at election time. They appear on the church pews, but they said we never see GOP candidates or politicians at all. Like, are the GOP out of touch?
Much of that is changing. Well, statewide, we're starting to see the candidates get into every community. But when you're talking about the congressional House seats, of course, you're going to now try to get to those 700,000 that are in your realigned district if you can. But let's go a little bit deeper than this and start asking ourselves, is there really an interest for big government in this community and a politician then making these promises that they can't keep? And I think most Americans are now asking the question, what is it that we're really looking for from our government? And we're starting to see movement toward just freedom. Just leave us alone. You're in spaces you shouldn't be. You're in our kids' classroom teaching things that we don't want taught. You're in our community saying that we should not hold criminals accountable. You're at the border saying that there's nothing happening there. So these are questions that people are individually asking and starting to answer for themselves to vote for candidates that are speaking to the things that really matter to them personally and for their families.
Thank you, Star. Barrington, I've got about 30 seconds. I'll give you the last word. If Black voters are moving over to the GOP, what does the GOP need to do to keep them and not take them for granted?
It's about actually going into the communities and really understanding what the problems are within those communities. I think that ultimately what I feel that any politician, no matter Democrat or Republican, could see is that a lot of these Black issues that we have known to be exclusive Black issues are no longer exclusively Black issues. They're American issues. Everyone wants to be safe. Everyone wants their children to go to a great school. Everyone wants to have the opportunity to make ends meet. And I think that oftentimes this has been some of the key fundamental things that have been missing from the Black community. And I think that if the GOP actually wants to make inroads with the Black community, then they will do these things.
Fascinating conversation. Star Parker, Barrington Martin II. We appreciate it. Thank you both.
Thank you.
We turn to some key Senate races coming up in from Missouri, Arkansas, Kansas, Oklahoma, Illinois, and more. Updates from North Carolina and Ohio. We see here in Missouri, Trudy Valentine up against Eric Schmidt. Eric Schmidt actually down a few points, but only about 4% of the vote in so far.
And in Arkansas, we have U.S. Senator John Boozman. It looks like they're calling it for him with a sizable lead over Natalie James, but only 15% of that vote is in.
Also in Kansas, in the U.S. Senate, Jerry Moran is up against Mark Holland. It's been called for Mr. Moran.
And in Oklahoma, the U.S. Senate seat, James Langford looks like he's keeping his seat with 66% over 34% for Madison Horn. 40% of the vote is in, but it's called for James Langford.
And in Illinois, the incumbent Tammy Duckworth up about 12 points with 19% of the vote in. Not called yet, but we'll keep you updated.
And in North Carolina, the U.S. Senate seat, Ted Budd is a little bit ahead of Sherry Beasley. 75% of that vote is in. Nothing called there. It's still too close.
In Ohio, one of the most watched races probably of the whole night. We have J.D. Vance up a couple of points with 46% of the vote in. About 36,000 votes in the difference there.
And going to Pennsylvania, that closely watched Fetterman and Mehmet Oz race, 21% of the vote is in, and John Fetterman has a large lead over Dr. Oz, about 200,000 votes separating them. And now we're going to go to Epoch Times reporter Beth Bralia, who is covering the Pennsylvania governor's race for us. Beth, what can you tell us in there?
Well, here at Doug Mastriano's watch party, it's gotten a little bit loud. Famous Christian recording artist Danny Gokey is performing right now. Gokey came to Mastriano's announcement, and that turned into a prayer service. This tonight will probably turn into a bit of a prayer service as well. It's kind of Mastriano's thing. I want to talk a little bit about Luzerne County, where voting is still happening until 10 o'clock tonight. Typically here in Pennsylvania, polls closed at 8 o'clock, except for in Luzerne County, they ran out of paper and they were court ordered to stay open for voting until 10 o'clock. Now, Luzerne County has about 320,000 people. In the presidential election 2020, President Biden, in the official results in Pennsylvania, had 77,000 more votes than Donald Trump. So when you figure 77,000 votes decided the election then, 320,000 people in Luzerne County, that can make a big difference. Now, typically in Pennsylvania, the polls, when they close at 8 o'clock, we don't start seeing results come in electronically until sometime well after 9 o'clock. It was different this time. About 8:04 electronically, right away, there were results, and they seemed really skewed toward Democrats. And that's because this year is different. This year, counties were allowed to start counting the mail-in ballots at 7 in the morning. And so those results were in right away. Now we know that those results skew heavily Democratic, so that's just something to keep in mind. We're nowhere near done counting these votes yet tonight. We'll check in a little bit later here in Pennsylvania, back to New York.
All right, thank you so much, Beth. Yeah, definitely we're a long ways from the end there. So what is motivating voters across the country? A whole bunch of different things. That's what we learned. But are we going to go to our key race now? Are we ready for that? All right, so we're going to hear once again what is motivating our voters across the country.
I think this is the most important election that we face.
You're giving states more rights, your vote in the state matters more.
I've been motivated since 2016.
There's so much corruption, I don't think that my vote would matter.
I've already did that. I was very motivated on it.
In the mail. If you're my friend, you coming with me to vote.
I'm beginning to be more motivated.
Moderately. Pick the right person and just have this thing going smooth.
Every election, it's really, really important to us.
You can't complain if you don't vote.
Fairly motivated.
Now more than ever.
If I could vote, Yeah, we definitely would.
Yeah. I'm not motivated, but I will go vote.
I always vote.
Make sure your voice is heard.
I'm very motivated. On the day of and rendering my ultimate decisions.
It's really important that people in my age group are motivated to vote.
Kind of motivated.
I'm not very pumped up to go out and vote.
That's exactly what is going to let authoritarianism in, is apathy.
40%, unfortunately.
I'll probably vote early.
Very motivated. My dog is too.
I am going to do whatever I have to do to vote.
Because I'm proud to have this right to vote.
Extremely motivated. I'm tired of seeing all the lies.
I know how important it is a vote to cast.
I just told my wife you got to vote in the early voting.
I'll be there. I'll vote.
100%. My vote counts.
I'll certainly vote. My kids will vote. My wife will vote.
My son doesn't vote. Drives me nuts.
Voting is one of the most important things you can do as America.
This country's amazing because everybody gets that shot.
10. 10 being the highest.
10.
10, always a 10.
I'm at an 8.
I've already done it. Midterm elections are very important.
Tremendously motivated.
I would like to have a new mayor.
Applied to vote and registered. Motivated or not, I would vote anyway.
I don't take it lightly. I never do.
I really go by the debates.
Loaded pockets will always be in charge.
We vote every year at the church.
I wouldn't miss it this year.
I'm going this week.
Actually do not vote.
My parents came here from Hitler's Germany in 38 and 39. Voting has always been key for me.
Why are you voting? We turn now to some Senate updates. Results coming in for North Dakota and South Dakota, where polls just closed about half an hour ago. Got John Hoeven up against Katrina Christensen in North Dakota. Mr. Hoeven has been announced as the winner of the Senate seat there. Only 14% of the vote in, but a pretty critical win by Mr. Hoeven.
And a big lead in South Dakota over the U.S. Senator race. We don't have any results yet for Brian Bangs and John Toon. No results. And now we're going to go back upstairs and check in with Melina Weisskopf to give us the latest on the key races that she's following. Melina.
Hi, Cindy and Paul. Great to see you guys again. So if you're just tuning in, I'm going to go through some of the key races that could be indicative for how Republicans are doing nationwide as far as congressional seats. We know Republicans only need a net gain of 5 seats in order to take back the majority in the House. As we all know, it's much more likely for them to flip the House than it is for them to flip the Senate. So what the races that we're looking at as far as how Republicans are doing nationwide, one of those races is Virginia District 2. And earlier in the night, when the results were just trickling in, it looked like the Democrat was leading. But then actually right after I left the room, I found out that Kiggins actually flipped that lead. And it's looking like that margin is kind of spacing out a little bit. 70% of the votes are in Virginia 2. So this is a very good indicator that it's going to be a rather good night for Republicans, if not just in this District 2. A similar trend we see in House District number 7. So we have Abigail Spanberger versus Yesli Vega. Yesli Vega is a candidate that Republicans really prioritized. They campaigned with her. Senator Ted Cruz was down in Virginia campaigning with her, and she's significantly, well, not significantly, I guess. The margin's actually quite close here, but this is very important because this is the seat Abigail Spanberger just won in 2018. So not only is it indicative of how Republicans are doing nationwide, but this is also another seat that Republicans are flipping if this lead stays once this number goes to 100, of course. So now we'll move on to Texas, District 15. This is also another seat that Republicans could be flipping as we speak. So we're going to look right down here. As I mentioned earlier, if you're just tuning in, there's 3 districts here that are very important to watch in Texas. Historically, these 3, well, not historically, but the past cycle, Democrats held these seats here, all 3 of these seats, 34, 28, and 15. Mayra Flores just flipped a seat in District 34. So Democrats were very, they knew they were vulnerable here in the southern part of Texas. Might I add, this is right on the southwest border. Border policies could have something to do with this, but you just never know. So the race I really want to point out is Monica De La Cruz. So she actually ran last election cycle, and she almost flipped the seat from Democrat incumbent Vincent Gonzalez. Now it looks like she's doing a lot better. This is a huge margin. Only 13% of the votes are in, so that could change as time goes by. But this margin's pretty big, 73% compared to Michelle Vallejo's 25%. And she's doing pretty well, and this would be a flipped seat once again. So we're moving on to another potentially flipped seat in Michigan's 7th district. This is held currently by Alyssa Slotkin. This says District 1, but it's okay. We're going to talk about District 7. So District 7, Alyssa Slotkin, she's been in office also for, I think, since 2018. And she tries to peg herself as more of a moderate Democrat. She's had battles with House leadership over immigration policy. She's criticized the Biden administration's border policies. So the question really is her being moderate appealing to moderate Democrat voters in the state? Well, so far it's looking like that's not the case. We still have District 1 up here, but I'm talking about District 7, which is okay, because Alyssa Slotkin is actually down in this result so far. Her Republican challenger, Tom Barrett, is actually ahead of her in this race. And might I add, Alyssa Slotkin has also been endorsed by Liz Cheney, further telling how Democrats were trying to make this, we're trying to appeal to moderate voters. So anyway, these are the key House races that we're looking at. It's looking like a good night for Republicans. And with that, Cindy and Paul, we'll toss it back over to you.
All right, Melina, thank you so much. If pollsters were brave enough to ask, they'd probably find pretty low levels of trust in the polling industry. Fortunately, we know at least one pollster who's passionate about getting it right. Joining us now is Richard Barris, Director of Big Data Poll. Rich, welcome.
Hey, thanks for having me back. How you been?
I'm doing really well. It's really great to see you. All right, there's just so much to go over. So I want you to tell us what you see as kind of the biggest indicators of the night. One thing I'm looking at in terms of what pollsters got wrong is the New York governor race. It seems like Hochul is way, way, way ahead of Zeldin, which the polls were showing a tight race going to the end of this.
That's New York for you, ladies and gentlemen. You know, I didn't poll it. I'm glad I didn't because, I'm from New York and kind of know how things are over there. And I didn't want any part of that. I'll be honest with you. So, what I'm a little bit surprised with today is, there seems to be some areas where people were expected to do a lot better, but aren't, and vice versa. And also, it may be because we are seeing some of this election vote come in. It may just simply be that the exit polls were wrong and the election day vote is bigger. We're just going to have to wait. We're playing the waiting game, right?
Yep. So what do you think? One of the big discussion points before election day today was suburban women. They're supposed to be breaking for Republicans. Has that been happening?
I mean, there's certainly a shift back to Republicans. If you look at races that you just went over in Virginia 2, in Virginia 7, Virginia 10, which was a Biden plus 20 district, was shockingly close. It is starting to get now a Democratic lead because Wexman just has so much blue vote remaining. But none of these races would be like that if there wasn't a shift from suburban women, particularly white women. But looking at some of these, we can't wait to get out west because what it does suggest is that there is a shift among suburban white women. Maybe it wasn't, maybe it was, but we'll see. Maybe it wasn't as big as some of the national pollsters were suggesting, but the shift among non-whites is real. And when we get out west, we're going to see that a lot more. I think we saw that in Florida, but I would say Florida is a little bit different. It's a special case this year. This has been brewing in Florida for many years, and it's been in the making. And a lot of these voters are just registered to vote now, and the Democratic Party has moved further over to the left. The big question is, and you had it up on the map before, does that translate to Texas 15, where Cuellar, the independent, the Democrat who, basically tries to be an independent, is in big trouble, even though he's considered to be, a non-team player. And then Myra Flores in 34, she flipped that district, but it was rewritten during redistricting to be a lot more Democratic. If the exit polls are right and the non-white vote share for Republicans is that much better, then she's going to have a race. So, again, I think that was part one. The white vote share was basically one part of the story, and it certainly doesn't seem to be uniform yet. But again, there's a lot of votes left to be counted.
And we'll also have to see what happens if President Trump declares and what happens to that vote in that scenario, because that could be a whole new game. Can you give us a big overview of what you're looking at specifically tonight? What do you think are the big stories of the evening?
Virginia is, without a doubt. There could be some big stories in the other direction, too. We'll just have to wait and see. I do think Ted Budd is favored. He's taken a lead in North Carolina, and he's held on. But it's possible Sherry Beasley does better in her polling, better than her polling indicated. And, out west, again, exit polls are exit polls. The Guam seat this morning that everybody talked about, that was a shocker. Republicans haven't taken that delegation from 1990. The exit polls showed that Republican candidate losing by 13 points, and he won by 5. So that was a shocker. I do think what you brought up earlier, that the first thing you brought up, New York. I mean, I know a lot of good pollsters who polled that race. They have never been this far off. So I think without a doubt, not only are they off, but Kathy Hochul, who is a horrible candidate, let's be honest, she's not a great candidate. She's scandal-laden, appears to be beating the best Republican candidate they've had since George Pataki by a bigger margin than a presidential candidate on the Democratic side beats a Republican presidential candidate. That's a surprise. That's a big story, if it holds.
What do you think accounts for that? Whatever, New York voters looking at when they're making their choice at the polls? Just the D?
Sometimes, yeah. I mean, really, that's a very simple way of saying what I was going to say, which is that sometimes the PVI or the partisan voting index, they're lean. The state's lean. Their partisanship, it's so strong that it just reverts. Even if it looks close at one point, it just reverts. We saw that in the recall election of Gavin Newsom. Myself, we did poll that race, and several others polled it, and it really was close for a while. But in the final weeks, Democrats kind of shake the cobwebs out of their head and said, wow, we could have Larry Elder as the governor here if we don't step up here real soon. So they reverted. And it's possible that happened here, although I got to tell you, I mean, you look at that map, how did Lee Zeldin lose his own backyard? Which is a Republican area. I don't know. We'll see. Maybe there's
it's all kind of a bit shocking what's going on over there. Do you have any final thoughts about what you think some of the biggest upsets of the night could be?
I'm really looking forward to when we get out west, Adam Laxalt and Joe Lombardo in Nevada. The turnout story is so much different than what you see in the exit polls. And that same is true for Arizona. If the exit polls are right in Arizona, it would be stunning. I mean, it just doesn't seem to hold up with what we saw today in Maricopa County, despite the irregularities. Republicans still put up a ton of votes on Election Day. But it could be that there are surprises in the other direction. And when we get out there, there is without a doubt, everyone has to understand it's just the way it is in America these days. A lot of these races will not be decided today. They just won't.
Indeed. All right,
and if
Rich.
they are, that would be a surprise.
Yeah, that would be the biggest surprise of the night, right? If we do find out some of these results. All right, Rich, thank you as always. A real pleasure. Thanks so much. All right, now we are going to go to the swing state of Nevada. NTD's David Lamb is standing by for us in Las Vegas tonight. David.
Okay. So we're in Red Rock, at the Red Rock Resort in Las Vegas, Nevada. The watch party hasn't started yet, but it will be at 8 p.m. in about an hour, and polls would also close in 5 minutes. It's hosted by the Stronger Nevada PAC. Now, Joe Lombardo is running up against the governor, Steve Sisolak, a Democrat, and as Steve Sisolak has said, the race is razor thin. And as for the U.S. Senate, it is Adam Laxalt challenging Catherine Masto, and both of them have been Attorney General for Nevada. We will get back to you once the party starts. Back to you in New York.
Party to us, David.
Thanks so much, David. And now we're going to turn to some of the key races. We've got a lot more votes coming in from Georgia. Republican incumbent Brian Kemp is now leading the race against Stacey Abrams. Very different from what we saw before. 68% of the vote is in, and he is up by about over 100,000 votes. All right. And now we're going to go back to our DC studio with Steve Lance and check in with him. Get an update on election integrity. That was a big topic at the start of the evening. We haven't heard too many updates. So, Steve, what can you tell us about the irregularities or flat out fraud if that's the story. Steve?
Yeah, with regard to election irregularities or flat-out election fraud, there has been some cause for concern throughout the day. Reports of voting machines and tabulators not working in critical battleground states throughout the country. Now, it's important to sift through what is misinformation and disinformation, and that's what we've been working very hard to do. You have Delaware County, Pennsylvania, an area that was highly contested after the 2020 election for election fraud. Sources on the ground there say that poll watchers were removed away from the counting stations to over 60 feet away, whereas previously viewing in the 2020 cycle was roughly 20 feet away. The laws are ambiguous when it comes to the distance and make it hard to contest that rule or law. Now, one major concern from our sources is over these malfunctioning machines, because when you do not have properly working machines and resort to alternative counting, it creates a chain of custody problem and begins to make a forensic audit nearly impossible. The ballots are no longer counted at the polling location and are sent to a central location for processing. Now, experts in forensic science and fraud investigations have told us that altering the chain of custody would be the best way to actually conduct election fraud and to get away with it. Some of the experts we've spoken to are highly trained former military officers who have worked as cyber experts and have conducted fraud investigations. And when you see the machines breaking down in key areas, it is what they would refer to as a forensically destructive process. Now, because actual election fraud has been so difficult to prove, many Republicans have been urging folks to overwhelm the polls with an underlying message that if enough people vote, it will overwhelm the possible steal. As to whether or not that will be the case, we'll just have to wait and see. Cindy and Paul, back to you.
All right, thanks, Steve. I'm sure nobody wants to revisit the 2020 election, so let's hope some of these things don't play out as they might, according to what you were just talking about. Now we're going to go to Katie Spence in Arizona. She's been following the governor's race there. Katie, what can you tell us?
Hi, we're coming to you live from Scottsdale, Arizona at the McCormick Ranch. We are at Kari Lake's rally. We have started the rally. They are in the background singing the national anthem right now. The back of the room is packed with media. Everyone is excited to see what's going to happen in Arizona tonight. This is where the nation is looking. Arizona could decide political control with Blake Masters in the Senate or with Mark Kelly. It just depends on what happens tonight. The polls have closed. Voting is no longer occurring. We haven't gotten official results yet for the first drop. Those are supposed to come in around 8 o'clock tonight, but we're hearing reports that the election results won't be finalized until Friday morning at the earliest because of Arizona law requiring voters to be allowed to drop off their mail-in ballots, and those signatures have to be verified with the signatures online. So while everyone is excited to be out here tonight, they're not necessarily anticipating results, but we're still excited to be here, and everyone is excited to celebrate with Kari Lake and Blake Masters. Back to you in HQ in New York.
All right, thank you, Katie. It definitely makes things a little bit different when nobody is expecting a result. Kind of a watch and wait party, I guess. All right. We are now going to see what some of our voters out there have thought about Biden's key achievements.
First, we'll look at some key races, though. In Texas, 20% of the vote in for governor there. Incumbent Greg Abbott, 54% of the vote. Beto O'Rourke, 46% of the vote.
And in Arkansas, the race for governor, Sarah Sanders, it seems to be called for her. She's got a sizable lead in percentage points, but 7,000 votes, which is 16% in over Chris Jones.
And in Iowa, the governor's race, Kim Reynolds is down against Deirdre DeGier. 23% of the vote in there. We'll keep you updated for sure.
All right, now we are going to find out what our voters across the country think that Joe Biden's biggest accomplishments are. Here's what they said.
When I talk to people in my community, oh, well, yeah, stock market, we're getting killed. I've lost 30% of my holdings. I didn't have that 2 years ago.
You're not going to want to have Biden showing up and, campaigning next to you.
Well, to be honest with you, I don't know.
Negative goals of destructing.
I have no idea.
As far as COVID went, I think it got really under control after he took over.
Giving away a lot of money to Ukraine. It's hard to think of any.
People would probably say the student loan forgiveness if that actually goes through.
It's not so volatile as it was before.
Joey B. Okay, so he did say he's gonna, I haven't seen it yet on my account, but the $10,000 is student loan debt.
I don't know.
Student loan forgiveness in the future.
So how about those Yankees, huh?
I can't do the answer to that because I didn't follow Biden.
Even some of the bills they passed, there's a lot of things in it that I probably don't like.
Student debt relief.
Helping Ukrainians.
New hearing aids.
I haven't really seen any accomplishments.
We're working on it.
That hasn't been spoken about.
Basically, every crime reform that has happened in this country, he's the one that did it. He's been lying to everyone for the past, 43 years?
A few things with student debt. I haven't really been keeping up on anything, so me either.
I feel like he's doing fairly well.
The forgiveness loans are definitely probably his biggest movement.
Ouch. He's managed to guide the economy successfully despite what his political enemies are saying.
Pardon on federal marijuana offenses, that affected absolutely nobody.
The Infrastructure Act.
I just don't know.
It's jobs.
I don't know too many of his accomplishments.
Probably the Inflation Reduction Act.
To lead from more medium.
Everything that he's done so far is for the people.
Continuing to send out the relief checks.
It's caused all this inflation.
I think he inspires a sense of unity.
I think that they've done quite a good job with climate.
Administering of COVID vaccines.
Infrastructure was good.
I don't think anything. I'm sorry.
Got lost a lot, but other than that, I don't know.
All right, and now we are being joined by Dan Lipinski, former Democrat House rep from Illinois. There we go. Dan, Congressman, tell us, do you think what we're seeing tonight is a repudiation of some of the progressive agenda? I know that's something you weren't always square with within the party. How are you seeing the results so far?
Well, so far it doesn't look like the Republicans are making the gains that were expected. There's still a long way to go. The Senate certainly is still in play. I still think the Republicans may pick up the Senate, but so far some of those key races and House seats out east in Rhode Island, in Virginia, seem to be going for Republicans early, but may have flipped over to a Democratic hold. So I think it's still yet to be seen what's going to happen. What I have heard so far is that people are very unhappy with the direction of the country, but they're also not really ready to put Republicans in charge. So we'll see what the rest of the night results, reveal.
Certainly, we were just talking earlier about New York. Everyone was expecting that to be a close race, and it doesn't look that way at all. Congressman Bratt, how are you seeing things?
Yeah, well, I think Dan's right. The numbers aren't as big. I think he's being a little humble there toward his party. He was an independent thinker and dared to take on the majority, his own caucus. I took my own caucus on trillion-dollar deficits. I think I was correct in doing that. And who you trust to put in place on trillion-dollar deficits, I can see why he might, say, I don't know if they're sure they want to put Republicans. I don't think they want to put Democrats in there either. So I think the American people are left scratching their head with $31 trillion in debt now at 5% interest rates, and then the education policy after COVID. The kids are just getting pummeled across the whole country in K-12. We both care about that outcome and want to see better there, and so. Yeah, I think I obviously think the Republicans are marginally better on the fiscal policies, on the monetary policy. We've all known this stuff for 2 decades too. This is not some new fiscal monetary set that just crept up on us, and so both parties have some share of the blame there.
Congressman Lipinski, I'm wondering what you think is going to be the moves after this. An interesting thing we were talking about earlier this night is some of the press has been turning on President Biden just in recent days, starting to fact check him, coming out, talking about problems he says. Where is the party going after tonight? Or do you think they're just waiting to see the results and then have a look inside and decide where to go?
Well, first of all, I agree with my former colleague there that both of us were very independent from our parties, and we both see and admit that the American people aren't very happy with either party right now. I think Democrats have done a very good job of keeping a lid on any talk about President Biden, whether or not he's going to run again in 2024. I think come tomorrow that that's going to really start percolating up. I don't know. I mean, Republicans keep telling me that they don't think that Joe Biden really has the mental capacity right now. I have not personally seen that. Democrats say that that's not the case. But there's a lot of questions right now. Does President Biden, he's going to be 82 years old come the next election. Is he going to run again? And if he's not going to run again, who's going to be the replacement? Kamala Harris, the vice president, certainly is not well loved in the Democratic Party, so that's going to be tough. We also expect to see former President Donald Trump announce in the next few days, maybe the next week, that he's running for president. So presidential talk will start immediately tomorrow after this.
Well, on that point, when do you think President Biden is going to have to actually say something concrete and start galvanizing the party around it one way or another? How long can he, he's hedged his bet, but what do you think, how long can he stay uncommitted?
I mean, by the summer, everyone's going to have to know. The party's going to have to know if he's running or not. And the pressure is going to really build early in the year as more Republicans announce that they are definitely running for the Republican nomination. And so much talk about, what's next. But I think some of it still hinges on what happens the rest of the results from this election and whether President Biden is going to be seen as if it's not that bad a year for Democrats, he's going to take credit for that. If things really turn bad the rest of the evening, he's going to be blamed for that. Democrats will be looking for a scapegoat. And so I think the election results are still going to have an impact on that.
Yeah, it certainly will. Congressman Bratt, what are your thoughts on what happens next?
Yeah, I agree there. The interesting thing I'm seeing, I don't think the Blues are going to go out partying tonight. They ain't going to be happy. So it's a matter of degree. But the one thing I do see shaping up, Trump kind of showed a new cookbook and map for electoral wins up in these battleground states. And that pattern seems to be holding up tonight. When you look at the Florida used to be tight, it's not. Texas used to be tight, it's not. Pennsylvania has yet to be seen. There's moves taking place in Michigan. Ohio, I think, is going to be red. Arizona, I think, is going to be red. And, that's probably about 7 out of 8 of the key states where the Trump train went up through the Midwest and showed a new path for Republicans. So we'll see who emerges on all that. But that path, I think, is interesting tonight, and it's way more wide open than it was 4 years ago.
Certainly. All right. Thank you, gentlemen. We'll be back with you a little later. But now we're going to go to Don Ma, who is on the ground in New York. He's at Lee Zeldin's watch party tonight. Probably not a very upbeat atmosphere there. But Don, what can you tell us?
So Cindy, as you can see here, it's packed right now at Lee Zeldin's watch party. I really wish you were here. The energy here is unbelievable. Now, a lot of high-profile people made an appearance tonight. We've seen the likes of Rudy Giuliani's son, Andrew Giuliani. We've seen the New York City Councilwoman give a speech. She says it's about saving the state. And here with me, I have a Lee Zeldin supporter. She's also the president of the advocacy group Asian Wave Alliance. Now, tell us, how are you feeling tonight?
I'm feeling anxious. The early results are coming in, and he's a bit under. So I'm hoping that the results from other parts of New York State will be coming in soon.
And why are you a Zeldin supporter?
I'm a Zeldin supporter for a lot of reasons, but really crime is one of the top reasons, like many of the people that I hear from. New York is not in a good place right now, and we need Zeldin to save our state.
And you're confident he can do it?
If he wins, I'm very confident he can do it.
Thank you very much. So Zeldin is expected to make an appearance tonight. He hasn't arrived just yet, but I'll keep you posted. Cindy, back to you.
All right, thanks so much, Don. And now we're going to check back in with Roman to give us the latest updates in the key races he's watching. Roman.
That's right, Cindy. Thank you so much. And I don't know about you watching at home, but everyone here in the office, including myself, is on the edge of our seats, waiting to see who will be representing us in both the federal and state governments for the next 2 years. So let's start with the balance of power in the Senate. So thus far, nothing has changed since my previous update. It's 39-39 with enough toss-up races to still really, it can go either way. Dems control, Republicans control is enough toss-up races where it can go either way. In the House, if we go to the next slide, we have a slightly different picture. We have more Republicans. It's already 137 to 80. 218 is, of course, the dividing line. Thus far, the Republicans, based on the amount of data that has come in and the way things are leaning, still projected to cross that mark. But again, anything can change. You never know. That's the beauty of Election Day. Then let's focus on a few key races that I wanted to highlight in this segment. The first is the Arkansas gubernatorial race. So Sarah Sanders is actually the winner. Of course, if you remember President Trump's term, she was the White House press secretary under Trump, and now she is the governor of Arkansas with 53% of the vote. If we go to the next slide, you can head on over to Ohio. So Ohio is an important Senate seat for the Republicans because they can't lose any seats. If they want to overtake the Democrats in the Senate, they can't lose any seats. They need to retain all the seats they have and gain a few. So Ohio is an important seat because right now it was a Republican. For them, it needs to be a Republican again. J.D. Vance, as you can see, is polling ahead. Actually, before I came into the studio, he's at 51, so it looks like he's pulling in more and more against Tim Ryan, who's at 48 at the moment. Furthermore, within Ohio, there are several kind of swing congressional districts. If we can head on over to Ohio 1. So Ohio 1 is sort of the Cincinnati area on the map of Ohio. It's sort of the bottom southern tip. And this is kind of an interesting district because recently it was redistricted. So before, this district was Trump +3. But now that it's been shifted around, if the election, the 2020 election was reheld today, it would be Trump -9. So the redistricting is heavily in the Democrats' favor here. The incumbent is Mr. Rob Portman, who's retiring now. So it's a Republican seat. Republicans, of course, want that seat back. In terms of the funds that have been raised here, both of them have raised about $2 million. But in terms of the outside super PAC money that have come in, I believe in this race, it's $5.5 million have been spent on ads in this race. And so this is a very kind of key race to look out for. As you can see, the Democrat here is at 57% with 41% of the votes counted in. But again, based on the districts, you never know what will happen with that remaining 59%. Then if we head on over to Ohio 13, this is another toss-up race. One of those races in the middle that'll actually determine who's in control of the House. Key race here. So right now, this race this seat was held by incumbent Tim Ryan, a Democrat, prior to this election. And furthermore, it was redistricted, just like the other seat. It wasn't redistricted so seriously, but it's still favoring Democrats. And for your reference, if you know the map of Ohio, this is the Akron area. Furthermore, the RNC has sort of targeted Ohio 13 as a key race to invest in. That's why they threw in, I believe, close to $10 million on advertising. Actually, no, $10 million was across all super PACs, but a lot of that came from the RNC in order to flip this seat. For your reference, Ms. Gilbert here was the former Miss Ohio USA in the year 2014. So she's keen on flipping the seat red, but as you can see, it's at the moment with 40% of the votes in. Ms. Sykes has 59% of the vote. Again, you never know what will happen, but it's looking like it's heading towards the Dem. Another big update, if we head on over to Texas, it looks like Mr. Beto O'Rourke has lost for a third time. Well, I guess we didn't call it. I saw another map where it was called, but Greg Abbott 54% of the vote with 24% of the vote in. Some maps have called it. I guess this one hasn't as of yet. But it's looking like a stark difference. But again, actually, it's true. You never know what will happen with the remaining vote. There's one other state I wanted to highlight, which I think is kind of indicative of the split that can happen. If we head on over to Kansas, so the gubernatorial race, so with 53% of the vote in, you have the Democrat, the incumbent, Laura Kelly, with 56% of the vote, and the challenger, Mr. Schmidt, with 44%. But, so notice, 53% of the vote, 56. So if we head on over to the Senate, again, for Kansas, I guess it was changed anyway. But before it was a big difference. I guess that's the beauty of real-time election coverage. But looks like the incumbent, the Republican, Jerry Moran, has been victorious, which again is kind of interesting because if we go to the previous slide, it looks like a split ticket with people voting for a Republican for the Senate and a Democrat for the House. So, you just never know with elections. The truth is revealed on election day when people go into the box. Nobody can see what they're voting for, and it looks like a split ticket. They want a Republican. Well, again, you never know what will ultimately happen, but it looks like the same people are voting for a Republican to the federal level, but internally they want a governor that is a Democrat. That's quite interesting. So that's the update that I have for you right now. If you come back in about 30 to 60 minutes, either myself or Melina will be here to give you another update. Cindy and Paul, back to you.
Fascinating stuff, Roman. Thank you so much. Some important updates for you. More calls for New York. Current Majority Leader Chuck Schumer, he's staying in the Senate, winning projected re-election with nearly 74% of the vote. That's more than 95% of the state's ballots counted. Fellow Democrat Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez also projected to keep her seat, claiming re-election for New York's 14th district. And we have a GOP to Democrat flip in Maryland. Wes Moore is projected as the state's new governor. And a quick update on the Maricopa County lawsuit. A judge has rejected the Republican National Committee's bid to extend voting by 3 hours. Some problems with machines there earlier this morning. Elsewhere, Wyoming, Nebraska make up another batch of governors to be called, both for the GOP. Finally, to a significant ballot measure. In Maryland, voters have approved legalizing marijuana. And so it's a great honor to bring back in former Congressman Dan Lipinski for discussion. Congressman, it's great to see you tonight. Thanks so much for coming on. You mentioned something in your previous discussion. You said that perhaps the Dems are not ready to go R. What do you think is holding them back? We hear that inflation and crime are big issues for everyone.
Well, I think we've seen certainly a bit of a swing from Democrat to Republican, but I think there's still a lot of questions about Republicans. Who are the Republicans? Is this just a party of Donald Trump? I think the Democratic Party has scared away a lot of middle-class voters who are fleeing to the Republican Party. But big question is suburban voters who Donald Trump basically drove from the Republican Party to Democrats. Are they coming back? That was a big question for tonight, and we'll see with these results if that was the case. But Congressman Bratt was very, very correct in talking about the key states for the next presidential election. In Florida, it went from a swing state to definitely red. Texas, they're talking about that swinging to Democrat. That's looking pretty red right now, and we'll see what happens with Ohio also. So remember the Electoral College, very important.
Let me touch on Texas because when we're going through the results, Congressman Bratt had pointed out that Beto O'Rourke, in Mr. Bratt's own words, with all the headwinds against him, he's picked up 40% of the vote there. Congressman, you care to comment on that? Congressman Bratt?
Yeah, I think he was at 46.
Yeah, 40.
Still, right? And so that's tough. I mean, you usually think of Texas as kind of being culturally conservative, et cetera, and you got inflation, and you got the border sitting right there in the news, I'm sure, every day. And then you've got, I don't know about inner city crime in Texas, but, just the big headline issues that everyone's worried about right now. And so it is amazing how polarized the country still appears to be. People just dug in by party, that even with all the headwinds, I was expecting bigger numbers. We'll see by the end of the night. But I was expecting bigger numbers, and bigger numbers like in that kind of race. And so it is interesting how Doug, in the New York polling, right, most people agree, there's just a certain propensity of historical tendency to vote blue in New York. And so the polling was off. It missed that. And so that'll be interesting to see by the end of the night as well.
Can you comment on Congressman Lipinski's kind of assessment that perhaps voters are wondering who is the Republican Party? How do you feel about that?
Oh, I think it has become more populist, but I obviously think that's a good thing, right? I'm in favor of federalism. I want to downsize the federal government in every way, shape, and form. All the errors, right? The Federal Reserve caused the 07-08 financial crisis, according to John Taylor, the guy that took over after Milton Friedman. This is not random thoughts. This is the most serious economic science there is. Now, and then the Fed kept the interest rate at 0 for 10 years and caused this latest debacle we're in. We're $31 trillion in debt now on the fiscal side, on the government side, at 5% interest rates. Do the math on that one. And so I kind of like what I see out there with people taking more serious their government at the local level, at the state level, and then at the federal level too. But I want to see things move back down to the people.
Well, I have both of you here. I probably have about 4 minutes. But a trend that I've kind of noticed is across the ballot, whether you're in Alaska or you're in Florida, you see very similar platforms for candidates, whether they're House, their governor, or their senatorial candidates. There seem to be national issues. Abortion with the Democrats, inflation with the Republicans. I'll start with you, Congressman Lipinski. Is this a change you've noticed, that issues and platforms have become kind of nationalized over more local issues?
Yeah, definitely. That is the case. I think that is that's a terrible change that we've seen. Look, this government was set up in order to have representatives represent their people, not their party. And unfortunately, we see more and more. If you look at Congress, you see representatives who are just following their party leader, representing their party. This is not the way our government is supposed to work. And in doing so, Congress has given up its power. It's turned it over to the president, to the courts, to bureaucrats. And I think this is a real problem for our republic. And we really need to turn back to the idea. Look, there's not just red and blue people in this country. There's a lot of diversity, not just two ways of thinking. So I think you're right about Democrats and Republicans just seem to be following one party line, and that's not good for the country.
Congressman Bratt, what do you put that down to? Is it national media? Is it out-of-state funding, perhaps? And how can it be fixed?
Well, in my view, it's tied to what I was just commenting on before. The feds have goofed it up so bad that it's an easy target, right? So politically, I mean, when you got inflation at 9% down to 8%, ongoing, the latest papers out of Deutsche Bank say once you crack 8%, might go down to 6%, but you're going to be at 6% for 5 years. That's the latest, the best science on that. And then you got the debt, and then you've got all the border is a federal issue, and then you got the schools, and then you got the executive orders. Dan's right about that. Not only is it partisan, but Congress itself chooses to punt all the time. Even the courts are choosing to punt. They don't want to make hard decisions. Congress doesn't want to have to vote and make the hard decisions. So now it goes to the executive, the all-powerful executive over all these secretaries. They get to make executive decisions out of the White House, and this is a bipartisan problem, right? That we got to fix this, so it's a major problem that we've lost the balance of powers and the checks and balances that were put in place.
I'm going to wrap it up here. I want to get in a word from both of you. Who's going to be happier by the time all the votes are counted? Congressman Bratt, we'll go to you first.
I think I'll be happier. I still love Dan.
Republicans then. Congressman Lipinski, Democrats or Republicans, who's going to be happier when this is all wrapped up?
Oh, it's hard to say. I'd say Republicans, but they can be a little disappointed that they didn't get more. As long as the Republicans get the Senate, they'll be happy. But the American people are not going to be happy. That's what I'm afraid of. We need more independence. I'm looking at Joe Manchin, Mitt Romney, independent candidates maybe for president in 2024. Joe Manchin was just out in Utah visiting with Mitt Romney, so maybe we see that coming up. I see Dave shaking his head.
I don't see that one coming up.
There you go.
They could collude on a new creative energy policy. I'll leave it at that.
Congressman Lipinski, it's been a great honor. Thank you so much, sir.
Thank you.
Now we check in with Stephanie Cox, who's covering the Senate race in Pennsylvania. Steph, are you there?
On Monday.
Oh. Yeah, we're here at the Dr. Oz Watch Party in Pennsylvania, and people here are really just standing around waiting. They know that they won't get the results all in tonight, but we do have an update from the Secretary of State, who said that the election was free, fair, and secure, and she said that certified results are due by November 28th. She said that she expects there to be an increase in provisional ballots, which would be due to an increase in undated and incorrectly dated ballots, which is the topic of a lawsuit that, Janice, you have an update on for us.
Yes, Fetterman's campaign did file that lawsuit on Monday in federal court, trying to get a judge to come right out and say, you have to count all of those ballots that have problems with dates, whether dates are missing or whether they're wrong dates. And so Fetterman's I did speak to Oz's campaign to respond to that lawsuit tonight. And Rachel Tripp, the spokesperson, said, you know, we trust the court will make the right decision and we will respect it when that decision is made.
And do you have any updates on the climate on the ground at the moment?
Yes. A lot of people here on the ground are telling me that they feel like the momentum did shift in this race toward Oz. And the reason they say that is back on October 25th, when there was that debate between Oz and Fetterman, Fetterman really had a lot of problems relating to that stroke that he had back in May, and it became obvious. A lot of people became concerned about his ability to serve. So at one point, Fetterman did lead by about 8 points in the polls, and now a lot of the polls are showing that Oz is either neck and neck with Fetterman or taking the lead.
It certainly looks like it could be a toss-up. What about the bigger picture here?
Well, there's a lot of talk this season about the red wave, you know, Republicans taking over a lot of seats in this race throughout the country. But Rachel Tripp, the spokesperson for Oz, she tells me she thinks it's not just Republicans voting for change, it's everyone.
And we're just going to have to wait and see how this all pans out, of course. But we do know we're expecting to see Dr. Oz speak at about 1 a.m. today. So we'll be here. We'll keep you posted. Back to you in New York.
All right. Thanks so much, Steph. And I just got word that Herschel Walker is about to take the stage. So we're going to hear what he says. We're going to cut over to that right now.
I'm telling you right now, I'm like Ricky Bobby. Tough to beat. He's gonna be tough to beat, but let me tell you what, he got the wrong Georgia here though. If you can hang in there a little bit longer, just hang in there a little bit longer, because something good, it takes a while, baby, to get better. And it's gonna get better. So I wanted to thank you guys for hanging in, and if some of you have to go home, you can wake up tomorrow morning and see that the new senator, but he I'm not leaving. I'm up there, they call it a war room, and I say it's a blessing. I'm up there in this room that I've been blessed. So I'm ready. And I know you guys are ready as well. Hey, God bless you guys. Let's just keep it going.
Nothing has been called yet in that race, but Herschel Walker has pulled ahead in the Georgia Senate race, so we will see what happens there. And now we're going to go to Jason, who has been covering that race in Georgia. Jason.
Hello, we're here in Atlanta at Herschel Walker's election night event party. The race is still kind of close. We're not sure who's going to win yet. And right now I'm here with Keith Boyes. He's works on Herschel Walker's campaign. He said he's been there since the beginning. Why did you want to team up with Herschel?
Well, first time I heard Herschel speak, I liked the message. I liked what he was presenting. We've lost so much in our country, the values that our country was founded upon, we've gotten away from it, and he was a candidate I felt like would bring us back. We wanted to band together and try to bring Georgia back to some of the values that our country was founded upon, and we wanted to get behind him and hopefully support him and get him through the finish line.
Right. And so what about maybe Herschel's character or him as a person, that makes you think he'll stand for these values?
Herschel didn't shy away from giving God credit for everything. He's a man of the Lord, and he doesn't shy away from that. Whenever his values are based upon Christian values, and that's what we are and what we feel like, and that's what we want to support. Some of the more radical things that we see today has gotten away from Christian values, and we felt like we need to get back to that if we're going to save our country.
All right, thank you very much. The race is still close, and if neither candidate gets more than 50% of the vote, those two will most likely face in a runoff on December 6th. Back to you in New York.
I have some news alerts for you. More projected wins are coming in Illinois. Democrat Tammy Duckworth projected to win re-election to the Senate. Here are the latest governor races. Pennsylvania, Democrat Josh Shapiro also projected to win. We also have Republican Governor Greg Abbott taking victory over challenger Beto O'Rourke in Texas. As Congressman Bratz said, he did pretty well, though, Beto O'Rourke. And in Iowa, Republican Kim Reynolds is projected to claim her race. Over in the House, the GOP has 127 projected wins, paired with 83 for the Democrats. That includes Jennifer Wexton, Dem for re-election in Virginia's 10th House District. The Second Amendment, haven't heard much about it, but it's also a key issue this election, as it always is. So how do Democrats and Republicans differ on their stances on guns? Let's find out.
The Second Amendment is highly debated among U.S. and state lawmakers. It's also a big issue in this election, but will it change after voters go to the ballot box? The Democratic Party claims gun restrictions will reduce gun violence and say restrictions have always existed. They believe strengthening background checks will prevent guns from getting into the hands of violent killers. After the Uvalde, Texas and Buffalo, New York mass shootings, the Senate passed the bipartisan Safer Communities Act, which intensified background checks for gun purchasers under 21 years old. Biden signed the bill into law. Republicans have argued that gun control violates the Second Amendment and threatens an individual's right to own a gun. They believe tougher gun laws will eventually restrict Americans' right to bear arms in defense against threats. However, 14 Republicans supported the bipartisan Safer Communities Act. Republican Senator John Cornyn, who took the lead in gun talks, told the Texas Tribune this was fundamentally important to the country at a time when things are polarized. But Republican Congressman Thomas Massie blasted the legislation, saying it was just another form of gun control. In this midterm election, control of the Senate and the House of Representatives are on the line. Voters will determine which party controls Congress, which could impact the recent changes to gun laws. But debates around the mass shootings have also put the Texas and New York governor races in the spotlight. Texas Governor Greg Abbott, a Republican, favors open carry. Under Texas law, a licensed gun owner can openly carry a holstered handgun. In a bold move, New York Governor Kathy Hochul, a Democrat, passed new gun legislation in July that requires applicants to demonstrate good moral character by providing data from their social media accounts. But last month, a federal court blocked the new requirement. Hochul is expected to appeal the decision.
Welcome back. Congressman, your key takeaways so far?
Yeah, at the end of the day, it looks like the House will flip. So you get a new speaker. Yeah. The red team wins the House. The Senate, we're still waiting on definitive news. My guess is probably a tight win. They may take over, but we don't know that yet. But even that, just winning the House by enough seats, that will change the balance of power. You know, they'll be contested, right? The Reds will have the House, and the Blues will have the White House. They can block all legislation. So we'll be in gridlock again, which if you don't want to blow a lot of cash, is kind of a good news scenario for the American people on the fiscal side, maybe.
If the Republicans take back the House, Josh, that's Nancy Pelosi out as Speaker.
Nancy Pelosi's out as Speaker, at least based on the current projections. I mean, they have taken enough seats now. They had to get 5. They're projected to like 7 or 8 now, depending on how you weigh it. And unless Democrats make some like miracle victories, it's over for them on the House. You know, we'll see on the Senate still. Maybe they're still projected. Maybe Republicans can win, possibly still 2, maybe even 3. We'll see what happens, honestly. But yeah, this is going to be big. This means Republicans can now launch their own investigative committees. It means now they can have their own Republican again as Speaker of the House, which is going to be pretty big in terms of doing things like, honestly, more for like noise, more for launching their own investigations, more for like exposing issues as they see. And as Trump is probably going to re-enter the arena very soon, that's actually going to be very useful in terms of the, I'd say, public consciousness and the national discussion.
All right, we have some guests who are going to join us now, so we're going to turn to that. And we've got with us, Mark Tapscott is back, a congressional reporter for the Epoch Times, and Jenny Beth Martin, who should have a lot of updates for us. She's the honorary chairwoman of the Tea Party Patriots Action. Welcome, everyone.
Good evening.
Thank you so much for having me.
All right, Jenny Beth, I'm going to have to start with you because you've been watching all the election integrity issues very closely on the ground. Do you have any updates for us, things we might not know?
One thing that you may not know, we're now in the 10 o'clock hour in Georgia, and with the new law that was passed last year, SB 202 in Georgia, now all of the county election offices have to post how many ballots are outstanding. So we'll know a denominator sometime by the end of 11 o'clock that should be posted across the entire state. So we know how many more ballots still have to be counted and how many more may still be coming in from overseas or military ballots. So that's something I didn't realize that was now mandated until last night as we were reviewing rules with people who will be observing or are observing now in the tabulation centers.
That's interesting because also one of the issues when it comes to the mail-in ballots and all that is we never know how many more there are to count.
Right. So, and we won't know still if someone, like if they're overseas and it hasn't come back in, we don't know whether it's coming in for certain or not, but at least we know how many are out, how many still could be coming back in, and how many are just gone because they missed the deadline. So that I think is helpful, and it just sort of sets the stage and the tone for having a little bit more certainty and a little bit more accountability in the election.
So we were talking earlier about all of the election integrity issues, and one of the big changes that's happened, particularly since 2020, is that this absentee voting, the mail-in ballots, has just exploded across the country. And the blue states, or at least more Democrats, tend to vote that way. Republicans vote on Election Day. Mark Tapscott, do you think anything will change in those patterns, either that will pull back on those mail-ins, which actually doesn't look so likely, or that voters will start changing their habits? Because in Colorado, for example, where they've been doing this for a long time, there isn't a big difference in how people vote.
I think that is a great question, Cindy. And I think you're exactly right. I think there will be some changes probably before the 24 presidential race. When we all have to wait until November 28th, I think, for some of the Arizona results. Election day is supposed to be election day. And I think that we're going to see some changes in people's attitudes about mail-in and drop-by voting. There's some changes coming on that.
Do you think Josh, do you think things have improved much in the last 2 years? I mean, we haven't got as big the Dropbox issue, for example. Mark Zuckerberg funded Dropboxes. So by and large, with the changes that we've seen, overall, do you think things are improving?
We'll have to see. Of course, we did have some reports of problems with the voting machines. We have had some reports of issues at the polls, people getting these Sharpie markers that, of course, bleed through. The big question is going to be how the adjudication process goes once the votes are looked at, and of course, people have to manually fill in who they believe the person intended to vote for. They're claiming now that there's more Republican poll watchers. They wanted to have a 50-50 balance. We'll see how that turns out. If 4 o'clock rolls around and we see the old Biden bump where it's a vertical shot of votes until they surpass, maybe there's something wrong. But again, it's kind of up in the air right now.
Jenny Beth, what are things looking like on the ground in terms of poll watchers at the stations and how closely these races are being watched? Do you see a big difference between now and 2 years ago?
I see a huge difference between now and two years ago, especially in the states where there were so many problems and questions after the election in 2020. In Georgia, Arizona, Nevada, Wisconsin, Pennsylvania, and Michigan. In Maricopa County, at least 2 weeks ago, they already had poll watchers covered for every precinct in Maricopa County. Now, there were a lot of issues that happened there today with the machines, but there were people in place watching what was going on to quickly start alerting as to the issues. In Georgia, we have had so many more people who have stepped up to be poll watchers, and it isn't just watching the polls, which has been very important. We also have people who are working the polls, so they've either become election judges, election inspectors, poll managers, poll workers, and that is very, very important. Those are the people who open the polls up in the morning, check the voter in, give them their ballot, tell the voter where to put the ballot when they're casting it, and then close up the polls and take the ballots to the tabulation center. And then we also have people who are watching at the tabulation centers, not just in Georgia, but also in Wisconsin and in Pennsylvania and in Michigan and in Arizona. So we have a lot more eyes on the process. It's great when it's really dull and they come back and report, well, I didn't have much to tell you. Everything worked the way it was supposed to. And that's really what we want. They're in place, though, in case there are problems, so you've got someone who can be a witness and observe and alert others if there are problems going on. It just helps with the guardrails of keeping the election accurate and honest and giving us a transparent election.
Yeah, those are good signs. Another good sign that I was sort of seeing is we weren't hearing the stories that we were 2 years ago about cities getting ready for post-election rioting. So
that's a big change.
The night is still young, I would caution.
But nobody has boarded up their businesses, in anticipation of the country burning down. Mark, do you have any final thoughts about the election integrity? We have about 30 seconds left.
I think the big difference between 2020 and this time around, in 2020, the Republicans, frankly, were caught unawares. They didn't expect the kind of things that happened. This time, they expected those things and they expected other things in addition. And they've been prepared this time, and I think that makes a big, big difference.
Josh, any final thought on that?
Fully agreed, actually. The amount of, I think people on the ground watching things is pretty profound, and they know what to watch for now. The big question is going to be, again, what happens really over the next couple weeks as not only more ballots start pouring in. Remember election night 2020, things looked like Trump was going to win, frankly, up until about 4 a.m. or 2 a.m. roughly. And so who knows where things will go, especially when the military votes start coming in. And also I think we can expect there to be a lot of lawsuits. We're going to see, I think, a lot of that going on. And I don't see this really being fully decided for at least maybe December, till at least. Maybe even longer.
So the question is whether the House or Senate will hang in the balance, whether we have to wait that long to find out that result. Let's hope not. All right. Thank you, everyone. Thank you so much for joining us.
Thank you.
We are going to go to some updates from the Senate now. There are 2 projected victories for Democrats. In the Senate, Democrat Maggie Hassan is projected to win in New Hampshire by almost 58% in a very close race. That was with only 26% reporting.
In Colorado, Senator Michael Bennet is projected to win Colorado for the Democrats. Also there, Democrat Brittany Peterson is projected to take the 7th House district.
All right, and now we're going to go to Wisconsin with Epoch Times reporter Joe Hanneman. Joe, what can you tell us from Wisconsin? Hello.
As you can see, the crowds here at Ron Johnson's election headquarters have filled in quite a bit over the past couple of hours. The senator came in about 75 minutes ago and has been working the crowd. He took the stage briefly to sing happy birthday to his granddaughter. The watchword of the day is cautious optimism. The senator's supporters believe that he will prevail, but they did not take this race lightly and knew the challenge would be significant. And there has been a lot of outside money that has come in attack ads aimed at Senator Johnson because Democrats felt that this seat was something that they could win. We should see this shape up over the next hour or so, get an idea of where things are going. Right now, the vote is just at absolute dead heat, but we still have quite a bit of votes still to be counted in some key Republican areas that have not yet reported. So right now, it is shaping up as it was expected to be, a very tight race for a U.S. Senate from Wisconsin. We will come back to you with more updates as we get new vote totals or things change here.
Okay, thank you, Joe. It's a real nail biter over there.
Back to you in New York.
Thank you. We are now going to go back upstairs to Melina Weisskopf to get the latest on the key races that she's been watching. Melina.
All right, yes, so we are excited to be back. We're going to report a little bit on Arizona. Well, first we're actually going to talk about Maine because this is another seat, a congressional seat that Republicans were eyeing, and it's looking like they are doing well in this area, of course, pending the results that are still coming in. So the vote count is at 48%. You have the Republican here that looks like he's on track to unseat incumbent Jared Golden, who has been in office since 2018. Jared Golden, this is an interesting race to me personally because, I'm in Washington, D.C. I'm constantly watching what, incumbents like Jared Golden are voting on. And an interesting thing about Jared Golden is that he usually doesn't vote with Democrats. He's one of the few Democrats that actually bucks party leadership and tends to oftentimes not comply in passing bills that Democrats are trying to push. So this is a moderate area in Maine, but it doesn't look like he did enough with rejecting those Democrat bills to keep those moderate voters on his side, at least as for now. So now we'll move on to Arizona. This is a big race. Everybody knows this is a big race for the Senate, the governor, Secretary of State. There are a couple of toss-up races in the House. So we'll look at some data from last year just to give you an idea of actually how tight these races in Arizona usually are in this purple state. So Mark Kelly, which is running again, last year he won by just a small percentage point over Republican Martha McSally. And now he's running again for office. One quick note about Mark Kelly, he's new to Congress. He understands particularly that the border crisis is not playing well with Arizona voters. Actually, we were in Arizona a couple of weeks ago. Even Democrats that we interviewed many times said they wish the administration was doing more to secure the border. So he definitely picked up on that message, and he was using that on his campaign trail, saying that he will do things to secure the border. Well, we'll see throughout the night. Well, actually probably days later as well, considering the issues here in Arizona with the vote counting, how Mark Kelly is actually doing. One quick note before we can go ahead and move on to the toss-up House races in Arizona. We'll take a look at some of those races that we're looking at in Arizona. But one quick note while we're getting that sorted out. So Arizona, if we're following this race at all, we know that earlier in the day, 20% of tabulators in Maricopa County, the largest populated county in Arizona, they were having issues with those tabulators and were telling voters to put ballots into a secure box to be counted later. Well, Republicans were not very happy about that. They filed an emergency lawsuit. They wanted to get a motion from a Maricopa County judge to extend the time that in-person voters could go to the polls and cast their ballots. Well, news update, that court in Arizona in Maricopa County, the judge in that court just ruled that not just ruled, probably about I think 9 o'clock is when the news came out, that they weren't able to keep the polling locations open. So whether or not those ballots that were put in that secured box are, counted accurately, I guess we will see more lawsuits like this. I can expect to see more lawsuits unfold considering what we saw in 2020. We can definitely, I think, expect that. It might be too early to say that, but if they're already filing lawsuits on the night of, that's a clear indicator. So we'll move on to some toss-up races in Arizona. So we're going to look at Arizona District 1. This is where a Republican is seated right now. It's looking like the Democrat is taking the lead in this area. This is right around the Phoenix area, which is an area that Maricopa County includes here in this area. So that's a key race to keep our eyes on. This would mean that Democrats are flipping this seat if the results stay similar to this. There's 66% reported right now, so we'll see how it plays out in the end. All right, we'll move on to the next district. I believe that's District 2, another toss-up seat. This is an area where a Democrat holds the seat right now, and this is the northern part of Phoenix County. This is a wealthier area. So, it's looking like the Republican is leading, but only slightly, 56% of the vote in there. Now, lastly, I want to move on to Arizona District 6. This one, I don't believe we have many results for this one just yet. Actually, yep, we do have some coming in. This is an important area because, there's no incumbent right now. But as you can see, this is right here on the southwest border. But that doesn't look like it's stopping Democrats from continuing to vote for Democrats. It doesn't seem like they're fazed by the Biden administration's border policies here. But again, it's still early, 56% of the vote. Democrat is leading here. So these are some of the toss-up races in Arizona that we're watching. So with that, we'll toss it back over to you, Cindy and Paul.
Thank you, Melina, as always. We're now joined again by Democratic strategist and civil rights attorney Robert Patillo. We're also joined by Bo Davidson, host of The Bo Show on Epoch TV. Are you there, guys?
Absolutely.
Oh, Mr. Patillo, great. And Congressman Bratt. Okay, so filling in for Bo Davidson. So we're just talking. Robert, give us your insights, your high-level thoughts on how things are playing out so far.
Oh, I think Democrats are doing far better than anybody could have expected, given what generally happens in midterm elections. If you remember, after Obama was elected, 2010, Republicans took 60 seats. Many people initially at the beginning of this year thought the Democrats would be losing between 30 and 35 seats in the House and as many as 5 seats in the Senate. And right now, it looks we have many close races that are too close to calls, but it looks like Democrats will have a very strong opportunity at holding the Senate. And unexpectedly, it looks like they may have an opportunity of holding the House, and thanks to the combination of some of the more extreme candidates that were run by the GOP. When we see people like Mike DeWine winning re-election and Brian Kemp winning re-election, I think that's a call that people want more moderate Republican candidates.
Look, we were discussing this just a little bit offline, the Congressman and ourselves, just before you came on. Congressman, do you agree with this assessment that perhaps people are ready for more populist government again?
Oh, I don't think so. I think that the New York pollster and some of the commentary on there, people are just going back to their old, voting patterns. We were talking about the Texas race. O'Rourke still got 46%, right? I mean, you got fiscal policy that's a disaster right now. You've got 8% inflation right now. You got a wide open border right now. And so on the policy issues, the Republicans were rightly optimistic. The crime, the moms and dads on the school issues and the drag queens and all this kind of thing, those aren't fiction. Those are real.
Why isn't it showing up in the vote?
I know, and that's what's interesting is the people seem to be dug in on partisan lines, and they're following traditional lines, right? So that's where you can kind of tell. So the Republicans were optimistic, hey, we're going to crack it open and a whole new formula here. And so the problem is, right, so the Democrats can say, well, it shows this. The Republicans say more mainstream. Well, with mainstream people, we have $31 trillion in debt and $100 trillion in unfunded liabilities and the worst test scores than ever and a terrible COVID policy. We're at war with Russia. China's about ready to attack Taiwan. So great. I mean, so yeah, it's we got major problems to solve, and so I was hoping for some new energy on it. We'll see if we still get it. If we got a House, that'll definitely change the trajectory for policy.
Robert, what do you think? Does this vote show the country is split? We had Barrington Martin on earlier saying, there are independents here, there are free thinkers, like even Congressman Lipinski said it. How do you gauge that going by today's vote so far, at least?
Well, I actually think it showed as a sign of hope and unity. We were seeing far more mainstream candidates have a lot more success. So if you're looking at some of the entertainers, for example, who ran this time, Dr. Oz, a television star, Herschel Walker, football player, Lauren Boebert, who doesn't really have the most experience in elected office, we're seeing a voter rejection of those types of candidates in a year that should be not just a red wave, but a red tsunami, as many people thought was coming down the lines. Our Republican voters are making it known that we want people who will concentrate on bread and butter issues, concentrate on the economy, concentrate on family issues, concentrate on rebuilding infrastructure, and less of these conspiracy theory candidates who played well on social media. In the words of the immortal political philosopher Dave Chappelle, Twitter is not a real place. Stop running your campaigns on right-wing media, running your campaigns on Twitter. Talk to the actual voters, find out what they want, not just what the internet chat rooms give you likes and subscriptions for.
I've got 1 minute, guys. I'd ask you to keep the last two questions brief. Congressman Bratt, what does a result like this mean if we're talking about perhaps, Republicans +5, +6 in the House and whatever, +1 in the Senate? What does it mean for 2024, in a word?
Yeah, no, that's interesting. The path still looks like it's there. Like I repeated before, Texas used to be close. It's more red now. Florida used to be very tight. It's more red now. Pennsylvania, there's some cracks. Michigan, it's moving more. So the old Trump path is what it is and more. But we'll see who the candidates that emerge are, because that will tell the tale.
Robert?
Raphael Warnock, if he pulls out this race against Herschel Walker, will be the Democratic frontrunner for president in 2024 if Joe Biden does not run for re-election. A African-American Baptist minister who has won 2 elections in a red state versus a billionaire Kelly Loeffler and a football star Herschel Walker. He puts states like North Carolina back in play. He puts the Rust Belt back in play. And I think that's the big takeaway from tonight.
Fascinating. Robert Patillo, we appreciate it. Thank you much. Thank you so much, sir. See you soon.
Thank you.
And Democrats are forecast to lose control of the House. The winning party will have the power to pick the House Speaker. Republicans, if they take the majority in Congress, will be able to argue voters have given them a mandate to fix things where Biden has failed. That result would also put an end to incumbent Nancy Pelosi's tenure as Speaker and perhaps raise questions about whether the longtime Democratic leader will actually stay in Congress. Pelosi recently opened up about the attack on her husband. She said it was difficult because her husband wasn't the actual target, but he is the one who suffered. The incident could soon be a deciding factor in whether or not she retires. I believe now we have our D.C. office, Steve Lance. Are you with us, Steve?
Yes, Paul, and to your point, Representative Kevin McCarthy of California is now the minority leader and is expected to garner enough support to become the next speaker if indeed the Republicans take the majority. McCarthy will tackle some of the very same issues Republican candidates have been talking about this election cycle, such as stopping the IRS from expanding, confronting the Chinese Communist Party, and reining in the porous southern border are top on the agenda. And in the Senate, if Republicans take the majority, Republican leader Mitch McConnell's job may not actually be secure and could be in jeopardy, with former President Trump today calling for Florida Senator Rick Scott to take a shot at the leader position there. The Florida senator holds multiple committee assignments, including Homeland Security, the Armed Services Committee. Senator Scott has also been an outspoken critic of the Chinese Communist Party's nefarious global agenda and the regime's atrocious human rights record. Guys, back to you.
Thank you so much, Steve Lance. Josh, we'll turn to you. What do you make of this so far this evening? Are you surprised how the votes have been counted so far?
I'm not really surprised, I'd say, just yet. I mean, this is turning out roughly kind of how I expected it, to be honest. I did not really expect like a red tsunami, as people were saying. I was and
Why?
still am. Well, I was and still am very concerned about, I think, election fraud. And I think that it's very telling that places like Florida, in fact, that really did the most to make sure that there were really, I think, checks and balances in place on mail-in ballots, on signatures, and these types of things, that you really did see like you saw a red wave in Florida. You saw a red wave in a purple area, and to me that was very telling. I do think that there are going to be issues. I do think we're going to see a lot of lawsuits on it. But even just with what we have now, I do think it's going to change the country. What we have tonight, regardless of what happens going forward, it's enough to change the country. In terms of the very least, having the House and the Senate at least balanced again. Over the past several years, we've had it, or past couple of years, we've had it so that really, again, Democrats have had a supermajority for the most part. And because of that, they've been able to do just about anything if they wanted to, essentially. I think those days are kind of coming to an end, and I think because of that, Republicans felt very underrepresented. They felt they weren't being heard, and a lot of them were frankly just very, very afraid even over basic things, like are they going to get thrown in solitary confinement for protesting at a parent-teacher meeting or something like that.
All right, Josh, I'm going to have to interrupt you there because we have one of our reporters on the ground. Epoch Times reporter Jeff Louderback is in Ohio, and Jeff's checking back in with us. Jeff, what can you tell us about Ohio?
The Republican Watch Party continues here in Columbus, Ohio, and we have several updates for you. Mike DeWine has been reelected as governor. He's given his victory speech with Lieutenant Governor John Husted. DeWine won re-election by one of the largest margins in the history of Ohio, so that was an impressive feat that many Republicans here liked. In the Senate race, Democrat Tim Ryan held an early lead, but J.D. Vance surged once absentee ballots have been counted and later in the race. He now has an 8-point lead that continues to grow. He's expected to deliver a victory speech here in a little bit, and that it's been a good night overall for Republicans, with the exception of a few losses in the House. Back to the anchor desk in New York.
All right, Jeff, thank you so much. All right. We are back, and we are going to, we asked Americans across the country if crime was an issue that motivates them to vote. Here's what they had to say.
That needs to be handled by the government. No.
Lessening crime, I'm all for.
You know, like the things that lead to preventing crime.
Most definitely.
But I don't think about it when I go to the voting poll.
No.
I think so, yes. And that was an important factor on why I moved here, and now there's definitely more crime.
To improve the crime rate, yes.
Safety continuation.
I do see a lot of crime increasing on the news.
It's not a priority.
But even in our small city, there's been some.
I have heard stories, but me personally, I have not felt it.
Who in their right mind could ever think of defunding the police?
In my areas, crime isn't too big of an issue.
It's not going to change what's down here, especially downtown LA. So I'm in between. I will vote anyway.
I've personally been approached and almost assaulted probably 5 times in the last month.
My building, I live right here, has been broken into. There's been a lot of packages and things stolen.
I just had a colleague who was gunned down outside of his studio.
We are letting criminals out.
Everybody says, oh, I'm going to do this, I'm going to do that. You can't stop crime.
It's important that we keep our people accountable. Boom!
It's a suburb of Wisconsin, and we've been living there for 6 years and hadn't seen crime until actually last week.
You should be able to walk around here safe.
Yeah, I believe in law and order. It's actually trickled its way back into the Midwest.
Especially if you look at gun control here versus if you live in major cities in Europe.
There's a lot of states that are really just letting crime just fester.
I don't live in downtown Phoenix, but I go through there occasionally, and I am shocked every single time.
I see drug busts daily.
I don't just preach against it. Now I have to put my money where my mouth is.
Look, I voted for our mayor, who was a former cop, figuring that he'd be great on crime, and he's really technically all that swagger.
Making sure that our judicial system treats everyone with justice.
To vote or not based on a crime, I think we are in a bad situation.
Right now at this time, you could get, robbed, stabbed, so that is a huge issue.
All right, and I just got word that we're going to go to Texas to hear Governor Greg Abbott's victory speech. Any audio for that?
We must tap into our $27 billion budget surplus and use that to give our property owners the largest property tax cut in the history of Texas. We must fight against Joe Biden's war against oil and gas
and keep Texas #1 for oil and gas production in the United States of America. We must also strive for excellence in education. Now, we already rank #1 for the number of blue ribbon schools, as well as we have one of the highest high school graduation rates in America. Also, since I was elected governor to begin with, Texas has become the #1 state in America for the most Tier 1 research universities. But more must be done to improve our math and reading scores. More must be done to improve college graduation rates, as well as to provide skill job training that leads to good jobs. But we must never forget, our schools are for education, not for indoctrination. Schools must stop pushing political agendas and get back to teaching the fundamentals of math and science and reading. But more important than all of that, our students need to be taught why and how the United States of America began with literally nothing and went on to become the best country in the history of the entire world. That is what they need to be taught. And we have no doubt some people here tonight who did their share to keep America strong with the mightiest military in our history. If you have ever worn the uniform of the United States military, would you wave your hand so we can see you and thank you for your service? And we have others who serve among those numbers, and that is those who serve in the Texas National Guard. Wave your hand if you're part of our troopers. We also must, speaking of law enforcement, we got to fully fund our law enforcement officers and give them the respect they deserve. We need to end these easy bail policies that allow dangerous criminals out onto the streets. And we must escalate our battle against the deadly fentanyl that is pouring across our border. We must treat it like the crime that it is, and that is murder. And I've jump-started that process by declaring that the Mexican drug cartels are terrorist organizations, and we are going after them. Texans have demanded a more secure border. And what I think is going to happen tonight when all is done, the new Republican Congress they have promised to do their job to secure the border. We must hold them to their promise. They must reinstate the Remain in Mexico policy and go back to building our border wall. They must reimburse the state of Texas for every penny that we spent doing the federal government's job to secure the border. And they should defund the 87,000 IRS agents that Joe Biden tried to put in place, and use that money to hire 87,000 Border Patrol agents so they can secure our border.
All right, we are bringing back our good friend from the Brownstone Institute, Jeffrey Tucker, and we have Bo Davidson of our own Bo Davidson Show, the host on NTD, and Josh. And a discussion we were just having here in the studio, actually, that I think you guys will be interested in, is the role of media and social media in the respective parties getting their messages out, and maybe what kind of a difference things are going to make in Twitter with Elon Musk taking that over. We're already seeing some changes, like President Biden being fact-checked. Bo, you're the big culture watcher. What do you have to say on this?
Well, you know, I think there was a time when people would post about the candidates that they hoped to win elections, and I'm thinking even back before 2016, and that was a case where I felt like people could feel like they could actually shape the election through their opinions. But then once Donald Trump won in 2016, it all changed because big tech became more activist. And instead of voters changing each other and changing everyone else's mind, it was big tech was changing their minds. That's the kind of shift that I saw. And furthermore, Cindy, I'll tell you this too, that I feel like what social media tried to make the biggest issues in this current midterm was, of course, abortion and the climate. And those are social issues that don't affect as many people as issues like the economy, inflation, and as we just saw with Governor Greg Abbott, things like crime, the border, the flow of fentanyl. Those are the things that actually affect us. And even if you look at skyrocketing food prices, inflation, gas prices, the I did that stickers, of course, as I have lampooned about before. I just think that the issues that social media tried to steer into people's heads was not as critically relevant and as resonant as the actual issues, and that's where they're hitting you in your wallet and your purse.
All right, Jeffrey, what do you think on this? Do you think social media reflects what voters are actually thinking about, or what social media wants us to think about?
Social media is ever more used by the elites, by the Zoom class, by people who can afford it, people who mostly are not too busy at work, I'm sorry to say. And that definitely has led to a bias, but it certainly led to a huge bias in the way social media has been managed over the last 30 months or something, where it just basically became a tool of the NIH and the CDC and cracking down on what they call misinformation, and then it became ever more political. It's just absurd. I'm cautiously optimistic about the takeover of Twitter, and you can see the absolute frenzy out there in the big tech land about the fact that their little fun cartel is coming apart. Also, economic pressures are causing massive layoffs in that sector, which I think will help clean up the act, so maybe they can start paying attention to stockholders a little bit more and their customers a little bit more than they have in the past, and maybe not so much sign up with the government for their propaganda campaigns, as we've learned from all the court documents that have come out. So I think social media is going to change a lot over the coming year. In fact, I would predict it's going to change dramatically, and not be so strangely biased. I also think that I'm guessing that Musk's model of paid social media is going to become more and more the norm. The old days we used to say that if the product is free, you're probably the product, and sure enough, that's becoming clear to people, and that's true for the internet in general. The paid model seems to be the way things are going, and to me, that seems like it's the best answer to the economic problem, and it might be the answer to the cultural problem in social media too.
You made some really interesting points, because the question is, how much is Twitter going to change the other social media and the other factors that you talk about versus being the outlier? Be really interesting to watch. Josh, we were just talking a little bit earlier about using social media platforms for the parties to get their messages out, and there's obviously some imbalance there. What do you think that does for the Republicans? Do you think that's hurt them?
Let's be clear about something. The foundation of the American system is that informed people make informed decisions. The whole basis of our election system is an informed public making informed decisions. That if you want to talk about a constitutional republic or a representative democracy, when people go and vote, it's based on the information they've been exposed to. The left, to a large extent, has decided it should be the gatekeeper of information. And whether it's ESG, environmental social governance, whether it's the World Health Organization, whether it's the CDC, whether it's big tech, whether it's government pressure calling in the heads of all the different social media companies and having them testify and then asking them as they're sitting there, why are you not censoring these opinions? Or whether it's the hit pieces of all the major news networks targeting, ironically, their competitors and calling up these tech companies and saying, why are you still putting advertisements on their platforms? The collective effect of this has been that almost every single conservative voice on the internet has either been deplatformed, censored, or demonetized. And where do people go for those types of arguments? Where can they even be exposed to the other side of information? And it's even worse now, where aside from doing everything they've done, essentially on the left, to every conservative online voice, to some extent, they're trying to even embolden this in law, where they're trying to claim that they should be able to manage information from the federal level. And they're claiming this is a threat to the entire American system, allowing people to speak freely. It's bizarre in my opinion.
Yeah, it's very interesting discussion on there. Bo, I know you watch the media very closely. We were talking earlier about how we've suddenly seeing headlines that are criticizing Joe Biden and the Democrats saying, actually fact-checking the president, which we haven't seen yet. Do you think there's going to be some sort of shift or correction regarding the Democrat Party coverage?
Well, I hope so. You know, I will touch on a point that Josh just made, and this is just about Twitter, and I agree with you guys. I think that there is a sense of optimism out there, especially about Twitter with Elon Musk's takeover. But think about the fact that voters changed their minds as a result of not knowing about this Hunter Biden laptop story. That was a critically important watershed moment where we know ex post facto that basically that voters would have decided differently and voted not for Joe Biden had they known about that story. So if to Josh's point about getting an informed electorate, Twitter and social media in general throttled that story so that we had an uninformed electorate about a very true, verifiable story. So what we want is a social media where free expression is allowed, and more importantly, where truth gets to the electorate. So I think we're at a point now where we have seen some of these Biden fact checks. I find them amusing, but I also find them great. I think it's fantastic. The president has to know that he can't put out everything he wants to and have that go unchecked. So we're starting to see a system of true checks and balances even within his own fact-checking realm.
And Jeffrey, I know that's something you've looked at a lot. It's not just that, it's, all the fact checks around COVID, which have proven now that they were true when they were, designated false. So do we think there's going to be some understanding there that some very bad things happened and people realize that the fact checks were bogus over the last 2 years?
So one really wonders about this. Are we just going to sweep all this under the rug, or are we going to actually have a national discussion about all the insanity that we did copying the CCP model of lockdowns? Are we going to have some real interrogation of this in the Senate and the House and get to the bottom of this? Or are we just going to move forward and pretend like this never happened and none of it really matters? And we're seeing devastation to the culture, to education, to health, to the jobs markets, to the economy. It's all flows out of these bad public health decisions we made 2.5 years ago. And my own view on this is that we cannot sweep it under the rug. That we have to come to terms with it. We have to look at it and square in the face. They used to call the Civil War after it was over, they called it the late unpleasantness because nobody wanted to talk about it anymore. Well, I don't think we should do that this time. I think we need to seriously talk about it and name names and do some serious investigations. I worry too whether
you've got about 15 seconds for this thought.
Yeah, I worry whether people are aware of the full truth, and I hope it comes out. Now that I suppose the Republicans are going to take the House and the Senate, as far as we know. So we need thorough truth seekers and talkers.
And some people have to have noticed that the things that they were told were, conspiracy theories a year ago have actually proven true. People have got to start noticing those things. All right, we are now going to go to Florida, where Yanni Kellig is at the Ron DeSantis watch party. And before it came to a close, he had a chance to speak with the founder of Wrong Speaking Publishing and co-founder of Moms for Liberty. Let's watch.
So I'm here with Adam Coleman, a fantastic author, has a Substack I read often. Adam, one of the things that Governor DeSantis said in his victory speech was that voters that didn't vote for him 4 years ago came out in droves, basically, to lead him to this victory, and a number of other Republican candidates. What do you make of that?
I think he's absolutely right. I think this election is an example of people rejecting the progressive ideology that's being forced through the government in a lot of different blue states throughout the country. And this is a culmination of a state where people are moving from these locations to the free state of Florida to have what I would call America's governor put through the practices that make sense. That he's appeasing to the people. He's actually listening to what people want. He's keeping them safe. He's keeping the businesses open. And he's one of the very few politicians who are actually listening to the American public.
I'm here with Tina Descovich, co-founder of Moms for Liberty. Tina, Governor DeSantis has a new mandate. It's a big win. He says it's a historic win. Lots of people voted for him that didn't vote for him 4 years ago. What do you make of this?
I think it's a clear mandate that liberty and freedom, they were on the ballot. The people of Florida have spoke loud and clear. I think when people get to choose liberty and freedom, they will always choose it.
In a nutshell, why do Moms for Liberty support DeSantis so much?
Yeah, our moms love Governor DeSantis. He has stood by them, making schools open in fall of 2020. He worked to stop school districts from forced masking their children. He protected our children against mandates and vaccines. So time and time again, when we've brought issues to the governor's office, he has stood strong with parents and families.
Any final thoughts?
We are thrilled. I am thrilled tonight to be here. It's been a great evening celebrating America's governor, and as we like to call him, the parents' governor.
Tina Deskowicz, it's such a pleasure to have you on.
Thank you so much.
All right, thank you, Jan. And now we will check back in with Roman Balmakov to give us the latest on the races. Roman, what have you got for us?
All right, thank you so much, Cindy. And I don't know about the viewers, but I definitely enjoyed watching Josh's analysis on the current situation happening in this country. So let's get back in and check in on this kind of interplay between the red wave and the blue wall, starting with the balance of power in the Senate. So based on the races that have been called so far, we have 43 senators for the Democrats and 41 for the Republicans. Still enough of the toss-up races that the Senate can go either way. We'll actually focus on that in today's update. And then if we head on over to the House balance of power, thus far, the Democrats with 119 seats and the Republicans with 155. But again, still enough races in this sort of middle toss-up category to get for both parties to get to that 218. However, I wanted to kind of take a visualization of this in a slightly different way. So if we take a look at the map, so this is what has been called thus far. So thus far, the Democrats have lost 2 seats based on the election results called so far, while the Republicans have picked up 2 seats. So that's thus far what's been known. The Republicans, of course, need to pick up quite a few more seats in order to hit that 218 majority. They were projected to get somewhere like right here, 220, 225. We'll see how it ultimately plays out. But as you can see, the map is filling out sort of like you would expect. Most of the rural areas are turning red. Most of the city areas are turning blue, except some of the areas there in Nevada and Colorado, with a few flips here in Florida. And in fact, let's focus on Florida for a bit because all the races there have been called. So starting with the governor, Ron DeSantis, he won by a solid majority, 60% over Charlie Crist. With all the votes in. Again, we mentioned it in an earlier segment, but what was truly interesting was what happened in Miami-Dade County. Very strong blue stronghold. Back in 2020, Miami-Dade voted for Hillary Clinton by plus 29%, by plus 29 points over Trump, but now they won strongly for Ron DeSantis. So that's quite interesting. If we look at the Senate results, also for Florida, we get Marco Rubio winning with a solid 57%. This is obviously a seat that they needed to hold on in order to retain control of the Senate or even to hope to win. They did that as well. Then if we kind of look at the House results overall, we'll see generally red stayed with a few blue enclaves. A couple of interesting points about these results. In 2020, Florida had 14 Republican congressmen, House members, and 13 Democrats. So in total, they had 27, 14 Republican, 13 Democrat. That was in 2020. In 2022, it shifted significantly to 20 Republicans and 8 Democrats. They, of course, picked up 1 seat because of the census results. But basically, it's a big flip. Florida went heavy red this time around. Now, I wanted to sort of circle back and focus on the Senate map. There's about 10 races that are still toss-ups that will likely determine the future of the Senate. So I wanted to go over a few of them, starting in North Carolina. So in North Carolina, Ted Budd is leading in the polls with about 99%, over 99% of the vote in. Still hasn't been called for some reason, but 50% compared to 46. So it looks like, barring any unforeseen circumstances, Ted Budd will be the winner over in North Carolina. Heading to Ohio, J.D. Vance has been called the winner with 89% of the vote. 53 to 46. Not that surprising. Ohio is one of the states that's been leading more and more red over the last few years. I believe they voted like +6, if I'm not mistaken, for Trump in the 2020 election. So no big surprise there. Heading over to Colorado, where the Democrat, Mr. Benet, has won with 55% of the vote in, compared to 41% for the opponent, 73% of the votes counted. This was not as much of a toss-up. It was more leaning towards them, but congratulations to Mr. Bennett. We headed over to Georgia. An interesting situation is happening there with 96% of the results. That's interesting because when I walked in here, Herschel Walker was actually in front. Now he is down by 48%. I don't know if this is the latest data, 11/22. No, this data is a little bit old, actually. But from my understanding, Herschel Walker is leading in this race, regardless of what this data says. But regardless, this race is almost 100% going to runoff, because in Georgia, if you don't hit that 50% threshold, it's going to go to a runoff in December. A few other races I wanted to just highlight. Arizona, Mark Kelly is looking like he'll be winning. Nevada, no votes coming in yet. Wisconsin is looking like it's leaning towards Johnson, but it's a bit of a toss-up. Lastly, at 11 p.m., which is 25 minutes ago, California and Washington polls closed, so those results will be coming in, and I'll give them to you the next time you see me. Cindy and Paul, back in the studio. Back to you.
Roman, thanks as always. Things heating up. Thanks for keeping us in the loop. Back on the line, we have Mark Tapscott from the Epoch Times, Democratic strategist Robert Patillo. Mark, we spoke a little bit yesterday. You were predicting a red wave. He still is confident.
I'm a little more reserved at this point. The Vance win looks a little bit bigger than I thought it might be. Herschel Walker seemed to be pulling ahead. I'm not so sure about that one yet. I still think that we're going to see substantial Republican gains. I suspect Congressman Bratt probably concurs in that, I would think.
Yeah. Yep. Not as high as some of the staggering people went beyond wave to tsunami. So I think we're out of the tsunami category. But I think it's still going to be red, but we'll just see as we wait.
Yeah,
Mark,
Mark,
I don't know if you heard Robert Patillo's comments earlier that this is kind of like a rebuke against Trump-backed candidates and perhaps the populist flavor that we've been kind of used to over the past few years. What's your assessment of that?
I don't agree with that at all. And I think Governor DeSantis' victory in Florida is Exhibit A. Ron DeSantis is the big winner tonight. And his concluding comment in his victory speech tonight, Florida is where woke goes to die. Keep an eye on that man. The future may be his.
Robert, quite a big win for J.D. Vance against Tim Ryan, much more established up in Ohio. Perhaps J.D. Vance, one of these celebrity-style candidates you had spoken about. What are your thoughts on that?
Well, I think Tim Ryan was running against a headwind in the state of Ohio. Much of the rest of it that we've seen creeping more toward the Republican category over the course of the last 20 years or so. As we've seen more industrial jobs leave, we've seen population shift into the Sun Belt, we've seen these areas become redder and redder, states that used to be more of a toss-up state. I do think, however, if you look at DeWine in that state, the margin he won by, another moderate, traditional GOP candidate who did very well. If you look at Brian Kemp, kind of the antithesis of President Trump, winning by such a large margin against a celebrity candidate like Stacey Abrams, I think this very well sets him up as being the standard bearer for the non-Trump wing of the party going into 2024. I think that we have to talk a lot more about Brian Kemp and his ability to appeal to moderate voters, to appeal to non-traditional Republican-based voters, and also to win in a year where we're seeing the headwinds of some candidates like Herschel Walker dragging him down, running against a Trump-backed candidate, David Perdue, and beating him soundly. I think this is a coming out party nationally for Brian Kemp.
These are very good points. I want to bring us to Arizona. Mark, I'm going to bring you in. I don't know if you've seen the latest there, but Katie Hobbs, 56% of the vote with 54% of the vote counted. That's the data I'm seeing here. And from what I can see, the rural areas and the urban areas are pretty neck and neck with their counting at the moment. Well, what do you say to that?
That is a big surprise. I would have expected just about the opposite of that at this point. And I think that's probably going to be, if that margin continues and she wins, that may be a race that the Republicans really need to study to see what they can learn from that for the future.
Congressman Bratt, we see in the same race, in the same ticket, Mark Kelly up 58% of the vote versus Blake Masters, 39% of the vote. That surprised you?
Yeah, that surprises me. And but to get to the thesis statement, it'll be interesting when all's said and done on this, the firebrands versus the establishment and all this stuff. and you see who got the $10 million checks, right? So if you leave out that little detail, you might be missing something. So to have a unified party, everybody's got to work together, right? Like the Youngkin race, the check writers came out, wrote the checks, and the renegades came out, and everybody worked together, and that's a healthy party, right? So in some of these races, you got some folks that are great people that I know, and I won't go into detail on, but I got some friends. And I was one, right? I didn't get the $10 million check because I voted against $1 trillion deficits, right? And so that's a little in-house intel on my side. And sometimes the leadership is not doing the right things for the people. And so we'll see. The tail is still there. You got to control for all the variables, as they say in the in statistical research.
So let me ask Robert about that, the importance of backing by leaderships and perhaps unity in the two parties. Robert, where do you see it stronger at the moment, this unity within the Democratic Party or the Republican Party?
Oh, I think you've seen Joe Biden doing an outstanding job of unifying the disparate wings of the Democratic Party. You know, AOC and Christian Sinema don't have a lot in common, but Joe Biden's been able to hold this party together to pass some big piece of legislation, whether it's the infrastructure bill, the skinny Build Back Better plan. And I think what Democrats have been able to exhibit over the last several months since the summer is that if you have competent leadership and if you give them a larger majority, they'll be able to move much of this legislation through. And I think that's what resulted in not seeing what we saw in 2018 when Republicans lost 40 seats, or what we saw in 2010 when Democrats lost 60 seats. We're now having to look at this map and say, well, where exactly is the math at for Republicans to get to 51 senators? Where is the math at right now for Republicans to have any sort of a substantial majority in the House? Before we were talking about maybe having as much as a 10-vote majority for Republicans in the House. It's becoming difficult to see how you get above 5 at this point in time, if a majority at all. So I think the unity of the Democratic Party, holding together people who have nothing in common, like Joe Manchin, and Ayanna Pressley, for example, that shows that the party is unifying around one simple message and one unifying cause.
I wish I had time. Oh, I do have time. Great. Very interesting coming from a Democratic strategist. I want to pass this to Mark Tapscott and say, before, well, I don't know about these polls or surveys anymore, but we were told Joe Biden's approval rating was the lowest among Trump or among Obama or anything. What does a result like this tonight mean for Joe Biden's efforts for presidency, perhaps in 2024 if he wants it?
I don't think it will make a whole lot of difference, because the bottom line with Biden's reelection will be, the classic question: are you better off today than you were 4 years ago? And I frankly don't see a whole lot of hope, particularly with regard to the economy, as Congressman Brad has explained so well here several times this evening. The economy is not going to improve anytime soon, and the odds are very good that it's going to be worse. And that will fundamentally handicap a Biden reelection effort.
But Congressman, go ahead, Mark. Thank you.
I would also point out, as far as Democratic unity goes, Joe Manchin probably is having some very serious second thoughts about his support of Biden on the Inflation Reduction Act because of the energy decisions that Biden is now making.
I can't go to the congressman, but I'd like to get back to him. Hopefully we can touch on this discussion again. We're going to go to Dr. Mehmet Oz, who is down by 2 points, but he's going to speak to the media. Let's see if we can play him.
My life focused on big problems, in my case, broken hearts. And we address them, we repair them, we heal them by uniting people together, not dividing them. That's exactly what we're going to do in Washington, right? I said to you many times that I'm so sorry. Are you not able to hear me? Have you heard what I said so far? Yeah, sure. I have told you many, many times that I believe in you. Travel all over the Commonwealth to make that message clear.
Dr. Mehmet Oz bidding for senator there in Pennsylvania. He is down by 2 points, it seems. He's not conceding. He's not celebrating either, so we'll keep you up to date with Dr. Oz. We're going to go to Epoch Times reporter Beth Braille, who's covering the Pennsylvania governor's race for us. She's at Republican candidate Doug Mastriano's watch party. Just moments ago, she spoke with the candidate himself. Here it is.
Yeah, we're here in Camp Hill, Pennsylvania, having a good time watching the results come in. It's fascinating to watch the Pennsylvania results come in when you compare the difference between what we're seeing in the mail-in ballots and the today people who voted today's ballots, okay? They have them separated. And if you look at only those votes for today, you'll see that Republicans are winning in both big races, the governor's race and the Senate race. But when you add in the mail-in ballots counted on their own are highly skewed toward Democrats. And so what we're seeing early in the evening, those mail-in ballots were counted right away, okay? They started counting those at 7 o'clock this morning, so by the time the polls closed tonight, they were able to put those results online right away. We saw exactly what Democrats said we would see. Democrats really encouraged their base to use the mail-in voting system, and indeed, it was something like, I think Mastriano had like 10% compared to Josh Shapiro's, I can't remember, but it was significantly higher, okay? Well, now, as the night has gone on, we've seen the space between the two candidates is closing because the mail-in ballots, they're counted, that's not going to change. But we're looking at more and more of these same-day votes still being counted in the state, and that's going to make a big difference. There's a lot of reasons for Republicans to feel optimistic about the results of this race still, even though on paper at the moment it looks like we've got Democrats leading. So we're going to check in a little bit later on from Camp Hill, Pennsylvania. I'm Beth Braille, back to Washington.
We're going to go across to a victory speech now from J.D. Vance in Ohio. Let's take a look.
We're walking down here. My aunt said to my uncle, "Aren't you glad that he won? That would have been a terrible ride home, right?" That's what we're thinking here in the Vance family. We're staying on top of the important stuff. I could not have done this. Could not have won this race. Could not have had what we have here tonight. I mean, look, the governor and the lieutenant governor crushed it. Every other statewide office crushed it. I'm so grateful to Mike DeWine and John Houston. I'm so grateful to Bob Paduchik for helping us cobble together a unified Republican team, and we won big, ladies and gentlemen. What an incredible thing! Oh my Lord! And I got to say, of course, I had so much fun going around campaigning with all the statewide officials. I had so much incredible experiences getting to meet people all across the state of Ohio. But thank you to the Ohio Republican Party. We just got a chance to govern. We just got a great chance to govern, and we need to use it. And I promise to all of my friends who are going to be at the State House, to all of my friends who are going to be at the state capitol, we need better leadership in Washington, D.C., and that's exactly what I promise to fight for every single day. Now, the last thing I want to say, the last couple of words of gratitude here. I have been blessed with an incredible campaign team. And I can't thank these guys enough, but I want to name a few people by name. First of all, the guy who probably spent the most time on the campaign trail the last year and a half, and when we won the primary, I forgot him, Patrick McAllister. Thank you for getting us safe to where we need to go. To Jordan, our great campaign manager, Brian, who's the first hire in our campaign. Our incredible comms team, Taylor and Luke. And you guys may have noticed that the national media was very interested in our race. So Taylor and Luke had their hands full. God bless you guys. Thank you. Will Martin and Matt Williams, who did everything that we asked them to do and did it very well. Thank you, guys. Couldn't have done it without you. To Noah Baker, Nick Morgan, and Matt Middlestate, who kept us on time, made sure we got where we needed to go, and made sure we did everything we needed to do. And then I want to thank the people helping us build coalitions all across the state of Ohio. And it's such an important job because, of course, now that I'm the senator-elect for the great state of Ohio, we're just... We've got...
There he is, J.D. Vance, new senator up in Ohio. And before tonight, we asked voters across the country, a la 2020, are you concerned there's going to be unrest over the election results? Here's what they told us.
Upheavals or anything like that, they'll certainly be crushed.
That's why I'm voting the way I am.
Not really now that Trump not in there.
Well, there was unrest in the previous results, so...
This time I don't think so.
They might be doing some scheming stuff.
Not really.
Yes, on both sides.
No.
Not at all.
Yeah.
May the best man win. Okay. Or woman.
It's like because there's this heightened awareness, more people are like, just chill out.
No. I'm really not sure.
Yeah.
No, I don't think there's going to be a concern this time.
People in America are pretty reasonable. Sure.
There'll be some knuckleheads who do.
Regardless of how it swings.
People are coming to a boiling point right now.
Because the Republican Party has made clear that they won't accept the election results if they lose.
That's kind of died down a little bit in terms of the extremism.
Not really. There's enough unrest every day.
I hope not. I mean, after January 6th.
It will not be any unrest.
These are just midterms.
I really don't see that happening.
No, I'm not worried.
Unrest are going to be dealt with severely, so I think the message went across.
It's like we're going to a revolution.
Don't make it personal.
In certain states, certainly hope not.
There are threats to poll workers. Social media and national media brings a lot of that on. They antagonize and instigate. If you consider what happened last January.
I'm always going to accept the election results, no matter how it goes, unless it's really sketchy.
That is a concern.
No, I don't think so.
Yes, unrest.
I don't think in this current election.
That's definitely a possibility.
Division, it's getting a little bit louder.
I think it doesn't get worse than 2021.
For the 2024 presidential election.
For sure.
Things will be as they are. Democracy is evolving. We're an experiment.
I think the lesson was learned.
Yes. The majority of people are paranoid.
Groups out there that are paid to throw a fit.
Really concerned about the unrest.
Isolated pockets of unrest.
I really don't think that there are people out there just dying to hijack an election.
All right, and we now have Bo Davidson, who is back with us, and Barrington Martin II, and of course, Josh. Welcome back, everyone. So we just heard J.D. Vance's acceptance speech there. He's the new senator in Ohio, clearly a populist candidate, but we were just looking at results in Arizona where Kari Lake, another populist, isn't doing so well. Barrington, I'll start with you. What do you think, we were discussing earlier about the populist appetite or not among voters. What do you think?
Well, I honestly feel like Americans rather, are looking forward to a new change to where we stop relying so much on government. I think that we've seen the mistakes that government has made in the last 2 years within the response to the COVID-19 pandemic. And I think that Americans have understood that they must take more responsibility into their hands within their own lives and just get away from having, government so involved into their lives. So I think that we're going to transition to a new era, or I will say a new enlightenment period, to where Americans are starting to understand that we must be more united along the front and far as for moving forward, so we can move this country forward to the next possible level.
Bo, what do you think about that? It seems like we would expect then a lot of the populist, anti-big government candidates to do well if people are thinking along those lines, and there seems to be a split in how that's going tonight. What do you think?
Well, it remains to be seen, but I will say, since you just played the acceptance speech, the victory speech rather, for J.D. Vance, I don't know how many of you have seen the film Hillbilly Elegy on Netflix, but that's about J.D. Vance's life. And I think about his story. It's definitely a rags to riches, pull yourself up by your bootstraps kind of story. That's who J.D. is. I predicted maybe a couple weeks ago that I thought J.D. would win. And fortunately for him, he has. I think the populist movement is one that is certainly attractive to a lot of people. Trump represented that for sure. But as you look at like swing voters and independents and things of those types of voters, they are attracted to that message because why? Because the things that are affecting them right now are the economy, inflation, crime. And so when you look at the politically homeless, so to speak, or the politically beat up, places like Florida, where Ron DeSantis is governor, gave them a home. And so Ron DeSantis became this populist governor. So, you know, Florida, where I live, it's got a very much a microcosmic type of style to how America really is. And I think DeSantis provided that. So you would think that populist candidates would do quite well. I think we have to wait to see for the rest of the night how that will go.
All right, Josh, and what are your thoughts on this topic? Because we are also looking ahead at 2024 and, you know, what this could set up.
Well, I'd say we didn't have that many populist candidates, honestly. Really, the only one I would consider to be populist was probably Ron DeSantis. Kerry Lake came pretty close to it, but really not that much. If you're populist, you're deplatformed. If you're populist, you have the muzzle slapped on you. You're canceled. You get, you know, advertisers attacking you. You're calling people out. You're really saying things as they are. I know some people talk about Greg Abbott. I know people in Texas, it's mixed. He's not populist. I think the important part with tonight is I think you're going to see the return of populism. I really do think this. When it comes to the end, hopefully, of censorship on Twitter.
Josh,
especially.
sorry, I just got word that we're going to cut over to Doug Mastriano's concession speech.
Okay, no worries.
Who's on the hill and who's watching the valley? Who's in charge of it all? God bless the army.
So obviously we got a ways to go. And so, but have faith. We're gonna, of course, we're gonna have faith and have patience. We're gonna wait till every vote counts, right? That's right. You know, it's been a fantastic run across the state here. You guys brought us to this party here. It's a people's movement, and it's not going anywhere. But in this constitutional republic that we have, the people get the last word. And so we're going to wait patiently to see what the people of Pennsylvania said. And what the people of Pennsylvania say, we will, of course, respect that. And so we're going to stand together, though, in faith until every vote is counted. And then we look forward to celebrating with you. And so I'm looking around the room here. Thank you for your sacrifice. You guys stood at polls all day today. Many of you donated richly. Many of you never voted before or never worked in a campaign before. And that's what our constitutional republic is all about. Men and women rising up and doing their civic duty and standing in a gap and making sure their voice counts. So be bold and courageous. Be not discouraged. This is the greatest nation on the face of the earth. In Pennsylvania, we have this rich legacy. We are the seed of the nation that William Penn planted in 1682. And you are the heirs of William Penn. I mean, there's no other state or commonwealth in this nation can claim this beautiful, amazing heritage that we have. Where in 1776, the light of liberty was lit in Philadelphia, Pennsylvania. All the founding fathers lived and breathed in our state. And a few months after the Declaration of Independence and George Washington was chased out of New York and beaten out of New Jersey, he found refuge in Pennsylvania. I mean, what a legacy we have here. And then turned the tide of war that Christmas in 1776, at Washington's Crossing State Park. And, you know, many of us remember as little kids, like my family, climbing up Bowman's Tower. You know, it's a great time there. Valley Forge, Gettysburg, New Birth of Freedom. You know, as Abraham Lincoln reminded us, and as I often say.
All right, well, there is Doug Mastriano not quite conceding the governor's race in Pennsylvania against Josh Shapiro, but he is about 10 points back, but he's going to wait for every vote to come in. Josh, why don't you continue the point that you were making when we cut you off about populist
Well, I would define populism as someone who represents the little man, who represents the everyman of a political alignment. The Democrats definitely do that. I would say they definitely appeal to, ironically, I think the most extreme people within their party. They definitely do represent that voice. Republicans are afraid to represent, I think, the truck driver and the farmer, and the guy who just doesn't really trust the way things are going in the country. Trump was able to capture that, and very few other people, I don't think any hardly, maybe a couple, Ron DeSantis may be closest, among Republicans has been able to represent that voice. I think you need to have a return of strong rhetoric. I do believe that once Trump does announce his run again, we will see a return of that. And with that, I think the American people generally are going to feel they have a voice again as well. Once they have a voice again as well, you can start seeing them demanding things, and maybe you'll start seeing the wave of Republican representatives also getting behind some of those policies. And if Republicans do maintain control of the House, as we're seeing the shift now, I think that will result, for example, in investigative committees, and at the very least in some, I think, much stronger rhetoric. And that strong rhetoric is what drives elections. I think the reason we don't see the tsunami is because most people have had a muzzle slapped on their faces for the last couple of years.
Another bit of an explanation could be, I think, what Bo was bringing up earlier, which is the politically homeless. Barrington, what do you think about that? Who do you think are the politically homeless right now, and where do they go? What are they thinking?
I think the politically homeless are the people who feel like they don't have a voice, who feel that both sides have been so extreme within this country over the last election cycle that they don't feel that they fit in. And I think that the next political candidates that step up to the plate will understand how to speak directly to them. And these are the people that have common sensibility and understand that you don't have to be extreme. They understand that we all have the same problems, no matter the race or religion.
Oh, I think we froze our video there. Last word to you, Bo. We've got about 30 seconds left.
Sure. Yeah, absolutely. I think the politically homeless want a voice. Josh is right about that. And what Donald Trump did so very effectively was give them that voice. If you compare what Joe Biden did a few weeks ago in Philadelphia, where he had this very divisive speech with the Third Reich red lighting behind him, over 70% of people thought that was divisive, hate-filled speech. He's not speaking for the everyman. He's speaking out of divisive rhetoric and hatred. Whereas with Trump, when you watch his rallies, and I would say to a lesser degree Ron DeSantis and maybe Carrie Lake, maybe she's the new MAGA queen, who knows, you're seeing someone who's fighting for the everyman. As rich as Donald Trump was and is, it sounded like he was fighting for you. His rhetoric was not about let's beat someone else down. It was let's lift everyone up. We're going to make America safe again, make America great again. That's something everyone can relate to. So I think the politically homeless and those swing voters found a home in someone that can speak for them. And for many people, that was Donald Trump, and especially tonight, guys, Ron DeSantis.
All right. Well, unfortunately, we lost our feed with Barrington. That's what happens with technology sometimes. Josh, do you have any final thoughts on this topic? I thought we were done.
I'll just go on that again. Yeah, I think what you need to see is the voice given back to the everyman. And a lot of the people really just don't feel represented in this country. And I do think that did reflect in the elections tonight. I would argue that there were some anomalies, of course. I don't know if those anomalies were strong enough to have actually impacted things in a major way. We'll see, though.
Sorry, Josh. Yeah, I got to cut you off there. All right. Now we are going over to Georgia. Oh, sorry, we're going back up to stairs to, sorry about that, to Melina Weisskopf, who's going to give us an update on the key races that we've been watching all night. Melina.
Hello, Sandy and Paul. So we're going to talk more about the districts that are up for grabs here that Republicans are eyeing. So District 2 in Virginia, that one is looking, we'll get to Georgia in just a second, but I just want to mention District 2 in Virginia does look like it's in the Republicans' favor. Not the same story in Virginia 7, where Spanberger looks like she's taking the lead there, if we haven't called that race already. As we discussed earlier in the night, this race, these 3 races in Virginia could be indicative of how Republicans are doing nationwide. And it's not looking like that red wave is as strong as everybody expected. But some good news for Republicans in District 6 here in Georgia. This seat was just redistricted, and Lucy McBeth, the Democrat incumbent, moved over to District 7. And Rich McCormick, the Republican here running, he actually ran last election as well, but didn't win, obviously. He's actually up right now. And we have, you know, 99%, actually the race is called, it looks like. So, you know, they flipped a seat here in Georgia. So not a good story for Republicans in Virginia. A better looking story here in Georgia. But once again, not a good story that we're looking at in Colorado as far as their House seats. So we're going to first look at Colorado, I believe, or actually we're going to move on to Texas. Sorry, that's my next one. Remember earlier, if you all are just tuning in, we were talking about how these 3 districts are very interesting races to watch because all 3 of them were in the past held by Democrats. Mayra Flores just flipped this seat. Just a couple of months ago, she was sworn in Congress and Republicans were cheering because they flipped a Democrat seat red here in Texas. Well, now it looks like she's not going to stay in office very long. I mean, we have, 99% of the vote in so far. It doesn't look like we've called this race yet, but Vincent Gonzalez is leading here. I mean, one key note about Vincent Gonzalez, though, he was previously in District 15. So the voters around, and that's District 15 is right beside District 34. So the voters around this area probably are familiar with Vincent Gonzalez. So he has name recognition. That might be one reason why he's looking good here, but not a good story for Republicans here in South Texas. And I will point out, although we're not going to show it on the screen, Texas 34, Henry Cuellar, that moderate Democrat we hear so much about, he looks like he's winning also in Texas 28. So, and he's been in office since 2005. So, I mean, you know, the voters definitely know Vincent Henry Cuellar there. And he's also been an outspoken critic of Biden's border policies. Just thought I'd add that in. So that definitely resonates probably with more moderate Democrats. Now moving on to Colorado. So this is also an area where Republicans, not such a good story for them right now. We're looking at District 8. This is a new district that was just created, so there's no incumbent. However, 73% of the vote is in, and Democrats look like they're leading by about 3 percentage points here. New district in Colorado. Moving on to Colorado District 3. One of the Republican superstars is not looking so good right now. So 93% of the vote is in. Lauren Boebert, if anybody's familiar with former President Trump, and this is one of his strongest allies, if anybody's familiar with his campaigns, former President Donald Trump, she is most of the time on the campaign trail. It doesn't matter which state he's in. So she's definitely a strong voice for the Republican Party. Only 93% of the vote is in right now, so that could change. But right now, of course, it's not looking so good. It is kind of a tight margin, though, 51% to 48. So we'll see what happens. But I will mention for Colorado that this is an all-mail state, so more mail-in ballots could trickle in. And also something else to note about the mail-in ballots for Colorado. Earlier, a couple of weeks ago, the Secretary of State sent out around 30,000 mail-in ballots to non-citizens. So that's something to keep in mind, although they said they corrected this issue. That's just a keynote for the state of Colorado. So with that, we'll hand it back over to you, Cindy and Paul.
All right, thank you so much, Melina. In the House, Democrats, according to the races we've declared, of 125 seats, while the Republicans sit at 171. In New Hampshire, the U.S. House, Chris Pappas has beat Caroline Leavitt. That's called with 60% of the vote in. He's the incumbent.
In Virginia's 2nd House District, one of the closest House races this election is leaning towards Republicans, with 52% of the votes going to Jen Kiggins.
And in Connecticut, U.S. Senator Richard Blumenthal, it looks like he's won. It's, well, only 28% of the vote is in, but he's got a good lead over Laura Levy.
And in Idaho, Mike Crapo is up against David Roth. He's been confirmed. Mike Crapo, yeah, it's been announced. He's won it in Idaho.
And in Iowa, incumbent Senator Chuck Grassley, one of the big names of the Republican Party, it's been declared 94% of the votes are in, and he has won handily over Michael Franken. And now we're going to go over to Georgia, where Epoch Times reporter Dan Berger is standing by. He's covering the governor's race over there. Dan, what do things look like?
The big news here is that Stacey Abrams has just conceded to Brian Kemp. The race is beginning to get called for Kemp. His lead is significant. The last I checked, he was up 300,000 votes with 78% of the vote counted. Republicans at his gathering, which I just left a few minutes ago, were buoyant the evening. They were watching the returns coming in, and they're all watching Herschel Walker's race. Meanwhile, Herschel's race is very close. I believe the last I checked, he was up on with 3.5 million votes in the race. He was up by 1,400. So it's very close there, and we won't know about that one for a while. It'll probably go to a runoff. That's what I've got from here in Georgia. Back to you in New York.
All right. Thank you, Dan. Yeah, of course, that is the important note about Georgia. If nobody gets over 50%, then it goes to a runoff, and it's going to be another month before we know anything.
So let's probably our last discussion with Congressman Dave Brat. It's been a great honor to speak with him. Congressman, what's your high-level thoughts on what you've seen this evening?
Yeah, well, a surprise from expectations. I think the House still goes. Most of the folks are making a call, about 6-7 seats as of right now for the House. So the House goes to the red. That you have a divided government. I think that's a good thing. It's got huge implications for oversight. Jim Jordan has a 1,000-page document on judiciary and oversight, things moving forward. So that'll come into play. The Senate, not clear yet. A lot of holds on both sides, blue and red, but not pickups. I think Arizona's got a potential one out there, but the numbers right now I don't think are there. And so takeaway is it's not a huge wave, but it's going to divide government. I think the American people did want that outcome. I think that if you polled that one, it'd be widely shared. And I just want to say thanks to all you guys for having me in here tonight. What a great news, NTD, Epoch Times, hat tip to all you. And I met the whole team out there, just 100 great people, and you guys are outstanding news.
Very grateful. Thank you, Congressman. Maybe you can sit with us. We're going to go to Lee Zeldin, see what he has to say in New York.
Coming in from Republicans and Democrats and independents. We all united as New Yorkers because we were committed to saving our state. And you poured your heart and soul into this entire effort. You were committed with a love for New York. I mean, the reality is that New York is leading the entire nation in outmigration, and New Yorkers are hitting their breaking point. And we all understood why that was. And we want New Yorkers to have safe streets and safe subways. We shouldn't be passing pro-criminal laws like cashless bail. There are rogue district attorneys like Alvin Bragg who should be removed. We should reverse the state's ban on the safe extraction of natural gas and approve new pipeline applications. We shouldn't have seen all these COVID vaccine mandates where people are getting fired for what should be a personal decision of whether or not to get the shot. So listen, it's been a battle where we've been focused on ideals. We've been bringing our message without apology or regret. We came to this with passion to have a debate of ideas for a better direction for New York, and we're still totally committed towards seeing it through. For the 1.4 million Election Day voters who have not yet had their vote cast and counted, we hope that as these results come in that we'll be able to prevail, but we want it to come out now. While the night is still a bit young, I was able to wish a happy birthday, maybe, was it just before midnight? I was able to get the happy birthday in right around midnight. My mother's birthday was yesterday, ended 5 minutes ago. I also want to say a very heartfelt thank you to my wife, Diana, our daughters, Michaela and Ariana. It's impossible to do this without family. If you want to step up into the arena and serve, you need that support at home. And there's a lot of time that is spent away. You're traveling the entire state, and Diana was, holding it down at home and taking care of these girls. This family has been all in. This was a decision that we made together as a family to make this run, and I just want to say thank you so much to Diana and Michaela and Ariana for all of your love and support every step of the way. And thank you to all of you for everything. It's meant so much to me over the course of the last 19 months. We still have a lot of work to do. The first step is watching all these votes come in over the course of these next couple of hours, especially all over Long Island. These are Election Day votes that painted New York red. And enjoy the open bar and enjoy watching the results, because what you're about to see is that this will continue to get closer and closer and closer and closer as the night goes on. Thank you all.
Lee Zeldin not giving up there. So we have the congressman. We're just going to pick up this conversation just before we go with Mark Tapscott wired in here as well, Joshua Phillip. So Congressman, we spoke a little just now. If the Republicans do take the House, we have a lame duck session. You're afraid that this government spending, despite inflation, is going to keep ratcheting up.
Yeah, no, keep your eyes. There's a couple pieces out a couple weeks ago. The White House been reaching out to Senate Democrats. They batted it back. They didn't want to acknowledge that, but it was out there. And then they need 12 Senate Republicans to go along with that, which they've been able to get in the past as well. And so that does, right, who wins these races does matter when you're, tens and tens of trillion in debt already, and you're going to do more. So it looks like they're going to go to the trough one more time for likely over $1 trillion, $2 trillion, whatever. They wanted 5 last time. And so we'll see if they can go again in the face of 8% inflation. To go for the senators that will be leaving, will make their last deals with K Street and the lobbyists, et cetera. And so keep your eyes peeled. And so for the folks that are just dug in, right, one of the takeaways is like in the New York seats, folks are just dug in by ideology and party on both sides. And so there's things that matter but beyond that, right? The welfare of your kids and your country, et cetera. And so keep your eyes on that. That fiscal piece is one of the most important decisions coming up.
Josh, how does that make you feel coming from a DC insider or somebody who knows what happens behind the curtain?
Oh, I expect it. But at the same time, too, it's not going to work out well for Democrats. They're going to torpedo the economy. And honestly, the diesel crisis is just around the corner. Biden tried staving off, I think, the worst parts of the oil crisis, tried even doing what could be considered a quid pro quo with Saudi Arabia in order to do that. Really, the housing market's not doing so hot. Fed's going to keep raising interest rates. It's going to get bad. It's bad now. It is going to get a lot worse economically, just the reality of it. The important part, though, is, again, the rhetoric, the return, I think, of open debate. And with Twitter now open, with Trump very likely probably getting his Twitter account back and at the very least campaigning again, I think this is going to flip things around.
Thank you, Josh. We're going to cut right to Carrie Lake, who is not conceding, but she is down. Let's see what she has to say.
Victory come whatever way you want. If it comes decisive on Election Day, then bring it to us that way. If we have to fight through the BS and the garbage, then we will fight through the BS and the garbage. But how do you get fair and free elections? You have to fight and win to make them fair and free. And we needed another stark reminder that we have incompetent people running the show in Arizona. Who is ready for a change? We had great patriots around this state show up today. It was so amazing. They showed up at the polls early this morning only to be told the election equipment didn't work. 2 minutes into voting, we had people being told, well, you're going to have to put your little ballot over here into another box. Guys, the fake media back there tried to tell us we were wrong for asking questions about our elections. Guess what? We are going to win this. We are going to win this. How many of you remember a couple months ago, August 2nd, the primary election Wasn't that long ago. We came out and they said, oh, wow, they're 10 points down. The fake news was asking us to concede. And we kept climbing. We turned 15 points around and we won by 5 points. I just want you to know it's early. It's very early, and if we have to take this fight through, we will. If it takes hours or days, we will. But the great news is every single drop of election ballots that have come in the last 3 drops have shown us up 85%, 87%, 81%. I just want the propagandists back there to know, don't embarrass yourselves. Don't embarrass yourselves. Don't do it again. You've done it too many times. But what I want you to know is that the same movement we had last night at that rally in Prescott, the same movement we had at that rally in Scottsdale, the same movement we had at the rallies we've had before with record people is the same movement we have right this second. Nothing has changed. And I want you to know we are going to monitor the ballots. We got to work in this system that we have right now. And as they continue to come in and our numbers go up like they did last time, when we win, first line of action is to restore honesty to Arizona elections. Now, God did not put us on this fight because it was going to be easy. Not one thing that we've had to go through has been easy. We beat back we beat back a billionaire in the establishment, okay? Let's just be frank. We have had everyone come against us, tens of millions of dollars in spending coming against us. Nothing has been easy. When corruption has risen to the level that it's at right now, it takes tough, strong people. Are you tough and strong? Are you willing to continue this fight? Are you willing for incompetency to play itself out and the victory to come at us? I am willing to wait for that. And when we win, and I think it will be within hours, we will declare victory and we will get to work turning this around. No more incompetency and no more corruption in Arizona elections. Now, I love you. I love you. I kind of feel like it's a Groundhog Day. We had November 3rd, 2020. That was called Incompetency 101. Then we had August 2nd, 2022, Incompetency in Elections 202. And now we're at Incompetency in Elections 303. We need honest elections, and we're going to bring them to you, Arizona. I assure you of that. The system we have right now does not work. We, the people, deserve to know on election night the winner and the loser. And we will bring that kind of election back to Arizona. I assure you of that. I love you too. I'm looking out. Guys, I'm looking out here at these beautiful faces of the children. Put your hand up if you're a young one in this audience, if you're a child. This is what it is about. We got involved for our children. And we will not stop fighting until we have every legal vote counted. So we're going to be patient. We're going to be patient, guys. We're going to wait. Right now, I told you the votes that are coming in are going our way, 81, 85, and 87%. And we will take the victory when it comes. And we will turn this around. Thank you, everybody. Let the partying begin. We know this movement is just beginning.
So, Mark, what do you think What do you think of that result in Arizona?
I think Carrie Lake is a fighter, and she's not giving up. And she made a very important point, I think, about the fact that she was down 15 points in her primary and came back to win. And we may yet see that. I'm not convinced that we will, but maybe. And I think the other important thing that she said is she didn't come right out and say it, but it seems pretty clear from her remarks that in her attitude that if she thinks there are some real shenanigans, she's going to go to court. So this one may not be over for a while.
Josh, anything to add?
And add something very important, which is this kind of reflects what I was talking about earlier. We're not going to see the actual results in some of these races until the lawsuits play out. There are going to be lawsuits. There are going to be challenges to it. And some of these might not end until like December, maybe even later than that, just being real with everyone. Arizona, Carrie Lake, she has a very strong case for this because people went to vote and they said the machines were down. And people were asked to put in, their ballots. People did not want to do that because they don't want them to be, manually adjudicated. They don't trust that process. They tried making it so they extended the time where people can vote because people were waiting there. They were told to wait there. Don't put it in the box. Wait there and cast your vote. A judge in Maricopa County actually overturned that and refused to extend voting. And so Carrie Lake does have a provable case to say, the election was messed with, that, there was failures within the system that was beyond our control, and maybe they need to have a new election. She has a real case for that, even outside of the realm of possible fraud.
Congressman, this is definitely your last word of the night.
That's all right. I like it.
Then you're free.
I like it. She's got 55% of the vote in so far on some of the news shows. And so we've seen other candidates tonight come back from that deficit with that much vote out. So I'm waiting on that. This one seems interesting to me. She's so dynamic that I'm gonna wait on this one. I'm not reading this one early.
Congressman, great. Thank you so much. We're going to check in with Don Ma, who's at candidate Lee Zeldin's watch party tonight. Don, are you there?
So, Paul, just moments, Zeldin gave his speech. It wasn't a concession speech. His biggest message was that later tonight, as the numbers come in, we're going to see the difference in points between Hochul and Zeldin. The points become narrower and narrower. Now, he said this twice. It was the biggest message for him tonight. And as you can see here, the people are headed for the exit as the watch party is wrapping up. Some have told me they have work tomorrow. And Paul, this just goes to show the kind of supporters we're seeing here tonight. A lot of dedication with Zeldin supporters. And for the last time, back to you.
We are going to go to our LA office because, of course, it's just polls have just closed not too long ago over in California, and it's all just going to start again over there. So, Siamak Karami, are you there? He's the host of California Insider, and he comes to us from LA. He's the host of California Insider, and he comes to us from LA.
Thank you, Cindy. We're here in our California studio. We're watching the West Coast races here, and today in the studio, I have Craig Kashishian, who's a pollster and political analyst. He did polling for President Reagan. Great to have you, Craig.
Thank you, Siamak, for inviting me tonight.
Are you surprised by the result of Arizona race so far?
I am very surprised. I thought both races would be a lot more competitive to this point in time than they are as we speak. Now, we must say that there is some dysfunction in the polling, in the voting procedures in Arizona today, which may have queered the results to date, but nonetheless, I thought that Carrie Lake and Blake Masters were truly robust candidates, and so far, from what I've seen, they're underperforming.
And it looked like they were in a lot of polls, Carrie Lake was actually there was a wide margin for her.
There was a nice surge for her. And in fact, her campaigning style reflected that. She seemed to be very communicative with the voters. She's very articulate. That's a given because she was in the news industry for so long as a correspondent and reporter. She's very well polished. And more carefully, she seems to have had a nice human touch with her constituency. So I expected her to do a lot better tonight than she's been doing so far.
And Katie Hobbs is actually a Secretary of the State for Arizona. So some of the election, she's under Katie's supervision, right?
That's true. She is indeed. But Katie Hobbs, I thought, made a strategic mistake. She didn't want to debate her opponent. And that doesn't benefit the citizens of Arizona when both candidates are not debating in a very crucial election with issues so temperamental as they are today. So I thought Katie Hobbs did the voters of Arizona a massive disservice. That should have really counted against her. But evidently it did not, because she's got a commanding lead over Carrie Lake as we speak.
Now, do you think results may shift over the next few hours, or do you think this is a few weeks or days? What do you think this will look like?
Well, as fate would have it, I'm both a trial attorney by training and also a pollster and political analyst. I see litigation here in action for quite the while. And I can understand why. I mean, what I just heard was quite disturbing. The fact that voting machines, after the irregularities of 2020, Arizona should have had its voting system mastered by now, so there wouldn't be any controversy. Instead, there is massive controversy as we speak. The vote seems to be frozen at 51 or 52% as we speak. That is not a healthy result at this time, and it's certainly not fair to the citizens of Arizona.
And it looks like Arizona has been going, especially the Republican Party in Arizona, has been going through a shift, through a change, and getting more closer to the grassroots and getting new, fresh candidates like Carrie Lake and Blake Masters in, right?
That's true. And you can thank Donald Trump for that. The president really wanted to make Arizona in his own image with a more grassroots-oriented campaign. Insurgents in the state moved into the state. A lot of Republicans are very, very, let us say, Tea Party oriented from the old days in the state of Arizona. A lot of exodus from California and other states have trickled into Arizona and have given it the flavor of a grassroots state. But evidently it's not manifesting in a popular vote for either the senatorial or the gubernatorial candidates.
And the state has been facing a lot of issues with the border crisis, right?
That's another, yes, it's a sound point you've just made. In fact, it's almost a paradox in an odd way. The Republicans should have capitalized on that. At least the votes in their favor should have been a lot more bold and a lot more numerous, given the problems of illegal immigration. As you know well, Arizona is a border state with Mexico. Tucson is right on the frontier. It should have been a lot closer result.
And also inflation and home prices. Home prices in Arizona have gone up, doubled in the last 5 years.
That's a very keen observation. Arizona has become a very popular refuge for Californians and other folks looking to escape high costs of living, but instead they found themselves in an increasing housing market, a spiraling housing market in Arizona. So the prices of Arizona's homes are up by what, 100%, 50%?
100% in 5 years.
In 5 years. That's quite a hike.
Now, do you think these results will get a lot closer as we get to see the full result of the race?
Of course they will. But nonetheless, a 16-point gap at this point in time is still substantial. It takes a lot of heavy lifting for that bridge to be mounted.
Now we want to go to Oregon. There's a surprise there, right? There's the governor for Oregon, Christine Drazan, is with Tina Kotek. They're on a tie right now. Is that?
That's true. There's actually it's actually a complex race, much more to that race than meets the eye. It's a traditional blue state, but thanks to Phil Knight, the co-founder of Nike, who was actually very disappointed with the course of his home state, decided to inject tremendous amounts of money into that campaign. He initially funded a third-party candidate who's still running, Betsy Johnson, And then when he became disappointed in her, he segued over to the Republican candidate, Ms. Drazen, and gave her quite an infusion of money. So it's made that race into a very competitive race. It's a three-way race as we speak. The Republican is right on the heels of the Democrat.
And it looks
Very
like
unusual.
they're frustrated with homelessness. Homelessness and crime is the top issues there in Portland and Oregon.
Oh, yes. Oregon has had quite the problem with homelessness, as we know, and crime, especially in the city of Portland. The inner city of Portland has become almost untenable, and many businesses have left, as you know. They moved to Arizona. So with that said, yes, it's become a forefront issue, and that's why the Republican has a fighting chance.
So we're going to be watching these races closely here as Nevada comes online, as the results from Nevada will come online. We expect that Nevada there would be a big red wave, right, in Nevada.
If there is a red wave, and I've been on record to say there won't be, more like a surge or rather a traditional realignment or reshuffling during a president's first midterm election, it will manifest in Florida and in Nevada. It has manifested in Florida. Let's see what happens in Nevada.
So when we get back, we're going to discuss more on the rest of the races here in California. Back to you, Cindy.
All right, CM Mac, thank you so much. And now we are going to turn to some of those key races and see what the numbers are showing us right now.
In Wisconsin, the governor's race, incumbent Tony Evers up 74% of the vote in. He's winning over Tim Mitchell, just by about 4 points.
And in Oregon, in the governor's race there, Tina Kotek is just ahead of Christine Drazen with 68% of the vote in.
The Michigan governor's race, Gretchen Whitmer up significantly, about 10 points on Tudor Dixon, the Trump-backed candidate, 45% of the vote in there.
And now in Kansas, the race for governor, incumbent Laura Kelly is up significantly over Dara Schmidt with 96% of the vote in. So it looks like she's probably going to win that, but still not called. All right, and now we will check in with Roman Belmakoff to give us some of the latest on the races he watches. Roman, what can you tell us?
All right, greetings to all of you who happen to be burning the midnight oil just like we are, waiting for these results. Some people have gone to sleep and they're just going to be waking up to the results, but not you watching this program. You will be getting them live. So let's start with the balance of power in the Senate. As you can see, the Democrats currently hold 46 seats. They only need 4 more in order to gain control of the Senate, because they, of course, have the vice presidency who can break off any tie. The Republicans, on the other hand, they need an additional 6 seats. However, we'll get to the Senate a bit further into our small segment here. Let's head on over to the House balance of power. Right now, the Democrats hold 143 seats. Republicans are at 176, with enough seats still in the toss-up category to go either way. However, based on the results that have sort of come in thus far, and you can kind of tell which way the winds are blowing, it looks like the Republicans will make it here. However, you never know. That's the beauty of elections. In fact, if you go to the next slide, we'll show you a map of the races thus far. So as you can see, well, I was hoping this map would have some of the gradients showing, but as you can see, most of the rural counties are red. The blue counties are mostly located in the cities. But again, as this develops, it looks like at the very least it's heading more and more towards the direction of about 28 for the Republicans, with about 2 seats having flipped thus far. But we'll get back to that in a later segment. Now, I wanted to focus a bit on the Senate map. If you go to the next slide. So for the last maybe 30, 40 minutes, I've been crunching the numbers in regards to the Senate. So I really want to give you a kind of a high-level overview for what I think will happen next. Because the Senate, who controls the Senate, it's kind of an interesting situation in terms of what I think will happen next. So like I mentioned, the Democrats currently need 4 seats, while the Republicans need 5 in order to take control of the Senate. Now, Washington is almost certainly going to go to the Democrats. Alaska, their polls will be closing in about 30 minutes. Almost certainly it'll be Murkowski. That'll go red. Now, here are the races to watch out for. You have Arizona. Mark Kelly is sitting at about 58% with half of the votes in, about 50% of the votes in. He's at 58%. Unless something drastic changes in that race, which it could happen, you never know. But that is looking like it will be blue because, I mean, again, you just never know, but it's looking like it's trending in that direction. If you take a look at Pennsylvania right now, with about 82% of the vote in, Fetterman and Oz are really neck and neck right here. But they have about a 44,000 point difference with Fetterman in the lead. But first of all, that is enough for Oz to overcome if about the rest of the votes that come in, the remaining 16% that come in, vote at least 52% in Oz's favor. If that happens, Oz can take it. Otherwise, what will most likely happen is, sort of regardless of the results, there will be lawsuits in Pennsylvania for the remainder of the weeks to come, maybe like the next month at least. In order to see which of the mail-in ballots will be counted. There's a lot of kind of back and forth legal judgments in terms of which ballots to count, whether they have dates written on them, whether they were sent to voters who were pre-registered or not properly. So this will likely go into the legal battle front. Wisconsin is with 84% of the vote in, it's leaning towards Johnson. Again, it could be a toss-up, but what it'll just look like is happening. Washington will go blue, Arizona will go blue, Wisconsin will go red. Again, this is just my sort of back-of-the-envelope prediction here. It could not be, but I'm just giving you what I think will happen. Furthermore, Georgia, now this is an interesting situation here. With 90% of the vote in, Walker and his opponent, Warnock, are neck and neck. They have literally a 2,000 vote difference. Now, pretty much regardless of how this actually turns out today, it will go to a runoff because neither of them got over 50%. And in Georgia, that means a runoff election in December. Now, this could be a good thing or bad thing for both Walker and for Warnock because, first of all, the Libertarian candidate in this race got 76,000 votes. So if it goes to a runoff between the Republican and Democrat, well, those 76,000 Libertarian votes will likely, typically the way it works, will go to the Republican Party. On the flip side, however, so that's kind of a plus for Herschel Walker. The negative for him, though, is once all these races are over and all the national media attention is on Georgia, because it'll be like the last remaining race, a lot of the sort of, you can say, what's the proper word here? Let's say scandals or problems in Walker's campaign, they'll have a national spotlight on them. So we'll see how it works out. There's kind of pluses and minuses, but that's what I believe will happen. After tonight, most of the races will be determined, and Pennsylvania and Georgia will have to, well, definitely go into December and likely also go into December. And so in terms of who will control the Senate, we likely will not know tonight. Again, just my prediction. We'll see by tomorrow whether this prediction panned out or not. The other thing I wanted to mention is, if I have a second, they'll tell me in my earpiece if I don't. Besides all these races for the House, Senate, Gubernatorial, and Senate, and State Senate, Oregon passed an interesting new ordinance. They changed their, it's called Measure 114. It passed, and what it basically means is they made changes to the gun ownership and purchase requirements if you want to buy a gun. Basically, if you want to buy a gun in Oregon, they have now some of the most stringent requirements. You have to get a permit from your local law enforcement officer, provide photo ID, fingerprints. You have to go through safety training, a background check, and pay a fee payment, which I guess the most stringent aspect of that is that you are now required to get a permit issued by your local law enforcement officer. So that's what's going on there. Check in with me in about 30 minutes or maybe 30 to 60 minutes, depending on whether it'll be me or Marlena, and I'll give you an update on the House races. Now, Cindy and Paul, back to you.
All right. Thanks, Roman. We promise we'll be back with you a little later. But now we're going to go to Katie Spence, who is on the ground in Arizona. She's been following the governor's race there. She's got some interviews lined up for us. Katie, what have you got?
Hi, we're coming to you live from Scottsdale, Arizona, where Kari Lake just took the stage a little while ago. Right now, the polls are showing that she is down about 200,000 votes, but that is early voting. That is mail-in ballots, and we probably won't get an accurate count of in-person voting until tomorrow morning. I am standing here with John and Rita, and we are going to get their impression of tonight. John, what did you think of what Kari Lake just said?
I think she's fine. I'm sure she would have liked to seen the call tonight, but she understands the process. And Arizona's been slow at the polls a few times recently, so I think she's fine. She's understands it's a little process.
Yeah, it really is a long process. And what brought you guys out tonight in support of Kari Lake?
Well, we definitely wanted to be here to support Kari. She is a woman of integrity, determination, and just has a compassion for the state. And she's the right leader we need to make the changes that Arizona truly needs. And I believe she's going to do it.
For me, it's real simple. It's common sense politics, and Arizona needs that. She stands for everything I believe in.
Great. And what is the most important issues for you guys as Arizona citizens?
I know we have a number of them. Illegal immigration needs to be addressed. Water conservation are a couple that come to mind.
Inflation, the economy, the border. My 401k's been a disaster the last year. And it just goes back to the common sense things that solve our problems. And that's why we're here. We believe in this candidate wholeheartedly.
Great. Thank you guys so much for agreeing to talk with us. And there you have it. People are excited to be out here in support of Kari Lake. Not probably going to get results tonight on the race, but we are still out here and celebrating. There's still a very excited vibe. Back to you guys in HQ in New York.
Hey, thank you, Katie, so much. Yeah, it seems nobody is giving up in Arizona, that's for sure. And coming to us now from California is the great Larry Elder, host of the Larry Elder Show on Epoch TV. Larry, have you a guy there? Well, you look fresh as a daisy. We've been at this for a lot of hours, but you look fresh and ready to go. Give us your high-level impressions.
Let's say the key is eye drops. My impression is that most of the prognosticators were wrong. We haven't seen this big red wave that a lot of people were expecting and some people were hoping. But there really doesn't have to be a big red wave. The deal is that Republicans take control of the House, then all of a sudden the January 6th committee hearings stop, and all of a sudden a bunch of investigations start. And the same thing on the Senate side. All they need to do is pick up one seat, and then everything changes. The judges changes, how they will pass the budget will change. But clearly the big red wave that a lot of people were expecting has not happened, especially in places like Pennsylvania. After the debate between Oz and Fetterman, the assumption was that Oz bested him and that Fetterman looked kind of incompetent and kind of not all there, and that was going to change the electorate. It apparently has not done so.
Right, so some of the conversations we've been having tonight is people seem to be dug into their parties and maybe not evaluating things on that level. But what do you think? What do you think the narrative is going to be tomorrow if things hold as they are? It's a small wave, no tsunami. Right. What do you think the narrative is going to be coming out of both camps tomorrow? Or
the narrative will be that the Democrats have done a lot better than people thought. That the issues that a lot of Republicans thought were not important, such as abortion and this business about election denying, were more important to Democrat voters than people thought. Also, Donald Trump, kind of a mixed bag. He put a lot of energy behind Don Bulldog in New Hampshire, hoping to unseat Maggie Hassan. That has not happened. And also in Florida, Rick DeSantis, who may or may not run against Donald Trump, did extremely well, especially in Miami-Dade, which suggested that maybe, just maybe, he is somebody who could challenge Donald Trump if Donald Trump decides to run, and all indications are that he will. So I think the big winner is Ron DeSantis and Marco Rubio. Both did extremely well. So Florida had a big red wave. The rest of the country didn't, apparently.
Right, which was interesting because all the results came in there first, so we thought maybe it was going to be a trend for the evening. Why do you think Florida Republicans did so well and didn't do as well elsewhere?
Well, in Florida, I think that Ron DeSantis was tried mightily. He defied the medical establishment by not shutting down the state. He went after Walt Disney for wokeism. And when Hurricane Ian came along, he built a bridge in record time. So he has performed extremely well. And I think that people rewarded him for that. But as far as the rest of the country is concerned, look, I'm flabbergasted. It seems to me 40-year inflation, crime through the roof in many cities. Philadelphia is setting records for homicide, soft on crime Democrats. At least 2 million people illegally in this country because of the borders. It seems to me that it was all teed up, all lined up, a perfect storm for Republicans to do really well. So I'm very, very surprised.
Exactly. And what do you make of the pollsters being so wrong, but in the opposite direction from what we're used to?
Well, don't forget, they were really dead wrong in 2016. The New York Times had Donald Trump losing by very likely 85% odds, and they were dead wrong. I just think the polls have become increasingly unreliable. I don't think people trust them. I think people don't tell them the truth. And I think it's hard to poll people when people are on cell phones. So I just think increasingly they're unreliable. I look at the betting parlors, and the betting parlors over in Great Britain had the Republicans taking the House, and they had them taking the Senate, but they also had them taking the House and the Senate, again, by odds that apparently are not going to come to fruition. So everybody got it wrong. I also think one other thing happened. In the last few days, the numbers came out for jobs, and there were about 250,000 jobs created, and also the GDP grew by 2.6%. So I think people were feeling a little bit better about the economy, and that is the issue that most people say is their number one concern.
Well, that is an interesting point, except for we also know that a lot of the same-day voters tend to be Republicans, and the early voters and mail-in voters are Democrats. So it'll be interesting to see once all this is crunched afterwards, who it was, what swing voters didn't swing that were expected to, and how all that falls out. What are you looking at in California? There was some talk that maybe the Republicans would pick up some seats there. What do you think?
Well, again, nip and tuck. It looks like Michelle Steele may hold on to her seat. It looks like Mike Garcia may hold on to his seat. I'm really looking at the mayoral race. We have a longtime Democrat named Karen Bass against a guy named Rick Caruso. He's a multi-billionaire, longtime Republican, but right before the election, he switched over his registration to Democrat. He outspent her by 10-1, and right now it's 50% versus 50% with about 25-30% of the votes in. So if a Republican, or former Republican, I should say, becomes mayor of California, of LA, it would be a big, big deal. It hasn't been a Republican mayor in some time in this city.
Yeah, that would be a big deal. So considering what we've talked about so far, what do you think is going to happen in 2024 on the Republican side and the Democrat side? Because, of course, that's now the conversation for the next 2 years and nothing but that.
You're right. It will be nothing but that. We're going to have a lot of stalemates. I think some of the spending will be slowed down. But right now, in this cycle, there were 21 Republican seats that had to be defended versus 14 Democrats. That reverses 2 years from now, so it's going to be more difficult for the Democrats to save their Senate seats. And then 2024, we'll have to see what happens. It'll come down to the economy again, crime, gasoline prices, and whether or not who decides to run again. I'm talking about Donald Trump. Donald Trump energizes both sides of the aisle. It energizes Republicans, it energizes the Democrats, and so it'll be very interesting to see. But this is a clearly divided nation, right down the center, and we won't know about Pennsylvania perhaps until some time because of the absentee ballots that have to be counted.
Yeah, and of course it'll also depend on what happens on the Democrat side, which right now is kind of anyone's guess.
Well, that's right. And again, the Democrats have to be pretty pleased. Even if they lose control of the House, might be by about 5 or 6 seats. The Republicans needed to pick up 5. They may barely do that. So again, they'll be able to say there's no big red wave. And if they retain control of the Senate, they will be extremely happy because, again, the predictions were that they were going to lose the Senate, maybe even by 3 or 4 seats. That does not appear to be the case right now. It's down to Georgia, it's down to Pennsylvania, and there may be a runoff in Georgia because it doesn't appear that either of these guys, Warnock or Herschel Walker, is going to get 50%. The Libertarian candidate gotten about 2%, and so if they do have a runoff, the Libertarian candidate will go away. And most people feel that Libertarians take votes from Republicans, so that might help Herschel Walker. So again, remains to be seen. We still may not know about the Senate balance for some time.
Right, and we could be right back to 2020 where the Senate balance hangs in the balance of Georgia and then all the focus is there. And
right.
I was hoping we wouldn't have to relive that again, but that scenario could well play out.
Well, same here. I'm really very, very surprised. As I said, to repeat myself, I would have thought, given these issues, given the fact that gasoline prices are really 100% what they were when Biden came in crime. I'm in Los Angeles. We're hitting over the last 2 years, suicides, homicides are up, shootings are up. We're seeing record homicides in Chicago, not seen since the early 90s. And in Philadelphia, they're on track for more homicides at any time in that city's history. And you would have thought that the borders, I mean, you look at the borders, you look at the way people are running into this country and the 2 million so people who are here illegally and the so-called hundreds of thousands of gotaways, I would have thought that those would have been issues that would have meant that the Republicans were going to have a really good night tonight, but apparently not.
It does make one wonder if maybe the psyche, all the pollsters always ask, what are the issues that you're voting on? And somehow I feel like something totally different goes on in the voters' minds when they're polling, when they're making their final vote that has nothing to do with issues actually.
Well, not to bring this to me, but as you know, I ran for governor, and when I ran, for a while, the recall was in the margin of error. And in comes Barack Obama, in comes Bernie Sanders, in comes Elizabeth Warren. They all cut commercials, and they all said this: stop the Republican takeover. So I think there's a lot of party identification going on in this country. Again, we're split right down the middle. Democrats are reluctant to vote for Republicans and vice versa. So maybe there's a lot of that going on. And even though you look at issue by issue by issue, Democrats do poorly on crime, they do poorly on the economy, they do poorly on gas, they do poorly on the borders, still 50% nation, because I think there's a lot of party allegiance. I don't know why. It seemed to me, if I were a Democrat, I would look at what's going on the last 2 years. I would be very disappointed, and I would consider voting for a Republican, even if it's the first time in my life to do so.
All right. Well, clearly you're not those voters, but Larry, we'll come back to you in a little while. But right now, we're going to go on the ground to our reporter in Nevada, David Lamb. What have you got to tell us?
I'm here at the Red Rock Casino, and the party has been filling up. There's a lot of people coming in, and I'm also here with Epoch Times reporter John Hoagie. So, John, so how long do you think we'll be staying here until the election results come out?
Well, it could be quite a while, Dave, because the Nevada has a rule where they will not release results until all 17 counties have gotten their results and have had them compiled. And what we've been hearing is people were waiting online when the polls closed at 7 o'clock. And if you are online, they allow you to vote. So there are still people voting in Washoe County, which is the second largest county where Reno is, and other precincts here in Las Vegas, where 70% of the people live in Clark County. So, there were people still voting at 7:30, 7:40. So we might not be getting results, at least first batches of results, till maybe like 9 or 10 o'clock PST. So we could be here for it could be an all-night adventure.
And where do you think the direction of the results is? Because right now, people are saying it's really neck and neck.
Well, throughout the whole campaign, the 3 congressional races, the gubernatorial race between Sisolak and Lombardo, and the Senate race between Cortez Masto and Laxalt, have all been toss-ups right from the very beginning. None of the polls have been decisive in terms of being able to find a trend, somebody pulling out ahead. It's been neck and neck the whole way. And that, of course, is going to be part of the reason why we're probably going to be here very late tonight waiting for results.
So we are expecting a couple of speeches tonight. The polls just closed an hour ago, but we'll stand by to keep you guys updated. Back to you in New York.
We're going to stay on the West Coast. We're going to go to our LA studio with Siamak Karami. Siamak, are you there?
Thank you, Paul. Let's look at the results. Based on what you're seeing, Craig, there was no red wave, and it's actually dwindling the lead of Republicans.
That's fairly sad. In fact, the red wave is now a red puddle at best. It's sad to see the Republicans not really mount an offensive campaign. They were relying really on the Democratic foibles of the problems that are going on in the country today to carry them over the line. But that seems to be a strategy that backfired on the Republicans. They should have achieved a lot more than they have so far.
So do you think they're gonna get the House at this rate and the Senate, or do you think there's the hopes are kind of dying for?
I think it's fairly said both are in controversy as we speak right now. Very much in contention for both the House, which should not be at issue at all, even under a traditional realignment during a president's first term in the midterms. Usually there's an average of about 25 seats that switch hands, switch parties. We're standing at, what, 2, maybe 3 so far? Granted, a lot of the vote hasn't come in on the West Coast, but a lot of these contentious races that I thought would fall under the Republican rubric, like in Virginia, are on the East Coast.
Now, Nevada is still has not reported the results. How important is Nevada in this race now?
I think Nevada is the most pivotal state in the union right now when it comes to determining control of both the House and the Senate. And let me tell you why. My theory all along was there was not going to be a Republican wave. But if there was a wave, it would break in Nevada. Nevada seems to be in contention on all fronts, from the governor's office to the Senate to the 4 House seats, all in contention, all up for grabs, all highly competitive by Republicans. I thought there was a very strong chance that the Republicans can sweep all those offices and then some. But we don't know yet because the results have been obviously delayed.
And the polls have been off in general, like this.
I think it's fairly said the polls have been terribly off and overly optimistic in favor of the Republicans and have underestimated the issues at hand. I still think, as I thought many months before, the abortion issue was still very much in play for a lot of women, and that helped govern and guide their vote. That's why you're seeing these muted Republican campaigns. They should have done a lot better than they have.
What about California? There's a few seats here in California, especially here in Orange County where we are.
True.
Do you think any of these seats are going to flip?
That's a great question, and I think it's reflective of what we've just talked about, given that abortion is an underestimated, underreported issue amongst the voters, especially suburban women. That's going to impact the outcome of these California congressional races. I think the Republicans were very excited about snatching 1 or 2 here in Orange County. My theory now, and has been, is that that's an uphill climb for the GOP this cycle.
When we get back, we're going to analyze more of the races. Now we're going to go back to New York, back to you, Paul and Cindy.
Thanks, DMAC. We'll see if we have some key race alerts available for you guys. We'll go to Melina Wisecup, who should have those key race alerts for us. Melina. Okay, so I'll give you an update. So Walker in Georgia's campaign staff is telling supporters not to expect a result tonight. Over in Nevada, it's reporting votes, about 55% of the votes in. All races leaning towards Democrats. Looking to upstate New York, Republican Elisa Stefanik has won re-election to the House. Meanwhile, in the Senate, the seat in Oregon is projected to go blue as well. As our friend said, it looks like a red puddle, if anything. Republican Dan Newhouse, who voted to impeach Trump, is projected to hold on to his seat in Washington, too. Now we'll check in with Melina Wisecup to get the latest. Melina, are you there?
Yes, I'm here. It's late into the night, and of course, the results on the West Coast are just now coming in. Very important results, so of course, in Arizona, Colorado, and beyond. So let's actually start on the East Coast with a congressional seat that Democrats were really trying to hold on to. This is a critical bellwether area here, and it looks like we've just called the race for the Republican, meaning the Republicans have flipped this seat in New Jersey. Now, Tom Malinowski, the incumbent, well, I guess former congressman now that we've called this race, he was really urging Democrats to recognize the importance of this race, saying that this is the bellwether for the whole country. Of course, we know, he's down, or he's not, he lost his seat. So I guess that, you know, it indicates something about where Republicans are, but it's definitely not as indicative as former Congressman Malinowski was saying. So this is important. This is 90% of the vote in. We've called it, though, for Thomas Keene. So we'll move on to Oregon 5, I believe, which is also an interesting race here. This one, only 64% of the votes are in, but you do have the Republican, as far as the data that we have right now, you do have the Republican leading in deep blue Oregon, which is very interesting. And this would be a win for Republicans if it does balance out this way in the end, mainly because this candidate here, Jamie Skinner, she's very much so a progressive candidate. And so of course Republicans would like to not have another megaphone for the progressive wing of the Democrat Party. So this would be a big win for them if they're able to hold onto the seat and pull it off. And with that, I think we'll move on to Utah, where the Senate results are looking like they're coming in more so. You have seasoned Senator Mike Lee, the Republican. He was, of course, favored to win. However, I mean, it is sort of close. This is, I believe he is a independent, Evan McMullen. This guy had probably the biggest chance of being able to unseat Mike Lee, but that doesn't look like it's the case so far. Only 74% of the results are in for Utah's Senate race. So those are the latest results we have on the West Coast, and Roman Balmakoff will be back in about 30 minutes to give you guys more updates on the key races. Cindy, Paul, back to you.
All right, Melina, thank you so much, and thanks for sticking in there with all this great information all night. It's been terrific to see. Now we're going to go back to Pennsylvania, where Stephanie Cox is standing by.
Dr. Oz closing the night here at his watch party in Bucks County, Pennsylvania, on a high note, sounding confident that he'll win. And in fact, as the tally has it right now, the margin is very narrow and getting narrower. We have the Department of State saying John Fetterman is at 49.1% of the vote, and Dr. Oz is at 48.45% of the vote. Now, Dr. Oz, in his speech, saying that he plans to bring balance to Washington, and saying that as a surgeon, he healed hearts, and as a senator, he plans to heal Pennsylvania and heal America, saying that with all the ballots counted, he is certain that he will win. So finishing the night on a very high note. Of course, we're going to have to wait and see how it all pans out, but we'll all be watching closely, that's for sure. Back to you, New York.
All right, Steph, thanks so much. We're going to bring back Mark Tapscott. Hello, Mark. How are you doing this evening, this morning?
What an interesting evening it has been.
Mm-hmm. Fascinating.
What is of interest most to you right now? Where's your head at?
I think the big winner tonight, regardless of what else may happen at the congressional level, the big winner is Ron DeSantis. He won a massive victory in his own race. He helped pull Marco Rubio. You might recall a month ago, Marco Rubio was all but begging people to send money for his campaign, and yet he pulled out a big victory. DeSantis has taken Florida, a swing state, and moved it solidly into the red column. And frankly, if I were Donald Trump, who just this past Saturday referred to DeSantis as DeSanctimonious, I think that was a real error on Trump's part. And the big winner, as I said, tonight is Ron DeSantis.
Which is an interesting point, not one of Trump's worst insults, actually. But how do you think this is going to play inside the Republican Party then? This is quite interesting, right? Big wins for Ron DeSantis. Clear that Florida, did extremely well tonight. Some of Trump's candidates, not so much. So what do you think the discussion is going to be?
A lot of the Republican Party folks that I talk to tend to have a Capitol Hill focus, a congressional focus. And one thing that I hear frequently, and it's usually, I really hope Trump doesn't run in 24. They won't say that on the record. They won't say it, out loud. But I suspect we might begin, in fact, we probably will begin to be hearing more of that kind of thing out loud as a result of this tremendous win that DeSantis has had.
Do you ask the follow-up of why?
I think Trump is not as strong as people think he has been and is, and some of the results tonight suggest that. Mastriano in Pennsylvania, for example. And Ron DeSantis is clearly much stronger than he was perceived before the election.
You think Trump has lost strength? Is that what we're saying, Mark? You think his best days are behind him?
I don't know if his best days are behind him. I think he was in much better shape before Saturday when he called DeSantis sanctimonious. And I would think that had he known on Saturday that, you know, Florida was going to be such a tremendous win for DeSantis that maybe he might not have said something like that.
How do you square these circles, Mark, between the major win in Florida and the kind of really weak performance for Republicans basically everywhere else?
I think the second most significant thing about today is that the polls, again, were wrong. And the fact that they have been pretty good on the Senate races. Most of the Senate races, as we thought they would be, have been very close. The House, the Virginia 7 district, for example, I really expected, and I think a lot of folks expected, that Spanberger would lose. And yet she won, and fairly comfortably. And yet, just east of her district in Virginia 2, in Norfolk, Kiggins won a big victory over Congresswoman Luria, who was a member of the January 6th committee. So, I don't know.
What does it mean, Mark, for Republicans going in, not just Trump, but Republicans in general going into 2024? Look, they had a lot of tailwinds, right? Inflation seemed to be a big issue. As Cindy pointed out to somebody just now, like, are voters voting on these issues? That they're polling on them, but are they really voting on them?
That is a great question, and I suspect, Paul, that the answer is that 6 months from now, the political significance of what happened today will have faded substantially, because there will be a reset on Capitol Hill. The Republicans are going to get the House, maybe by only a few votes, but they're going to have control. And that means the policy agenda for Biden, it's not going to get much further than it already has. And it also means that in the next 2 years, especially the House Republicans will be documenting a case against Biden. And that being the case, looks to me like everything is still open as far as 24.
Let me ask you a question. What if it's the case for Republicans? Okay, they get the House by a seat or two, but what happens if there's the likes of an Adam Kinzinger or somebody else who stymies all of these kind of plans and promises?
From what I have seen of the new Republican candidates that are coming in, they do tend to be very much more towards the populist side of the equation, and that minimizes, I think, the possibility of a kissing Adam Kinzinger. I would suggest that if there is going to be a new Adam Kinzinger, it'll be Tom Kaine from New Jersey.
I want to let Cindy in here. Very rude to take all the questions, but I want to ask you one more, Mark. Lauren Boebert looks like she's going to lose her seat. How significant?
It's Colorado, you know. If it was Tennessee and she was representing a Tennessee district and she lost, that would be something Republicans would really have to take a look at. It's Colorado, and Colorado is not a good state for Republicans.
All right, my turn for a question now. If the Republicans take the House, not the Senate, is there actually much of a difference in terms of what they can accomplish in the next 2 years?
It's very very marginal. I think the Republicans are going to end up at 51-49 in the Senate. Even if it's still 50-50 and they have a 5-vote margin in the House, you basically swapped positions with the Democrats in the House. That being the case, the Republicans will have an effective veto most of the time. The Democrats have lost the ability to basically move everything that they want to through Congress. So you're going to have a stalemate on the policy side. That won't help Biden for his reelection prospects because he needs to be able to do something to get the economy moving again. And with a Republican House and the kinds of prescriptions that the Biden administration is likely to come up with, it won't go anywhere and the economy will continue to get bad.
What were your thoughts on Congressman Bratt's analysis or thought that perhaps during this lame duck session, the Democrats would try and push through their final spending bill?
Yeah, and in fact, I've reported on several occasions back in October that that's exactly what the Democrats are planning on doing. And they will, as Congressman Bratt said, who knows how many trillion they're going to go for, but it's their last chance to make deals. And they will make the most of it.
I think we're going to go back to the LA office now. Have we got CMAC standing by from LA? CMAC, are you there?
Thank you, Cindy. Thank you, Cindy. We are looking at Nevada. So some of the results are in Nevada. Craig, can you tell us more about what you see in the results so far?
Well, it's not unexpected, CMAC. Clark County is the most populous county in Nevada. It encompasses Las Vegas. All of the casino workers, restaurant workers in Las Vegas are heavily unionized. That is a traditional Democratic territory that has been under the sway of the late Senator Harry Reid for decades. He has a machine that's been well established there. And during the shutdowns and the lockdowns from COVID, I thought that would have a dramatic impact upon the union members, the culinary workers' ability to execute their vote. But evidently, it hasn't stymied them because Clark County is turning out in numbers for the governor, Joe Sisolak, and also for the senator incumbent right now, Cortez Masto. So, with that said to you, the outstanding counties in Nevada, from Washoe to Clark, to Carson City, Elko, all the way down the line, are still undercounted, still non-reporting, and if they go Republican, then those two candidates have a very strong chance of prevailing.
And the state actually suffered from the shutdowns during the pandemic, right? This is one of those states that they tried to follow the California's footsteps, and they shut down a lot of businesses during the pandemic, right?
They did. Las Vegas and Reno both took tremendous hits economically during the pandemic, and the governor had a very strict lockdown mandate in place. And I thought that would really cause doom for his prospects and for the senator's prospects for re-election. But evidently, these union workers and other voters that have been traditionally Democrat are steadfast. They're still steadfast in their views. They're not deviating.
And the sheriff, Joe Lombardo, is the one that's actually running as a Republican for this role. What is his background?
That's correct. He's been a sheriff for a long while in that part of Nevada, and evidently I thought that he would resonate more strongly given the crime surge that's taken place throughout Nevada, especially in Reno and Las Vegas. But he's not resonating as strongly as I thought he would be at this point in time.
What about Adam Laxalt? What's his background?
He's the former Attorney General. He's the grandson of the former senator, the legendary senator from Nevada, Paul Laxalt, who I used to work with. So there's a strong family tradition of politics in the Laxalt family, but Adam should be running a more stronger race at this point in time. He's not.
And it looked like the Latino votes were really important in this race. So there's 18% of the Nevadans are Latinos, and when it comes to economy, according to some surveys, when it comes to economy and crime, they trusted Republicans more than Democrats. And what do you think? This state is going to go Republican still, or?
I think there's a strong chance it can be Republican. There's about still an outstanding vote left in the state of Nevada. We cannot foreclose the fact that Lombardo and or Laxalt will lose because of the Washoe County vote, the Clark County, the Carson City vote, still not yet reported. Once that vote comes in, we'll see. All I know is this: during early voting, the Democrats were underperforming and the Republicans were overperforming. They had a lot of analysts in the state of Nevada worried that the Democrats would lose these elections very badly, but their in-person voting has been strong on the Democratic side, obviously. Now, I travel through Nevada routinely and perform focus groups, and it seems as if Republicans were on the uptick this time round. I suspected that because of all these outstanding issues and the very strong lockdown mandates that the governor put in place, most folks in Nevada would be very reactionary and very upset with Democratic politics and vote Republican this cycle out. But we're not seeing that yet manifest. In time, perhaps it will. We need to give it a bit more margin of time.
And it looked like with those shutdowns, the employment department didn't do well to send the checks to the unemployed at that time as well.
I've heard that.
There's some complaints on that.
I've heard that. But for the most part, these folks were not only shut down, they were out of business and they were stuck at home. A lot of small businesses. And Latinos were stuck at home. Their kids were stuck at home under these strict mandates, and they saw what their kids were learning at home, and they were very disappointed with that. We saw how that impacted the state of Virginia's vote when they voted a Republican governor in, because a lot of women who are single moms who have their kids at home, and they were stuck at home under strict mandates, saw what their kids were learning and knew that their kids were falling behind their peers in private and parochial schools. So I expected a surge of Latina votes on the Republican ledger side, and that has not happened.
And this was a big topic when the gubernatorial race the debate was happening. It was the schools.
That's right.
Schools in Nevada are not doing well. The public schools are ranked really low, and the approach that the current governor is taking is not pro school choice. So Joe Lombardo wanted to bring school choice to the mix. And another issue that this state is facing is the gas prices. Gas prices in Nevada are 35% more than the national average. They're among the third top states in gas prices. And it seemed like the people in Nevada, and they have to drive more, right?
They do. It's a semi-rural state, and driving is part of the exercise of living in Nevada. But unfortunately, I don't see that affecting the traditional vote. It should have swayed more Democrats to look at the Republican candidates, but Republicans and Democrats seem to be very well polarized in their views. The affinity toward party is set in concrete, and Democrats vote for Democrats and Republicans vote for Republicans. It doesn't seem to be the big crossover of independence that I was hoping to see this time around.
Do you think the abortion issue helped the Democrats in this case, because they were heavily campaigning on abortion in this state?
Absolutely. I foresee that being the thread that stretches across the country. A lot of suburban women were upset with the overturning of Roe versus Wade. I think the Republicans severely underestimated the power of that issue, and the Democrats had some sense of it and capitalized on it.
And also, I don't think President Biden came to campaign there as well. It seemed like he wasn't that popular in that state, in Nevada.
Well, seemingly he's not, but evidently, it's not hurting the Democrats' prospects. And what's so amusing is that those two candidates, especially the senator from that state, Cortez Masto, vote lockstep with the Biden administration.
All right.
So I don't understand the dissonance.
So do you think this race will, what are your thoughts? Where do you think it will lead today?
I think that Nevada is a work in progress. I think we have to watch and wait. And if the county of Washoe comes in strongly for the Republicans, then I think Mr. Laxalt has a chance, and I think Mr. Lombardo has a chance.
So we're going to have a close eye on this, and we're going to go back to our New York team to see what the updates are there. Back to New York.
Thanks as always, CMAC. We have some key race results so far for you. In Arizona, 50% of the vote in. Mark Kelly is at like a 16-point lead on Blake Masters. That was supposed to be a super tight race according to the polls.
And in Arizona, that governor's race, as we see, Katie Hobbs is still well above Kari Lake with 57% of the vote in. So a little bit, chunk more than half, but too early to call.
In Nevada, again, Adam Laxalt was tipped to perhaps topple Catherine Masto, the incumbent, but with 54% of the vote in, Catherine Masto is 56% of the vote, 12 percentage points more than Adam Laxalt.
So these decisions are based on our own decision desk, and we have decided not to call yet the Nevada governorship. Steve Sisolak is at 55%, with Joe Lombardo at 45%, and just over half, 54% of the votes are in.
In Oregon, Tina Kotek, she's up just about 2 percentage points, 70% of the vote in against Christine Drazen.
And in Utah, that senator race, Mike Lee, looks like he's going to keep his seat. Most likely 75% of the vote is in. He has a very strong lead over Evan McMillan. All right, and now we're going to check in again with Epoch Times reporter Jeff Louderback, who is in Ohio. Jeff?
Welcome back to Columbus, Ohio, where the Ohio Republican Party is having a watch party to review election night results. Governor Mike DeWine has already won re-election. That was announced 5 minutes after the polls closed. Everyone here is awaiting word on J.D. Vance, who's running against Democrat Tim Ryan. I am here with Hayden Ferguson, who, as you see by his hat, he is a fan of the former President Donald Trump, who has endorsed J.D. Vance and won Ohio by 8 points in 2016 and 2020. Hayden, you're a conservative advocate, and I know you've been all over the state the last year. Tell me your thoughts about what you think about the J.D. Vance-Ryan race.
So coming off such a hotly contested race in the Senate primary, I think the Republican Party has done a great job in Ohio of coming back together and getting behind J.D. in order to take back the Senate and Congress overall.
Okay, and we saw Rob Portman, who's the retiring Republican senator that Vance and Ryan are vying to replace. And Vance, early on, Vance had a tightly contested race, and now he has a 12.1% lead in the polls. What do you attribute that to?
So part of that would be because President Trump has been here at least twice to support JD, as well as the support from overall Republicans. Former Senate candidates who were once his opponents have also made it clear that they're backing JD. And I think that he's projected himself very well. His campaign has done great with ads and everything else. They're doing a great job convincing voters just why they need to come out and vote.
Well, thank you to Hayden Ferguson for joining us, and we'll keep you posted throughout the night.
All right, and we have with us, we're going to bring back Larry Elder and Robert Patillo. Good to see you both again. Robert, I'll just start with you. What are your thoughts right now based on what you've seen since we last spoke?
Well, I think more of what we saw earlier is holding true. The idea of the red wave never was real. It was ephemeral. And that when you're looking at Democratic candidates across the country, if you're looking at the Herschel Walker race, for example, there's not really a pathway for him to get to 50% of the vote as it currently stands. It looks like there's about 20% of the vote outstanding in Fulton County and then also in Cobb County. And that if Warnock continues at the same pace he's been going, that he will break 50% without a runoff. If you're looking at the poll poll numbers are the returns we're seeing thus far in Nevada, rather. We're seeing the Democrats look like they will hold on to that seat also, as well as Arizona. And the Democrats may have a net gain in the United States Senate by the end of the week. I think more interestingly is the fact that it looks like Democrats may also maintain possession of the House of Representatives. Many seats, including Lauren Boebert's seat, are up for grabs right now that many people didn't see coming. And I think this really does show that America wants to return back to some moderate policies, less of the fire breathing on both sides of the aisle, and more so towards some actual solutions-based politicking.
Yeah, and I think this is a really important point that you keep making. So I'd like to get Larry, what are your thoughts on that? Is this a rebuke of the more extreme or populist candidates, and maybe there is a pathway to, some more compromise?
Well, it certainly is a rebuke of all of the prognosticators who anticipated that there was going to be a red wave. That certainly has not happened. I think that the jury is still out on whether or not the Republicans are going to take control of the House. There's still about 4 or 5 seats that are still in play. All they need to do is pick up 5. Regarding the Senate, it's still unclear what's going to happen in Nevada. But I think your guest is right. The red wave did not happen. It looks like this country is divided right down the middle. And I think that the issues that a lot of us didn't think were going to resonate, like abortion, like so-called election denying, was a lot more important than some of us thought. And when I say election denying, I mean I want to put that in quotes because I think there was a ridiculous issue, but I think it resonated with a lot of Democrats who don't like Donald Trump and feel that Donald Trump has an unseemly hold over the Republican Party.
All right, I'm going to stop you both there. I'm going to come back to both of you, but first we're going to go to hear John Fetterman speak. We've got that coming in now.
Jason, everybody, all my team, so many that made that part of it. And also thank all of the supporters. Also, I'm just so proud of the race that we ran. And this campaign has always been about fighting for everyone who's ever been knocked down, that ever got back up. This race is for the future of every community all across Pennsylvania. For every small town or person that ever felt left behind. For every job that was ever been lost. For every factory that was ever closed. For every person that works hard but never ever get ahead. I'm proud of what we ran on. Protecting a woman's right to choose. Raising our minimum wage. Fighting the union way of life. Healthcare is a fundamental human right. It saved my life and it should all be there for you when you ever should need it. Standing up to corporate greed, making more things right here in America and right here in Pennsylvania, and standing up for our democracy. 20 years ago, I came to Braddock to start a GED program, and I've spent these last 2 decades fighting for the forgotten communities. Because no community deserves to be left behind. No one deserves to be abandoned, and every place matters. And I want to thank all of you amazing supporters, all of you, and all watching and every. We bet on the people of Pennsylvania, and you didn't let us down. And my promise to all of you is I will never let you down. Thank you, Pennsylvania. Thank you so much.
All right, well, we just saw John Fetterman there in Pennsylvania. 99% of that vote is in, and John Fetterman has, according to my numbers in front of me, 49.4% of the vote, 48.1% for Mehmet Oz. Larry Elder, what do you make of what happened in Pennsylvania, what we just saw?
Well, it was bad news for Donald Trump. Donald Trump forcefully backed Oz, as he forcefully backed Kari Lake in Arizona, as he forcefully backed Don Bulldog in New Hampshire, and all three of them are going down to defeat, apparently. So you look at what happened in Florida with Ron DeSantis, him winning by 20 points, even places like Miami-Dade. It sounds like his star is rising within the Republican Party. So I think there'll be a lot of people tomorrow talking about the 2024 nominee, and Trump may not have the lock he had on it 48 hours ago.
Robert, what do you think if 2024 comes around and it is Ron DeSantis who's running instead of Donald Trump? How do you think that plays differently in how the Democrats will approach the race?
Well, you know, American campaigns always go forward as opposed to going backwards. It's very difficult for people to kind of recapture that 2016 magic again to try to run again in 2024. And I think the Democrats are going to take some of the lessons that they learned in this race, which is to run competent candidates, run candidates who can really appeal to that moderate middle of the American populace that the mainstream media has been telling us don't exist anymore. Instead of going for kind of this flash of, you know, a game show host like Dr. Oz or a football player like Herschel Walker or a TV anchor like Kari Lake, actually having candidates that have some expertise in the community, have some connections to normal individuals, I think that'll take them going further. I think that in addition to DeSantis winning tonight, I think you have to look at Brian Kemp as kind of that anti-Trump wing of the Republican Party, that moderate or now moderate wing of the Republican Party that rejected much of the extreme parts of the far right wing. If you look at DeWine and his win, I think that there's a center lane of the Republican Party that's going to be fought out during the primary, and that's in large part going to dictate who Democrats decide to nominate. I think that Raphael Warnock, if he pulls this race out as we think he will here in Georgia, immediately hops to the front of that line of the just in case Biden doesn't run again, who would you like to see represent the Democratic Party? If you have a reverend who's able to win in a red state twice, that puts you at the head of the pack when it comes to alternatives in case Biden does not seek re-election.
That's a true statement. Oh, yeah, go ahead, Larry.
Well, that's not how I see it at all. In the event that Joe Biden decides not to run in 2024, or he can't because of his health, the nominee will clearly be Kamala Harris. What happened tonight suggests that the Biden-Harris administration was doing a much better job than a lot of people thought. And frankly, if Kamala Harris is perceived to have been kicked aside for somebody else, one of the reasons she is so popular among blacks is that she is a female, and blacks are the strongest base of the part of the Democratic base, and females even more loyal, and they love Kamala Harris. So if she's perceived somehow to be pushed aside for somebody else, I'm not saying that black females will vote Republican, they just won't vote. And those primaries, Alabama, Georgia, South Carolina, the early ones where almost half of the voters are black, black females comprise a very important part of that, and they will not be happy if Kamala Harris is not the nominee. So, rightly or wrongly, like it or not, the Republicans will be facing Kamala Harris in 2024 if Joe Biden does not decide to run.
Robert, I would love to get your thoughts on that. Do you think Kamala Harris is electable for the Democrats?
I think she's electable, but I think she's going to run into many of the same issues she had during the 2020 primary season. The difference between her and Raphael Warnock is regional. She's a Californian. Raphael Warnock comes from a red state. He puts Sun Belt states into play. He has the ability to talk directly to that religious community when you're looking at evangelical voters who may be looking for a more moderate candidate. And also, he doesn't have much of the baggage that Kamala Harris has had as borders are over the last 2 years, that being a real issue of consternation. So I think looking at a candidate who can beat a Trump-backed candidate like Herschel Walker, who is a football legend in the state, with one of the largest war chests in the country, being able to do that, I think, automatically catapults him to the front of that pack.
All right, well, it'll be super interesting to watch. We have to say goodnight to both of you gentlemen. Robert Patillo, thank you so much for being here so long. And Larry Elder, so long to you as well. Good night, gentlemen.
Robert, I bet you steak dinner. Robert, I bet you steak dinner.
I will take you up on that on Twitter.
Excellent. All right. Good night, gentlemen. We have now a few more races to look at now. We're going to turn to them. Looking at the balance of power in the Senate, it is mighty close. The Democrats have 48, Republicans 45. So we need 51 to control, of course, and the balance of power in the House, 174 currently for the Democrats, 192 for the Republicans, but a lot of key states still to come in. In Wisconsin, Ron Johnson is the incumbent. It is a, wow, neck and neck tie. Far too close to call. 94% of the vote in, and super close between the Mandela Barnes and Ron Johnson.
Tony Evers, 98% of the vote in, about 4 percentage points up, and Tim Mitchell is looking good for Tony.
And in Georgia, well, that race we've been watching, Herschel Walker and Raphael Warnock are also really neck and neck. They not clear if this is probably going to go to a runoff or not, but looks likely.
And in Pennsylvania, John Fetterman is in the lead against Mehmet Oz. 100% of the vote in, apparently there, up 2 percentage points.
So that's a called race. All right, and now we're going to check back in with Roman Balmakov. Give us the latest races he's watching. Roman.
All right, good evening, all of you Americans burning the midnight oil, spending your evening with us. Right now it's well past 1 a.m. It's about 1:30, and I'll give you the updates as we have them. So balance of power right now in the House. Dems are at 174, Reps are at 192. Still enough races, once again, for either party to win. However, it's looking like the Republicans will be taking control. Again, you never know, but that's what the polls are looking like. We'll actually begin to look at the House races a little bit more closely. In the last few updates, we'll look at the Senate races. I gave you my thoughts on what's going on there. Now let's look at these House results. Now, this is what's going on nationally. I don't know if you can actually see it that close because the map is a bit small, but dark red is settled Republican, dark blue is settled. The colored lines are sort of not yet decided. But I wanted to kind of go point by point through some of the races that I had highlighted prior to the election. These were about 29 House races that were toss-ups that would determine who controls the House. So I wanted to kind of begin going through them one by one, starting over in Alaska. So Alaska's sole House district. So Alaska's kind of an interesting case. And for me, I couldn't understand at first why Alaska would have, well, they only have one House member. So basically it's a statewide race for governor, for senator, and then for the House. And yet governor, senator is red, House is leaning towards blue. I didn't understand it, so I had to kind of dig into it myself. And let me explain it to you because I'm sure there's many people watching this who don't understand that as well. Basically, Alaska has it's ranked choice voting. That's the way it works. So basically, in Alaska, you pick your top candidate, and then if they get knocked out, you actually have to pick a second candidate that your vote goes to. So it's kind of a trickle-down effect. And basically what's happening is that the Republican vote is getting split between Sarah Palin and Mr. Nick Begaj. You see the votes are getting split, 24 for Palin, 21 for Nick. But it appears what's happening is that enough people have well, of course, and you have the Libertarian candidate with 1,700 votes, but enough people have as their second choice Mary Peltola, so that the vote is going there. Now, she is the incumbent. What basically happened is that Don Young, he was the Republican House member for a long time. He died while in office. There was a special election called. Same thing happened, ranked choice voting. Mary Peltola won that race just a few months ago, and now you're having a repeat performance where Sarah Palin is once again looking like losing to Ms. Peltola for the same reason, for this kind of dynamic that they have. That is, if you were wondering why Alaska is turning out this way, that is why. So then let's head on over to the next race where we highlighted prior to the election. That is Arizona House District 1. So, actually, before I came into the studio, this race was not called, but now it is. 98%. The Republican Rick Crawford takes the cake in this one. So I actually had a few different aspects to the race, but this is how it is. Yep. So there we have it. This is Arkansas one, not Arizona one. That is interesting. That is not the exact race I was going for. I don't know if the graphic will change, but what I wanted to focus on was Arizona one with a Republican incumbent and a Democrat challenger, kind of a young challenger. His last name is Hodge. He's 27 years old. And it's kind of a very interesting dynamic there where one candidate is very pro-choice, the other one is pro-life. In fact, he was given up for adoption by a mother who considered aborting him, but instead she decided to put him up for adoption. So he has that kind of story that he's leaning into with the pro-life choice. So it's kind of a very interesting decision between the two. One is pro-gun, one is more gun restrictions. So it would have been interesting to look at that, but it looks like we might have the wrong graphic there. Then let's head on over to California. California is an interesting place because due to the fact that it's just so populous, they have just a staggering amount of House seats. They have in total 52 seats, which the Republicans want to control the ones they control and maybe even flip a couple. So prior to the election, I had a few earmarked. Number 13 was the first one. It was prior to the election in the hands of the Democrats. With 36% of the vote in, it's looking like Adam Gray, the Democrat, is up 51%, with John Duarte trailing at 48% there, but only 36% of the vote is in, so there's quite a bit of change there. The amount of super PAC money in this particular race is relatively high. $9 million flowed into it. So obviously both parties are quite interested in maintaining control of this seat. Furthermore, one interesting aspect is that the incumbent got redistricted, leaving his seat open. That's why it was controlled by the Democrats before, but these are both new candidates. I want to give one more update in California 22. If we flip the seat, there we go. So this is quite an interesting race in terms of how we got here. So basically, there's been a lot of turnover in this particular seat. If you remember, Devin Nunes, he was the original sort of incumbent here, but he, of course, left Congress in order to go become the CEO of Trump's media company. So then what happened is he was replaced by Connie Conway, but due to redistricting, Connie Conway went to a different area, and David Villado became the new incumbent there. So this race is happening. You have 24% of the vote in, with David already receiving close to 51%, with Rudy Salas, the Democrat challenger, at 49%. So we'll see what happens there. So what we're going to do is we're going to kick it back to the studio, and then once you come back, we'll continue going down that list of toss-up races and giving you updates on all of them. Until then, Cindy and Paul, back to you.
Roman, thank you as always. We're going to bring in for the last time tonight Mark Tapscott, senior congressional reporter with the Epoch Times. Mark, are you with us?
Yes, I am.
Mark, just while we left you for those few minutes, I've been watching the Ron Johnson and Mandela Barnes results. Are you watching these come in here? But Mandela Barnes has closed that gap significantly and rapidly. What do you think? What do you think of that?
Well, that's not surprising, because the Milwaukee area votes are really beginning to come in now. So you would expect it to close. I don't think you would have expected it to close as much as it has. And if Mandela Barnes pulls off this win and defeats Ron Johnson, then the Republicans are going to have a big problem in the Senate. The question in this race is one of the exhibits, Exhibit A perhaps. What happened to the red wave? Didn't come. And
I think on that, you probably would be hard to find two candidates with starker differences than Ron Johnson and Mandela Barnes. This is really, you could say, a referendum of sorts, right?
But you have to remember, it's Wisconsin, and Wisconsin is aside from being the coldest place in the world in the wintertime, is also basically a liberal state, but you have still a significant working class vote that can sometimes go back and forth between the Democrats and the Republicans, and that makes it something of a swing state. Trump, of course, carried it in 2016.
We've touched a little bit on what happened to this red wave. You have any new thoughts since we last checked in?
I think one of the most important lessons for tonight is polling as we have understood it for the last several decades is over with. The internet has finally killed traditional polling tonight. All of the polls showed that there was going to be a red wave. The big question was it going to be this big or was it going to be that big? It turned out not to be nearly as much. We're probably going to end up with 220 to 225 Republicans in the House.
Mark, we were We were even told that Republicans were being underrepresented in the polls because they didn't want to be associated with MAGA Republican extremists, and it's just gone completely the opposite way. But should we not have lost faith in polls after 2020?
I was just going to say the same thing, because I feel like it's with so many things. We sit here on election night going, the polls are wrong, polls are wrong, polls are wrong. Nothing's going to change. They're going to keep putting out their polls, and it's going to get dutifully reported, and we're going to be here in 2 years.
Actually, Cindy, I think what we will see in the next probably 5 years, it's going to take some time. Somebody is going to figure out a way to use the internet to do effective polling. The problem is it's so easy not to be contacted. How many of us have landline phones now? We all have cell phones. We know who's calling before we answer it, and we don't answer it if we don't want to. So it really has changed the landscape for polling. And when you add into that the incredible multiplication of news sources that this country has and voters have, it just makes the job of detecting a trend in the data much more difficult. The data changes so quickly that a trend that is here in the morning may not be there in the evening. And we're going to have to figure out how to get around that. It's a big problem.
Right. And there's the multiplier reinforcement effect, because people see a trend, they want to go to it all becomes so dynamic that, it has nothing to do with what traditional polling used to look like.
Yeah. And on the results as they stand at the moment, Mark, is this before, all the mail-in votes are counted? Or are we expecting the Democrats to move even further ahead?
Yeah, or you may have some races where the Republican actually does better than what it appears to be right now. But I think the big question now is not the House. I think the House it's pretty clear what's going to be there. The question is whether or not the Democrats could possibly end up with a 51-49. Because Warnock seems to be pulling ever so slightly ahead with each new count. He's over 50% now, so he may not have a runoff.
Oh, yeah, that's what we were saying just before we came on. It looks likely. It looks likely. Bad news for Herschel Walker.
Yes.
So what do you think? If there is a runoff down in Georgia, do Trump and Biden go down in campaign?
Well, I'll tell you. That's if you had the answer to that question, you would be a rich political strategist. Because look at from both sides. The question is, why would you want them here? Either one of them is going to lose you votes. There's no question about that in a runoff situation. And so I suspect that what we would see then is Herschel and the Reverend saying, guys, I've got it under control. Thanks, but no thanks.
But I think their absence would be conspicuous. I think there would be a strong pressure from both of them to go.
Oh, I'm sure there would be. But the final decision on that would be made by the candidates.
Perhaps. I'm not 100% sure in the case of Trump if that's how things would play out.
That's true. That's very true.
I have a feeling I'm going to get a similar answer to you, Mark, but what about Adam Laxalt down in Nevada? That was supposed to be a tight race as well. We're 11 points in the difference.
Yeah, Nevada is one of those states where you have a massive early count from Clark County in Nevada. It's the biggest county in the state and has a massive portion of the total vote. But it's not enough in some cases to counterbalance entirely the rest of the state's vote, which tends to be Republican. And I think Laxalt will pull this one out.
Oh, really? That's interesting.
I do, but I thought Dr. Oz was going to pull it out too, and he didn't. Which is to get to your return to your question, Cindy, about Trump and Biden. campaigning. A case can be made that Oz lost because the Trump candidate for governor, Mastriano, ran such a terrible campaign. And you can make the same case in some respects with the New Hampshire situation with Bolduc, General Bolduc, who was a Trump candidate. That might be the difference in the Senate right there.
It could be, and certainly there was a lot of introspection after what happened in Georgia in 2020, the role that Trump played in losing those 2 seats. So I'm sure there's going to be a lot of heavy discussions in the back rooms if that's what this comes down to.
Yep, no doubt.
Mark, I think this is our final goodbye to you for the evening. So it's always a pleasure to have your company.
Only goodbye for tonight. We'll do this again.
Absolutely, we will. Thank you so much. And
Mark, have a
get some
great
sleep.
one. Thank you so much. Now, if you check in on some key ballot measures for you, marijuana was on the ballot in 5 states. Maryland voted to legalize it. Arkansas has not. North Dakota and South Dakota is looking likely they will not legalize it either. And in Missouri, it's also too close to call at 57% in favor of legalizing it, with 88% of the votes in. A few interesting referendums and voting policy too. Voters in Ohio decided to explicitly prohibit non-citizens from voting. Nebraskans voted to require photo ID to vote and to increase the minimum wage to $15 an hour. Arizona also voting to change ID requirements, but that's too close to call for now. In the Northeast, voters in Connecticut got an early jump on how future elections get decided. The state is currently one of 5 that doesn't allow early voting, but today residents made their voices heard on whether to permit no-excuse early voting. Looks like voters are in favor, but only about a third of the votes are reported so far. And up for grabs in Michigan, the possibility of state-funded stamps for future mail-in ballots, plus a system for tracking them. 58% have said yes to the proposal, with almost 60% of votes already in. We're going to check in again with David Lamb in Nevada. David?
All right, so I'm here at the Red Rock Resort, and people are still standing by to watch what happens. This race between Senator Cortez Masto and Adam Laxalt could decide which party controls the U.S. Senate and Nevada. So here I have longtime resident Rebecca Wood of Nevada. How are you doing?
I'm great. How are you?
I'm doing good. So what do you think of the race so far?
I think it's really close. I think it's very exciting because it seems like everything always comes down to Nevada. And with this race, like you said, it could be who decides which party controls the Senate. So it's very exciting. We have so many boots on the ground this last week trying to go for Laxalt, and we're just really rooting for him.
So you also have a nonprofit that you help that teaches people how to be poll workers.
Right. I'm the Nevada Executive Director for American Majority Action, and we teach people how to be poll workers. Our action group goes out. We've had over 600,000 live touches just this election cycle alone, between phones, texts, and doors, trying to get our candidates past this ceiling and break through and take the red wave.
Thank you so much, Rebecca.
Thank you.
So we're going to be standing by to see what happens. So the results are still coming in. We don't know if it'll be finalized today or the next 2 days or so, but this is a key race that a lot of people are keeping an eye on. Back to you in New York.
All right, David, thank you so much. And now we're going to go back to our LA studio to see what we still have to say over there. And I think this is the last time we're going to go to you this evening. So, CMAC, are you over there?
Thank you. Thank you, Cindy. We actually were looking at some high-profile races here in California, that congressional races that Republicans were hoping to turn these seats. Like there was Katie Porter, that it looked like she was in trouble, and it turned out that she's actually won this race with a big margin. What are your thoughts on this, Craig?
Well, thank you, CMAC. I suspect that Katie Porter will prevail in her race to keep her seat in Orange County. A very high-profile race. This was actually a nationally focused race where both parties, national parties, poured millions. Katie Porter had the largest war chest of any congressional candidate. She spent $20 to $30 million of her own money, not to mention outside PAC money, on this campaign. And evidently it paid off for her because Scott Baugh was outspent. But nonetheless, I think the issue of Roe versus Wade being overturned played a significant role in Katie Porter's apparent victory. And the Republicans, I think, underestimated the power of that issue with women. And the Democrats knew, I think, firsthand that that had some resonance, some power with their own constituents. And as a consequence, it vaulted Katie Porter ahead of Mr. Baugh.
Now let's go to LA. There are some interesting developments in LA. There is a big mayoral race in LA, and Rick Caruso is facing Karen Bass. And there's been a lot of money spent on this race as well, right?
Yes, indeed. In fact, that's an understatement. Mr. Caruso spent probably close to $100 million of his own money on this race alone. He's basically a rebranded Republican. He calls himself a Democrat, a conservative one, a law and order gentleman who wanted to solve the homeless issue with precision and concision. But evidently that argument fell on deaf ears. Karen Bass will probably prevail as mayor of Los Angeles.
Right now is a tie with 18% of the votes, and he's ahead by half a point, but it might turn out, because the last in the primaries, he was ahead election night, and then it turned out Karen Bass actually won the Democratic nominee.
Welcome to Los Angeles politics and the slow vote process that takes place there. So I expect this protracted vote counting will probably work against Mr. Caruso and in Miss Bass's favor. Now, with that said, LA has taken a turn to the left, and that's probably hurt Mr. Caruso as well. Not to mention the sheriff, the incumbent sheriff, Alex Villanueva, who's also losing, I think, his race.
This is by a big margin, yeah.
So LA is one of those odd places in the United States that actually rejected the recall of its very woke DA. George Gascon survived 2 recall attempts. Yet in San Francisco, Chassain Baudin was recalled by the voters of San Francisco. So you can almost make the argument that San Francisco is more conservative, more law and order oriented than Los Angeles.
Yeah, and it looks like the city council, a lot of the progressives, very left-leaning candidates are actually getting more into the city council in LA. So it will be interesting to see what will happen to this city, especially with the Sheriff Villanueva getting not being there anymore.
Well, Sheriff Villanueva was the last man standing in terms of protecting LA citizens with vigor and chasing after criminals who would break into stores and smash and grab. Evidently, the voters of Los Angeles County rejected that sort of stance, and as a consequence, I think it might be open season in Los Angeles.
So we'll see where that goes. And California as a whole, we actually have Democrats control everything at this stage, all the state level positions. There's only one seat that could turn Republican, but we'll see what will happen. That's the state controller, and we'll see where everything goes from here. We want to thank you, and we want to say goodbye to you, and back to you guys in New York.
Thank you.
See you, Mike. Thanks so much as always. Now we're going to check in with Katie Spence once more in Arizona. Katie?
Hi, we're coming to you live again from the Scottsdale area at the McCormick Ranch. Right now we are waiting to hear something from Blake Masters. He has yet to take the stage. Carrie Lake spoke to us just a little while ago and told us that she is confident because of early voting, in-person voting is coming in and it is favoring her. In fact, her campaign manager came out earlier and said that in-person voting is going to Lake by 71%. So that is great news for the Lake campaign. And she has also said that she is in it to win. She's going to fight and stay here for as long as it takes, even if that's a few days. Right now, Katie Hobbs is in the lead. She is up by about 160,000 votes. But Maricopa election official Stephen Richard did say that the earlier drops were mail-in ballots from Friday and before. So that could easily change over the next few hours. Right now, we are approaching midnight in Arizona, but the mood is still really upbeat. There's still a lot of people here. They're excited to celebrate with Kari Lake. They're excited to celebrate with Blake Masters. We have seen some people leave, but still the room is packed, and there's still a lot of media. Oh, and we're hearing reports that Abe Hamadeh is going to be taking the stage, so let me go to that.
Thank you. You know, I'm so honored to be your Republican nominee. And in just a few more days, I will be honored to be your Attorney General. We didn't go through all this hard work to only get here, right?
Katie, thank you so much. Some interesting information there about the Kari Lake race. Thank you. We're going to look at some other key races also worth mentioning. Georgia's Senate race appears too close to call. Looks to be headed for a runoff, perhaps. In Utah, Mike Lee has 57% of the vote. It's been called for Mike Lee.
And in Wisconsin, the governor's race there, Tony Evers has been called for the incumbent. Tim Michels couldn't pull it out, the Republican challenger.
In Michigan, it's been called for Gretchen Whitmer as well. The incumbent governor, Tudor Dixon, again came up short.
And in Oregon, the governor's race still too close to call. We have Christy Drazen, the Republican at 49%, 51% for Tina Kotek, not calling that race yet. 73% of the votes are in.
And Alaska, Kelly Chewbacca up against Lisa Murkowski. About 55% of the vote counted there already. It's ranked choice voting, so the numbers are coming up a little strange, but Kelly Chewbacca up about 7,000 votes at the moment.
And in the other seat in Alaska, we have Mark Dunleavy. He is the incumbent, and he's ahead of Les Guerra by a lot, but only 55% of the votes are in, so not calling that race just yet. It's also ranked choice voting, so all bets are off how that ends up. All right, and now we are going to go for our last time to the Melina Wise Cup upstairs to tell us all about the races we've been watching all evening. Melina, what have you got for us?
Right, so you guys just mentioned the most important races I was going to point out happening on the West Coast, and that is Alaska. And not because the Democrats had a chance of flipping that seat, but because the two Republican candidates are very, very different. So you have Lisa Murkowski, who's a sitting senator. She tends to vote more with the moderate wing of Republicans. For example, Mitch McConnell, that's a very close ally of his. Kelly Chewbacca, rather, is Trump endorsed candidate, and so Trump went to Alaska to campaign for her. So that's definitely a key race. Depending on how that happens, depending on what happens with that ranked choice voting system, it will be interesting to see Alaska to replace their sitting senator with another Republican. But of course, the ranked choice voting is we have to wait to see how those results play out. So now we're going to look at Nevada, I am pretty sure. Yes, so these are the results for Nevada. We have only 53% of the vote in, and the Democrat is leading. We heard a lot of talk over the past couple of weeks leading up to the election that Laxalt and Masto were really close in the polls. A lot of analysts were predicting this to be a very close race. It's not as close, I guess, as people were expecting. Again, only half of the votes are in, but it is 10% a difference between the two. But we will have to wait to have more results on that. And moving on to Nevada's 1st district. So this is an area where it was highly contested. Oh, might I add here that President Biden never visited Nevada to campaign, even though these races were considered competitive. So either Democrats were anticipating these wins, or they just didn't prioritize this race enough to send President Biden here. So anyway, going on to Nevada's 1st district, Diana Titus, that is the, anyway, so Diana Titus is the incumbent, and she looked to be winning. And District 3, this is also a super competitive area right around Las Vegas, that urban area. Here, the Democrat incumbent is winning as well. And then on to District 4, Stephen Horsford, I believe, is also in the lead. Anyway, so we're not pulling up the data. That's okay, but those are the key races for you, and we'll have to wait for all of the final results to come out. So we'll toss it back over to you, Cindy and Paul. It's been a great night.
Thank you, Melina, for the last time tonight. That's all we have. We will continue our coverage of the 2022 midterm elections and NTD and the Epoch Times in the days and weeks to come. Thank you so much for joining us tonight.
Thank you all for joining us tonight, and get some sleep, have a good night, and in the morning I'm sure we'll see some more results. Take care.